You know what time it is, my lovely, lovely, lovely imps. How are you doing today? Bill Portley, Baphomet put the screw in the tuna, girl with the guitar, Uncle Gumbald, Somniostatic, Page, Punk Corpse, Ada Stardust, Tear Star, Felsin Forma, Little Morphine Annie, Maki Pocky, Mycena, Somniostatic, Bennifer the Potato, Prancing Goldfish, Decoy, Duck, Zoshalik, Zadoki, Joey Ravioli, Lefty McLefterson, Palm Dad, Baphomet, Pondahoo, Chopped Liver, Straw Hat Monty, 97, Peppy Toaster, SFMTX, Danny Fallen, the one and only Gayfish, the one and only Raised by Field Mice, Undead Collective, Maki Pocky, Too Clever by Half, Naomi Chance, Pinto Hop, if I didn't say already, Killjoy 40K, we got so many people here today, Thelon, Laundry, Bromine Lucid, wait, I already said Thelon, I just read your name, Logic Interviewer, Haunted Furby, Insomnia Noir, Semi-Locon, Puppy from Los Andes, 42X Fish, and of course from the YouTube chat, Leith, Dark Canuck, Good for Gabby, Fake Name, Foxglove, Falmer Flamingo, Furcifer, X Cozy, L.H. Fruit, Soy Boy, JT Houlihan, JT Houlihan, Jessica Timler, The Dark Canuck, Jennifer Holly Rioma, Foxgloved, Silver Taro, Nails, my goodness. We have so many people here today. If you are here today, inevitably, as always, I have forgotten to do a forced restart of my absolutely craptastic soundboard, but press the like button ASAP. Oh my God, it's like not even normally crashed. It's like hard crashed. It's so crashed, I actually have to Control-Alt-Delete to stop it. My God, that's bad. It's actually like clogging my screen. Oh my God. It's not the only thing either. Apparently I also need to kill my Steam. Goodness gracious. Oh, wow. Where's this stupid thing? Anyway, please press like on the stream. See, this is why we do the warm-up, everybody. This is why we get the annoying issues out of the way at the beginning every single stream, and I forget because this thing sucks to fix it every single stream. But whatever. Oh my God, and I also forgot to turn my fan off, if that's why the sound was so loud. I always try to stream without a fan, but I will admit today has been very, very, very hot. Oh my God, we have so much to talk about. We have so much to talk about. You look lovely tonight, Mama. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Weird, YouTube isn't displaying this? It should be. It should be just fine. We have 300 people here. That's fucking awesome. I'm always happy to see you all here. You should come even when I'm not talking about drama stuff. But today, unfortunately, I am going to be talking about some drama stuff. Something that I've actually been doing a pretty good job of avoiding. But first, I'm going to talk about a whole bunch of other stuff first. So don't worry about it. Yeah. The drama haters in chat, all 2 of you, don't worry. We have lots of other stuff to talk about, and we're talking about other stuff first. For example, did you know that I went camping That's right. I said on stream that I was going camping. We went camping for a shorter trip this time. This was just a short jaunt to a cabin for a couple of days. And we practiced some mushroom foraging and actually found some rare mushrooms. It was pretty awesome. Well, mostly we found one rare mushroom, and that was Doe's find. I spotted a really, really beautiful inedible mushroom, and then right around the corner from it, like literally Doe went to go look, it went to go look at the other one, and then looked around the corner, and there was a delicious, rare, and edible cauliflower mushroom, which was pretty amazing. We were exploring all around Mount Rainier, which is always a good time. We climbed down to a crazy waterfall. It was freezing. I got soaked even though I was wearing full waterproof gear. Any chicken of the woods or chanterelles? Not this time. I do want to get a bunch of chicken of the woods. Chicken of the woods is also known as the matsutake mushroom, which actually are very valuable because they are incredibly difficult to cultivate. The matsutake mushroom grows best in forests that have previously been devastated. It's really interesting. There's actually an entire book about it called The Mushroom at the End of the World, which Doe read and read a whole bunch of it to me. It's super interesting. Am I going to show some pics? Yeah, I'm going to show some pics. I posted some pics to social media already, but I prepared a whole bunch of photos to share with you. So let's look at those right now. Take a look at this. This was a really cool forest snail that we found. Look at that. Look at those. Look at how nice that looks, huh? This is the waterfall. I always forget the name of this waterfall. It's up on Rainier. You can actually see there's like a bridge over here. There's like a landing and then a bridge, and you have to walk all the way around, and it was pouring and a really steep hike. This photo does not do justice to how big this thing really is, okay? Because if you look here, these are huge trees, okay? That is a bridge up there that you can drive cars across. The camera on the iPhone makes this look so small by comparison to how big it actually is. Here's a picture of me with the falls in the background. And keep in mind, I am standing on a cliff opposite the falls that is like somewhere between 100 and 200 feet tall, like up off the bottom of the river. It's wild, okay? And as you can see, I'm soaking wet even though I'm wearing my rain gear. Here's the river that flows down to that waterfall. This is the cauliflower mushroom that Doe found. It looks amazing. This is a edible, and not just edible, but considered to be one of the yummiest mushrooms out there. This is the mushroom I found, which I looked it up, but I am blanking right now. I looked up the name of it, but I actually am blanking on the name of it. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I need to hold on. It's here. It's here somewhere. Let me search it real quick. It's called... Oh my God, I know it's here somewhere. God damn it. Why'd I have to forget? Well, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's a cool mushroom. This is a mushroom that is often used for dyes, I learned. It's not an edible one, but it's really cool. They grind it up and make purple, brown, and black dyes with it, which is pretty amazing. Here are some mushrooms growing out of a pine cone. I do not know what these little mushrooms are, but it was cool. Here's another picture of me in the woods. There's a picture of Doe. As you can see, it has spotted something. It's also wearing its poncho over a bag. You know, I know this is hard to believe, but no, Doe does not actually have like a camel hump. Here's another mushroom that had weird other funguses growing on top of it, which was pretty wild. Slimy as hell. Here's a crazy big shelf mushroom we found. This is what the woods look like around Rainier. They are... So Washington, or at least the region of Washington I'm in, is a temperate rainforest, which means all of the trees are covered in these crazy carpets of moss, and it creates for a really unique environment that isn't replicated in many other places. You don't get to see a temperate rainforest like this. It's really wild, and it's different than my home state. Even though there's a lot of similar trees to the state that I grew up in, the forests are way more they're way more dense. There's just moss growing on everything, everywhere. Everything is covered in life. It's wild. Have I been to the Hoh rainforest? No. This, by the way, is called witch's butter. They are a tiny, gooey, orange mushroom. And yeah, they're not poisonous. They're technically edible, but they don't taste like anything at all. So yeah. Here's another picture of the rainforest. This is down by a creek. Pretty, as you can see here, you can see this tree is like absolutely covered in heavy moss, which is pretty amazing. And likewise here, look at this. This looks otherworldly. It's a bunch of thin, tiny trees reaching out, completely coated in moss. Doesn't that look wild? Here's a close-up. This one got a little blurry, unfortunately. This is a close-up of a strange fungus that was growing out of like a turbo-rotten pat log that had moss on it, and these were like sprouting up and turning red out of the moss. It's pretty interesting. Here's another crazy big shelf mushroom that we found. These are very woody. It's interesting. If you touch these, they're like hard. They feel like a piece of wood. And of course, here is a picture from the edge of the big river that we were hiking all along. It's pretty impressive, right? This was a hell of a view, I'm not gonna lie. Just breathtaking. Looking out, somewhere in the distance off to the side, there is a town hidden completely by trees. This was right next to where we were camping. We had to walk like, I don't know, like 5 minutes to reach the trail, and then like 10 minutes to reach the riverside for this view. So it's pretty impressive. Oh, Paisa with the unbelievably generous $20, dropping in to share some of my B-Day love to the imps. Love you all. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Thank you, and happy birthday. Far off on one of those mountains, someone is recording a video essay. I hope so, and I hope it's a good one. All right? Here's a shot I took just of the, so you can understand what the canopy looks like in like the sparsest, and that's saying a lot. The sparsest part of the forest looks like this, looking up. It's pretty impressive. It's pretty incredible. And here's another picture of those snails. And I think this is the last picture I have right now. There's other pictures, but not most. These were the best ones. These are the ones I was most proud of. Pretty amazing, right? Pretty cool, huh? Yeah. Anyway, I had a really good time. We had a great time exploring in the woods, and we cooked hot dogs on the grill, and we went to the local small town market, and we went up to the top of Rainier. We couldn't see anything because it was completely covered in fog. At the top of Rainier, it was like a sleet storm. It was wild. So we had a really good time. Hello, XLR. Yeah, so anyway, it was a really good time. It was a short trip. We hiked 3 times on this trip. All of them was in the rain. So we got very wet. It was a little uncomfortable on that front, but it's good to get practice hiking in the rain. And at least I have a decent raincoat. So Did you see any animals other than the snails? Yeah, we saw, I saw a ton of different birds. We saw a whole bunch of squirrels. We saw some chipmunks. We saw an elk. One single solitary elk. But the elk were all hiding because of the rain. But we did get to see one, which was pretty cool. This trip was a little less on the wild animal side. I mean, we saw some really good birds. We saw an enormous great blue heron circling around the riverside, which was very great. We got to hear some owls. I didn't get a solid identification, but I believe it was a screech owl. I'm not 100% sure. We saw a bunch of ravens, which are always wonderful. Some woodpeckers. We spotted some chestnut-backed chickadees. We spotted in the woods, I was able to identify it by its call, and then we spotted it with our eyes right afterwards, a northern flicker, which you guys will recall is one of the birds that comes and hangs out at my house sometimes, which I absolutely love. Any Sasquatch sightings? Yeah, we smoked some weed with Sasquatch. It was great. How can reindeer be scared of rain? I don't know. I don't know that they were scared. I just think they didn't want to hang out in like fields and stuff. They were all just like chilling in the woods, you know? They were cool though. You know, I love them. They're always great. Why does it do this to me? Sassy the Sasquatch. Doe is the alpha deer, so they couldn't handle the pressure. I'm sorry, you're sorely mistaken. Doe is not the alpha deer. No, not even close. Wrong direction. There was a study done on northern flickers where a female flicker laid 81 eggs in a single breeding season. That's wild. I love the flickers. They're so cute. I've shown them before. Let me show you again. This isn't a picture of mine. This is just a picture so that you guys can see what they look like, because they're so fucking cute. They're such good birds. I love them so much. Look at this. Look at that. Look. So cute. Little mustache. Some of them have a red mustache and some of them have a black mustache. Some of them are, there's a lot of color variations in, oh, and I saw, oh man, what's it called? It's called a varied thrush. This is the one right here. This was my lucky spot. I almost forgot to tell you all about it because I was thinking about the northern flicker, but I spotted a varied thrush. And it was really close, and it was running around and eating snacks off the ground. And it was so cute. Look at how beautiful it is. Orange, bright orange. So shockingly colorful. And it was dashing around on the ground and hopping around and grabbing snacks. They move remarkably fast. Isn't it amazing? Love it. Love it. Yeah, so anyway, I had a really good time. Again, it was a small trip, so it wasn't like the biggest adventure ever, but it was great. And I spent a lot of time outside, and I was happy about that. And of course, while I was gone, everyone was going crazy and being psychotic, which we're gonna talk about a lot. And by a lot, I mean, I'm actually gonna do my best to keep it brief because, yeah. Because I don't know, I'm tired of it. I'm exhausted. It's exhausting. Am I the alpha deer? I'm definitely something. Am I doing Dark Souls again tonight? We'll see how much energy I have. I've actually been struggling to sleep the last few nights, so we'll see. Because there's a couple of things I need to do tonight. I need to talk about the stupid drama. We need to talk about transmedicalism. And we need to watch a video. And we're going to talk about transmedicalism and that concept a couple of times in the coming weeks. because I think it's a really important topic for the community, the broader community that I belong to, trans people generally. And I think it's really important that people learn and understand why transmedicalism is a bad approach. And I do believe that it is a bad approach. And I think that most of the arguments that are made for it come from and I don't think every person who espouses trans medical ideas is like a transphobe or anything like that. But the basis is discriminatory, prejudiced, and ultimately transphobic. And from there, the results are often very bad. I'm going to talk about this to a great extent. So if you have issues with me saying that right now, stick around and also check in when I'm talking about it in the future, because I'm going to be building a case. You know, streaming, we do this stuff live. So one of the things we're going to do tonight is we're going to be watching a video by Lily Alexandre, a really, really cool video essayist who made a video talking about, it's called "Why Are People Trans?" And it's a fucking phenomenal video. So we're going to watch that tonight, and I'm going to talk about it, and we're going to use that as sort of the first step in talking about transmedicalism as a broader thing. And I'm going to basically, my goal here, all of you out there, almost 500 of you listening right now, which is great. Thank you for being here. Subscribe to the channel and press like. I'm going to be what I just had a total mind blank. See, this is why I got to do my warm up before I start talking about serious things. Otherwise, my brain goes whew. But what I was gonna say is basically, I'm going to try to be building a case and giving you the tools you need to understand and also respond to flawed and dangerous transmedicalist arguments. Because some transmedicalist arguments are, in my opinion, just misinformed, while others, I think, are actively dangerous. And that doesn't mean that I think that every person who has like transmedicalist inclinations is necessarily a dangerous person, but I think that they don't always understand exactly what they're arguing. And unfortunately, this is going to be a topic that comes up a lot tonight, and it appears to be a topic that is having a weird niche resurgence. And by that I mean there's a handful of people who are deliberately pushing this again, which is very strange to me, because it was a position that had more or less been defeated for a while. It just kind of goes to show you that that when it comes to politics, you always have to remain vigilant, because stupid, bad, and outdated ideas come back up sometimes. So never assume that an idea is truly dead and gone, because it usually isn't. Is it like the incel resurgence? A little bit, but way more niche, right? Because, you know, obviously transmedicalism, well, see, that's the thing. We're going to get into this, but that's the thing about the transmedicalist position, is that it's it's imposed from the outside on trans people. And sometimes there are people within the trans movement who assist in that imposition. But at the end of the day, it is an imposition. And I'm going to explain all of this fully, so don't get, if you find yourself shitting your pants already and getting all mad and you know, biting your teeth into your bottom lip so hard that you bleed, or, you know, whatever else, if you're losing your mind right now, just calm down and you'll hear what I have to talk about, okay? Could you roast Elon Musk at the border? No, there's no way I can roast Elon Musk at the border, because he's already roasted himself. Did you guys see that picture? Holy shit. The picture of Elon Musk at the border, I saw it being retweeted all over the place, and I didn't know why. I literally was like, why is this weird picture of a guy with like of a weird guy? At first I thought it was Adam Sandler. I was like, why is Adam Sandler Like, is this from a new Adam Sandler movie or something? And somebody told me it was Elon Musk, and I was like, what? I literally didn't know it was Elon Musk. It's insane. Just wow. Woof. Okay, one more thing I wanted to talk about while we're still warming up, okay? Yeah, is this the picture? Yeah, here's the actual photo. Just in case people haven't actually seen it. This is the photo. Like, what the fuck? That it doesn't even look like him at all. It doesn't look like him at all. I literally, doesn't it look like Adam Sandler? What happened to his chin? Don't ask that question. Did you watch the video he did? No, because I can't, honestly, I'm so tired of Elon Musk. I'm so goddamn tired of Elon motherfucking Musk, okay? I really am. Oh, boy. Okay, well, maybe we might... Okay, memes we might do later. We'll have to see. Oh, yeah, so here's another thing I wanted to talk about. 3Monic, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Something else. You guys remember? Okay, hold on real quick. Who here? Let's see who is here. Wait, hold on. Oops. Bam. Vote, 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 vote. Let's see who the true fans are. Good. Good. Everybody remembers. Thankfully, most people in the chat are true fans and also don't have degenerative memory conditions. Yes, yes. Yes. Yeah, memento disease. All right, cool. All right, lots of people. Okay, so a good amount of you remember. So, let me talk about this, okay? So, I reacted very recently to a video called by Sisyphus55 called the Revolution Will Not Be Live Streamed. And I was one of the first people in the political, like, in the streamer sphere to react to the video, which was I was kind of surprised. And then a couple of other people reacted to it. I think, I know Vosh did it like the day after I reacted to it, which is interesting. And then, so I reacted to it, other people reacted to it, and then my video went out because obviously sometimes there's a little bit of a delay between me recording something live and the edited version of the video going out. And by the time my edited video had gone out, a lot of other people had reacted to it. And I got a bunch of comments of people who were like, why are you being so charitable? Why are you, this is a trash. And I was just like, what the fuck? What's going on here? Okay, can we take a moment? And it was very funny to me because my video was 90% critique. It was 90% critique. And people were like, I don't know why you give this shit such a weird fucking, why don't you scream at this? Why did you call names? Why did you fucking, and I was like, huh? And I was kind of surprised by it. And then I went and watched some other people's reactions and I did see that a lot of other people were very angry about it. Which, okay, this gets me, all right? And this is a ramble, but it's warm up, so fuck you. But when I'm mean about something, Everyone gets mad in the comments and goes, Demon Mama, the least charitable person ever. Oh my God, learn how to be charitable, Demon Mama. Oh my God, you're so uncharitable. Bad faith, bad faith. And then every single time, without fail, that I do, and by the way, I think that I'm fairly charitable to most of the things that I react to. Just so we're clear, like the vast majority. I can think of a handful of things where I was just like, mostly it's people like Michael Knowles. Like, for example, I was not good faith when I reacted to Michael Knowles' video about how we should go back to 1220. That was the one where the entire video was just me doing an impression of Michael Knowles as a medieval peasant. You guys remember that? But regardless, when I'm charitable to a video, a bunch of people come in and are like, why didn't you get mad enough at it? Well, here is a reason why, okay? Just to satisfy all of you out there who are fucking whatever mad and all this shit. I got a letter from Sisyphus55. And it was, I'm not gonna divulge the entire letter, but it was a very positive letter. And I feel like I feel like I was very critical in my video. And if my critiques, when I'm very critical in a video and somebody who created that video reacts positively to that critique and is able to like build off of it, I feel like that's a success. I mean an email. Obviously, nobody writes fucking letters. Obviously, I mean an email letter. When I say a letter, I mean like a long email, obviously. Who the fuck's, you think, come on, seriously? Oh my God, you people. I got an email, okay? A long, nice email, okay? You mean like you got a single letter? Which letter was it? Which letter? Was it a B or an E? Shut up. Fuck you guys. You know exactly what I mean. Oh my fucking God. I'm gonna lose my mind tonight. You all are just... All right. Okay. Okay, I got an email, okay? I got an email, all right? Are you happy now? Are you all happy? Have you gotten your pedantry points in? Anyway, it was a nice email. And it made me feel good about the fact that even when some of you get mad at me in the comments, the vast majority of people in my audience actually engage in things in good faith, okay? And actually do grant charitability. And again, I just want to be sure, I just want to be clear, not every person deserves charitability, okay? Obviously. I make fun of stupid, annoying conspiracists and misinformation peddlers and all that, but I don't think that it's a good thing to like react immediately to every message that you don't 100% agree with like instant vitriol. So I'm happy that I took the time to react to that video in good faith, and it has produced a valuable dialogue. Something that I think everybody here could probably benefit from learning. So, for those of you who are pissed off about me critiquing a video for fucking 90 minutes but not doing it in a mean enough tone of voice, fix your heart, okay? Cope and seethe, all right? There was definitely a lot of stuff I didn't agree with in the video, but I tried to engage with it on its own terms because I felt like the video was trying. Even if there was stuff I definitely didn't agree with. Shane Okus in chat says, the Virgin, I got an email, versus the Chad, I got a letter in cyberspace. Indeed, indeed. Thank you. I am a Giga Chad. It's true. It's true. No, you didn't, Sirith. No, we've just begun. We've just begun all this stuff. Listen, I mean, I think it's true, okay? I think that something becomes a letter once it surpasses a certain length, okay? An email is like when you go, hey everybody, meeting at 5 today, everyone good, please sound off. And then you send it out to everybody in your office and then they go, yep. An email is like, you know, I don't know. That's like what I think of when I think of email. When I think of like somebody sends you like a well thought out multi-paragraph thing with their real thoughts in it, I feel like that qualifies into the letter category. Insomnia Noir with the $10. Thank you so much. This is not a letter. That's true. It's a dono. And thank you for supporting the show. This show is viewer supported. So thank you so very much. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. I wonder who it's from. Are you happy? There you go. How long does it have to be before it becomes an essay? 500 words? I don't know. 1,000 words? I don't know. I feel like essay is more about the formatting, right? Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Okay, President Sunday says, I think email is the medium and the thing sent is always technically a letter. We don't call a written letter a mail. Yeah, that's true. We don't. We don't. That's a good point. Vok Orc, thoughts on the bridge building arc for progressives? No. No, you're not going to bait out my content early. You have to sit down and be patient. You have to sit down and be patient to hear me talk about those things. This is an email with a $10 super chat. No, it's a super chat, but thank you anyway. And guess what? Actually, I take it back. I was wrong. You've owned me in the arena of ideas. It is a letter. Thank you. No, wait, this is an email. It is an email. Congratulations. Thank you so much. From Dylan Bundy, thank you. And Brandy, the Taoist Warlock, with the $10, some money towards some postage stamps. I appreciate that. I actually have some stamps somewhere here in my desk for the rare time I actually have to send something by the snail mail. Also, thank you to Furcifer for renewing membership for 29 months of membership. Furcifer, oh my God. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you can read cursive. I can read cursive. I can actually also write cursive, which is a dying talent. But also, I kind of understand why it's a dying talent. Cursive is weird. Cursive is one of those things. Dr. Joggy with the $5, thank you very much for supporting me, says, if anything, we wish more people were charitable like you. Oh, thank you. I want to encourage that, at least in most cases. Cursive. Cursive is strange. Cursive, so the logic behind cursive is that it's easier, it's supposed to be easier to write, less fatiguing to write in long form. If you're writing in cursive, you use less motions. And yeah, it's supposed to be quick and less fatiguing to write. But I've always found that that cursive is overall more difficult to read, especially if someone is lazy with their cursive. Because of the way that the letters are formed, they can muddle together quite a lot. Yeah. And yeah, as Palm Dad says, there's different styles of cursive. It's not standardized. It's not perfectly standardized. Yeah, schools tried to. I know a lot of people who struggled with learning cursive. And I don't know, I think it has its values. For example, I do think that cursive looks great on signatures, which is basically the only thing that anybody uses it for now is signatures. But yeah. Doctors, yeah. I mean, doctors are notoriously bad with their handwriting. I don't know where that stereotype comes from, but Rapti says, I just got done ranting about the lack of coverage Oregon has been getting. So happy that Demon Mama helped me spread the word. Yeah, more than happy to help you. I think people should be happy about it. I was taught that signatures are supposed to be in cursive. Yeah, they are, technically. Though signature stuff is very silly. You know that handwriting analysis is like a severely debunked pseudoscience, right? That like signatures don't even matter outside of just the value of a signature is that somebody has to be there to sign for something, and that alone, just the fact that you're asking anyone to be there to sign for something lowers the likelihood of things going wrong, like a package being misdelivered or medicine being given to the wrong person. But the reality is, handwriting analysis simply doesn't hold up in court. It's nonsense. And handwriting analysts are incredibly easy to dupe, and it's been scientifically proven that they don't know what they're talking about. So yeah, it's kind of silly. This was a big issue in the Zodiac Killer, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm remembering, yeah, it was Zodiac. Yeah, Zodiac Killer. I sometimes get them mixed up. Anyway. Zodiac Ted. True. Wait, you can at people here? Yeah, of course you can. The Zodiac Killer reviewed his own documentaries on IMDb critiquing the fakeness. Is that true? I didn't know that. That's crazy. I didn't know that tidbit. That's wild. I believe it. The Zodiac Killer, the whole thing about the Zodiac Killer was that he was playing games with the police. He was like, that was what made him such a famous killer, was that like he would toy with the police very arrogantly. Yeah, it was very strange. Didn't they catch him? Nobody knows for sure. The last I'd heard was that the current main suspect is dead. That basically they're pretty sure that the guy who almost assuredly was the Zodiac Killer is dead. Like, he died, and so he never did jail time for it. Yeah, no one is sure it was him, but he was a very likely suspect who died a few years ago. Yeah. I support the homophobic chicken now? What? Oh. Chick-fil-A has this brilliant idea for parking posts. Paint them almost black and make sure no one in a truck or SUV can see them over the hood. This will not be cheap, and I am not happy about this. Okay, listen. We've watched the video that the Vroom Doom video that talks about SUV sizes, okay? Many of you in my chat watched that with me. I'm not going to watch it again or go through everything about that, okay? Trucks are disgustingly oversized, but I am going to tell you a quick anecdote on this topic, which is one day I was in my Prius, everybody. I was in my Prius. I had a soy latte, and I had ethically sourced socks on, and I was parked in the parking lot in my Prius, and I was listening to Jon Stewart on the radio. No, I'm just kidding. But we were sitting in the parking lot at a local grocery store, and a GMC Yukon XL pulled in front of our Prius. And I'm not even kidding you. Like, parked like this, all we could see was grill. A gigantic, ugly grill. And then we watched the person try to get out of their car, and they had to, like, jump out of the car. And it was one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen in my entire life. And part of the reason why I kind of mock the whole, like, thing at the beginning, the, like, gays driving, I am a gay and a trans who drives a Prius. But I don't know. I can't help but feel like if we're talking about levels of soy, having to, like, jump out of your car so that you look like a leprechaun, like, leaping off of a cliff, is a little more soy than just being able to climb out of your car normally. And I also think it's a little more soy that, like, driving down the road costs you $40 when my Prius I can drive for a month on a 10-gallon tank of gas all over town. So I don't know. You know? Mr. Wynn says, hey, car guy here, a Yukon XL is basically a school bus without a staircase. Yeah, it's insane. Yeah, here, oh, hell yeah, we got a size comparison. Look, you guys can see. Look at this. I'm not kidding. Look at this shit. Do they have a, look at the comparison there, see? So when they were parked in front of us, all we could see was grill. Now, actually, ours has a slightly shorter front, but still, you get the idea. It's deranged. What a deranged car, okay? Yukon XL, Suburban, whatever the super Suburban. Oh, here's the front. Look! Oh, look at this! Look! See what I'm talking about? I wasn't lying about the grill. Look! Look at where our window was. The top of our windshield barely crosses the grill. Do you see what I'm talking about? And again, imagine just some, like, sun-baked chud hopping out of this seat and going, oof, when they hit the ground because they had to jump out of their fucking car. It's just very silly, okay? Oh no, oh yeah, I have the oof still. See, there you go. That's the sound that you hear when somebody jumps out of their Yukon, okay? I mean, yeah, the Yukon XL. It's fun, okay? And by fun, I mean, on an objective level, these giant trucks kill tons of people. They're not safer. They flip over really, really easy because their center of gravity is bad, and their visibility is really bad, so children get run over. Again, go watch the video of Vroom Doom if you want the hard stats on it, okay? I'm not gonna give you, I don't have enough time right now to do that. But yeah. All right, let's do one of these memes. All right, we got a meme real quick, everybody. Let's hit the meme, and then we're gonna get into our segments. All right, this is a Dragon Ball Z meme. Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's judge it. Meme judgment time.
Oh yeah?
Sure.
Yeah, I got. Oh, bitch. I can.
Oh, okay.
It's just a dude with a little sword. What is he gonna do? Like, what is it?
I really am Jack the Ripper.
Come on. I can.
Who are you people? Broly, you're looking a little wear for worse.
I've been through worse. Now come on, let's go.
This is a load of barnacles.
I am getting the craziest case of deja vu here. Hey, do you work in politics?
Oh my God, it's literally just Raiden from Metal Gear Rising.
There's
Wait,
no
Based. I love Raiden. I named my main AC in Armored Core 6 after Raiden.
cell shitting. He's just Raiden from Metal Gear Rising Revengeance.
wait,
I
thought
love
it was
Raiden so much.
MGS4, not Rising Revengeance.
No, he's here to kill you.
That is capital R, right, bro?
I'm going to get cut like a watermelon.
Whoa!
Oh, he looks dehydrated.
Whoa!
I can take him.
I didn't know he could go Super Saiyan. That's cheating. If Raiden could go Super Saiyan, he would literally be undefeatable. Nobody loves Raiden? Wrong. Wrong! What are you talking about? Are you crazy? Raiden is beloved. Literally the only people who don't love Raiden are people who are insecure in their sexuality. That's literally the only people. It was a bunch of gamer boys who didn't like the fact that they were turned on by a boy robot, and they were like, oh, I hate him. He's so lame. And in the future now, of course, people are all just like, they admit the truth, which is that they all have loved Raiden all along. Okay. Or Senator Armstrong. Okay, true. Okay, or Senator Armstrong. Okay, true. All right, real quick, we got to see the Kaneko Man of the Day. Kaneko Man of the Day. Let's see it. Let's see how crazy these moves are. Let's do it. If you have, Posadas John, if you have a link to the Femboy comic, let's look at it because I want to prove it. Yes, it was Vines. Whoa! Crucifixion! What the fuck is this? He's pinned to the ground with stakes in a T-pose. Whoa! The snap. Damn. The Kaneko Man of the Day is always a treat. Hey, welcome back, Gayfesh. The cracking of this person's spine. Okay, all right. We'll do this last short meme. Let's judge this other short meme. This is a BG3 meme.
He's not your knight in shining armor. He's just a paladin. Steal his money. Hit him with your sword. Watch as he comes back. They don't get the mess. He's not your knight in shining armor.
True! True! Never trust a paladin, okay? Never. Never trust a paladin. Okay, actually, that's not true. There are some paladins who are okay. No, most of them are pretty much dweebs. Never trust a paladin. We're going back. Fuck that. Never trust a paladin. They always want to kill your hot girlfriend, and you don't want that to happen. Yes, thank you very, very much. Rapti, thank you so very much. I just saw the donation with the link. Thank you very, very much for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you so much for supporting the show. It means the world to me. There's demonic paladins. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true, but they're not very common. You want to know what's crazy? Did you know that the most played class in Baldur's Gate 3 is Paladin? What? What the fuck? That's crazy. What the fuck? How does that even work out? Yeah. And they do tend to be, paladins historically have been overpowered. But, yeah. Paladin is fun and broken in 5th edition, yeah. Paladin is always the most popular in like every game because people are like, I'm a good guy. No, I'm not gonna get into it. Listen, I don't want to hate on the Paladin lovers in chat, okay? There's some good reasons to play a Paladin. Paladins can be really fun, okay? I don't want to hate too much, all right? Is this the one? This might be the one. There's two, right? Isn't there one where oh yes, this is the one. This is the one from the PSM magazine. Also, thank you very, very much, Xerox. Metal Gear Revengeance meme for whenever. Oh, I love MGR. Look at this. Here we go. Oh, why, look who's here on the very last page of the very last issue of PSM. It's Raiden, bitches! As in Raiden, the frequent subject of cruel jokes, cheap humor from PSM over the years, especially in these lame end-page cartoons. Sexually ambiguous Raiden. Dig these childbearing hips, baby. Hey, Snaky Poo, do you think this new battle suit makes my butt look fat? Can we just get an extra zoom in here at how unbelievably beautiful they've made Raiden? Well, now PSM is going away, but I'm still standing. Yeah. Scoreboard, bitches. And when I completely rock your face in Metal Gear Solid 4, you'll have to admit that I'm cool, PSM. You'll finally admit I'm cool from the unemployment line, you losers. That one riff about me having wide, womanly, childbearing hips? Well, that was just a joke, right? You don't really think I'm broad across the beam, do you? Hello? PSM? Incredible. Incredible. Beautiful. Do you see? This is the gifts that we get. Everyone loved Raiden, they just couldn't admit it. Okay, no more memes right now. No more memes right now because it's an hour and 5 minutes into the stream and we have to start talking about things. Is it time for suffering? Oh, it's time for suffering, okay? It's time for suffering. I love things. Oh, I wish not today. I wish not today. Did you say nerd? Hey, Marinara. Wow, good to see you. OG, the OG of the OGs, Marinara. Well, wonderful to see you. Drama is so stressful. This shit is so stressful. All right, let's do this. My lovely, lovely imps. I've been doing a really good job lately, but especially this year, at completely avoiding the extremely stupid drama, the hurtful, pointless crap that exists online. And I've also been taking a lot of effort that when I do engage with it, that I try to engage with it in the most productive and beneficial manner possible. Like, for example, you guys will know that I ended up sort of getting in between this big fight between a couple of video essayists and a couple of streamers. Specifically, it was a small essayist who made a pretty fiery essay named Soul Bunny, and Keffels and Shark300, who are streamers that some of you are familiar with. And when I stepped into that, I felt like shit the entire time. And And but I did my best to try and give people a way to process it, to work through it, and stop the madness and the blood and the pain, because a lot of people were seriously getting hurt. And if you don't believe me about that, you should watch my conversation that I had with Shark 300, where he talks about how the treatment that he received seriously bothered him. Yeah. So, but today I find myself pulled into drama in a very weird way. And this drama is also of a different form, because not only does it directly involve me and my partner Doe, but it also involves a fairly influential, or at least self-styled influential political activist, a political operative in these spaces by the name of Brianna Wu. Some of you are familiar with Brianna Wu. Brianna Wu has, in the last few months, taken an interest in streaming spaces and has befriended, in some way or another, a lot of people in these streaming spaces. And she is the leader of a political action committee that some people are familiar with, known as Rebellion PAC. And she's fairly well connected on the Democrat side of the world. And this last week, while I was out and about, some leaks from Brianna Wu's group chat surfaced. And we're going to talk about those. But let's just say that they were gross, pathetic, hurtful, arguably, I mean, deranged? Is that a good way to put these things? And as a result, they have traveled farther than most things of this type. Usually when someone's group chat gets leaked, it causes very minor back and forth drama between, oh, I can't believe that you said you don't like me, or whatever. But this goes a little further than that, and I'm gonna show you why that's the case. Because, again, Brianna Wu is not just some random streamer or some random person on Twitter, but Brianna Wu was in this group chat, and you're gonna see why even being in the group chat has really bothered a lot of people. On her official executive director of the Political Action Committee Rebellion PAC account. And also, this drama somehow ended up directly involving my partner, Doe. Those of you who've been with my community for a long time know that Doe was the target of a absolutely deranged hate campaign. And one that has not stopped ever, though it is not quite as intense as it used to be. Doe has been subject to multiple manifestos being written about Doe, and accusations of crimes, false accusations, I should be clear, that are just so out of the realm of reality. And of course, an inundation of death threats. I have seen so many death threats sent at Doe. Now, I also have been harassed an insane amount. But, and this is not to downplay anything, because I've talked at great length about the things that I've been through as a content creator, specifically at the hands of certain content creators in this space, who I think behave in incredibly unhealthy, deranged, and outright malignant and antisocial ways. But Doe isn't even a content creator. Doe hasn't streamed for a long time, and its stream was always, you know, fairly cozy and small, and it's really weird. And the way that Doe engages with other people is not even mean. At the worst, what Doe will say to somebody is, I think you're stupid because of this political opinion that you heinously hold. That is the worst I've ever seen it say. Okay? Now, my partner Doe uses it/its pronouns. And that you're going to see that that's somewhat central to this whole thing, okay? Has Doe streamed after its debate with RGR? No. And Doe showed up on it, was invited to a panel on political violence, and used my stream setup for that, but didn't stream on its own platform or anything. Doe is more, and by the way, before that debate, Doe had barely streamed at all. Doe had moved on to other things. Yeah. And of course, if any of you know what I'm talking about when we say the RGR debate, if any of you know that, you know how psychotic a situation that was. For those who aren't familiar with it, a content creator who used to exist in these spaces by the name of RGR was literally chasing after Doe online to get a debate, like tweeting at Doe, debate me, debate me, debate me, debate me. And finally, Doe accepted. And the reason why Doe even accepted was because at the time, after having basically ignored the invitations for debate, RGR accused Doe of pedophilia and pedophilia sympathy with no evidence whatsoever, based off of a deranged and convoluted argument about being barefoot in public. I'm not kidding you. I wish I was making this up, okay? And it resulted in one of the most embarrassing burnouts that has ever touched these spaces. But I'm getting off track, okay? The point is that the harassment against my partner has never stopped, and it has always been about basically lying about it and misrepresenting the way that it understands identity and the way that it talks about gender, so unbelievably so that it doesn't even resemble reality. And the purpose of this is basically to be able to be cruel, to treat someone horrifically, to dehumanize someone worse than self-chosen it/its pronouns ever could. Okay? It's cruel. Okay? And I think it's disgusting. I just want to be clear about that. I think it's fucking disgusting. And I just don't understand how anybody can see that behavior and not go, that's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy that there are so many people who are weirdly obsessed with Doe, who just does its own thing. And more or less minds its own business, and most of the time just posts vague, you know, not even vague, but vaguely about politics and flowers and animals and plants. Like, all I'm trying to say is I can be abrasive, okay? Doe is not, all right? They pick on Doe because they think Doe is like an easy target or something. But anyway, let's get into the heart of this drama. I've set up enough, okay? So, these leaks from Brianna Wu contained a number of things. I'm going to show a couple of them right now. The first one has nothing to do with my partner, but has to do with a trans content creator by the name of Benny Carollo. Okay, so let's take a look at the first leak here, okay? So here we have a group chat, and here is a picture of Benny Carollo, and a person here named Cactus says, "It puts the lotion on its skin." And then somebody follows up by saying, "Her dress reminds me of those god-awful skirts that femboys buy." Then it says, "Please." Then we have, here we go, Brianna Wu, the executive director of Rebellion PAC, a self-proclaimed progressive activist, on her main account saying, "God." And then, following it up, as you can see, this repost so you can see the continuity. I mean, if you're not super hot, maybe just dress normally and don't present yourself as a transvestite. You can go a long way with just being skinny and dressing normally. That seems like a pretty fucking weird thing for a progressive to say at all, but especially somebody who claims to be, you know, a supporter of trans rights. And I mean, this is misgendering and directly calling Benny Carollo a man. Okay. Like let's not split any hairs about it. Okay. Cherry says, "I feel like it was worth mentioning before that also that Benny is a YouTuber who denies the Holodomor and Stalin, not just a rando." I don't think that that's a good argument, with all due respect. I don't think, I don't go around calling even the most heinous people I can think of a man. That's not how I do things, and I don't think it's a good thing to do. And it's especially hypocritical for someone who claims to be a pro-trans political advocate, not like some sort of edgy dirtbag or anything like that, okay? I understand. I think the only time I've interacted with Benny Carollo was listening to Benny's statements about TYT. And I found that video to be fairly good. I don't really know a whole lot about Benny's other statements, although I have heard that she's made some bad arguments, but I don't think that that's relevant here. But okay. I think it's worthy context. She's not just a rando. I hear what you're saying, but I still don't think that justifies it. Especially in this context. Stop fighting in chat. Don't be shitheads to each other, please. Or else I'll just nuke chat. Also, I'm not going to get into this particular thing anymore because obviously there was another drama that has been going on that I don't even care to talk about with regard to Benny. There's another whole beef. Okay? Let's just stick with the subject here, okay? Please. I think that is a bad behavior to engage in, okay? I think it's hypocritical, and I think it's no good. All right? We're getting through this, all right? Let's make progress. Don't fucking argue in chat right now. Let's continue. Oops, these are out of order. Why did they go out of order? Here we go. This was the second. No, sorry. This is not the second one. This is the next one, okay? That I want us to talk about here. That was that a lot of people got frustrated about. Okay? Here we go. So Brianna Wu had received some criticism in recent memory and said about her statements around non-binary people. a number of different people had basically brought up, they said, I don't think that Brianna Wu supports non-binary people. And so Brianna Wu had made this tweet right here. Just wanted to put on the record that I unequivocally support non-binary people and that anyone that says otherwise is lying for clout. Okay? So here we go. So that was the context for that one. We're going to go back to that in a second here. I just want to put on the record that I unequivocally support non-binary people and that anyone says otherwise is lying for clout. Now, here's the group chat again with a person named MF Claire who says L take. Here's another person that says W take. And then Brianna says, right down here, look, I'm a public figure. I don't need the headache. Now that alone, I think, fairly demonstrates that I think everybody can read what that means. I said this to get people off my case. I don't actually believe it. I'm a public figure. I don't need the headache. But I'm willing to be charitable and say, maybe that's not what was intended. Maybe Brianna Wu was just shaking it off. Maybe she was just saying, you know, I just said it extra nicely. Except for another problem, which is this right here, okay? This is the following, these two are in order, okay? So following this, the person MF Claire says, they call themselves trans so they can use us as pawns. Trans women should be allowed in women's sports and also NBs and anyone who decides they're a woman that day. And that's in quotes as if to mock. And Brianna Wu replies to this saying, look, I agree. I think these are two related but separate things. Trans women are not drag queens and we're not NBs or transvestites. Here is Brianna Wu directly saying that I agree with the sentiment. They call themselves trans so they can use us as pawns. Okay? And then here's this cactus person going, remember the trans soccer teams that was just they fabs? It's a silly term that's used to claim that that the only non-binary people that exist. The term they fab it's a 4chan term that's basically meant to say that the only people who are non-binaries are females who are looking to spice it up. It's a really fucked up and stupid term, okay? It's a embarrassingly bankrupt a term that doesn't even make any sense, okay? So those were the first two that really got people, female at birth. Yeah, that's why I used the quotes. And of course it's on its face false, but we don't need, I'm not going to sit here and argue with moronic terminology that originates from 4chan. It's just not, obviously there are tons of assigned male at birth NBs, and there are plenty of intersex NBs as well. It's just something that that people want to do when they want to misogynistically invalidate non-binary people. They want to say, oh, this is the mentality is, oh, it's just women trying to spice up their identities so they're taken seriously. It is a misogynistic argument. And I also, again, sitting there and saying, I don't know, like they fab as a term aside, I think it's kind of deranged that we have executive director of Rebellion Pack saying, I agree to the idea that they call themselves, they, being non-binary people, call themselves trans so they can use us as pawns. And then making a literally an argument directly out of the explicit transphobe playbook. Anybody who decides they're a woman that day, that's literally Ben Shapiro's argument. Okay? And of course, this continues. So we have the third major leak. And this is the one that obviously really bothers me and actually directly invokes me, which is the entire reason why I am talking about this and decided that I think it's fair that I talk about this. Because it not only is a serious issue, it's not only a bunch of two-faced nonsense. However, it also directly targets me and my partner. So let's go into this one real quick. Starts over here. I think socially I have no issue respecting their pronouns, says Brianna Wu. And then this cactus person, don't worry, by the way, we're going to talk about the other people in this group chat in a minute, says, like the nipple-less top surgery fad seems like a massive red flag. And Brianna Wu says, yeah, I hate them for pushing the pronoun bullshit so far. And then Brianna Wu says, direct response, fair, it's insanity. Which seems, again, like a very weird position for a progressive to be taking in private when this is the tweet that's being put publicly. The pronouns are insanity. Anyway, let's continue here. Here's the next part. So this is a person named Olive Oath saying, and I quote, this is a quote, Doe didn't detransition because they still consider themselves trans, but agender, and believe trans is an amorphous blob of a term that means a political statement against the societal concept of gender. They have stopped taking hormones because they also believe hormones are a weapon of societal construct of gender assimilation, and hormones should be a tool to be played with, not medical usage, because all gender should be abolished. To which Brianna Wu responds, no, that is not well. Now, there's a couple of things here that I'm gonna talk about. Obviously, literally none of what was said there is even an accurate representation of Doe at all. And it's incredibly funny because I literally just watched Doe take its hormones the other night. Like, Doe has not stopped taking hormones. Doe never stopped taking hormones. It's like they literally have invented this, among other things. And we're going to talk about the other things in a minute when I get to what some of the members of this group chat have publicly done. Okay? So we got Brianna Wu on her official executive director account going after my partner and saying that my partner isn't well based on, frankly, a completely deranged fiction. A completely deranged fiction made up by a, you'll see, a very interesting person, okay? Now, there's another aspect of this that only I can talk about. And the reason that only I can talk about it is because only I know about it, okay? A couple of months ago, when Brianna Wu was first entering these spaces, Brianna Wu sent me a message and asked to talk with me. And I did. And in over a course of a couple of hours, I talked about myself, my partner Doe. I talked about my partner Doe's, the harassment that had been directed against my partner Doe because Brianna was directly asking about that. And a whole bunch of other things. And you're going to notice something throughout this whole thing, that there is some weird, some further weird two-facedness going on. Because not only has Brianna Wu pretended to not know anything about Doe, we're going to see a little more of that in a minute, but Brianna Wu has also said that she doesn't know who Doe even is. And that's a little weird to me, given that I had a multiple hours long conversation specifically about myself and Doe and the harassment we received in this space. That's kind of weird, right? That seems pretty weird to me. Yeah. But let's continue. I thought that was a relevant thing. It was relevant for me, okay? Now, this is one that involves me, and I'm going to talk about this again. Lol, Void Zonia started a shitstorm tonight. We'll talk about Zonia in a minute. Be patient, everybody. Doe came up, and I repeated your very plausible position that it pronouns are about a degradation fetish. Okay? Listen to that real quick. Lol, I started a shitstorm tonight. Doe came up, and I repeated your very plausible position that it pronouns are about a degradation fetish. Demon Mama is in the GC, and I didn't know they were dating, lol. Well, then the police came, and it was all over. I mean, then I asked what she did for a living. That also didn't go over well. Not she. They? So, couple things here, but the first thing I'm going to point out, I think socially I have no issues respecting their pronouns. She, I mean, they. It's not that Brianna Wu doesn't know what Doe's pronouns are. It's not that Brianna Wu is making an error. Brianna Wu is deliberately misgendering, okay? But let's talk about everything else that's going on here, okay? That's the least point that I have. Doe came up, and I repeated your very plausible position that it pronouns are about a degradation fetish. Now, I don't know about you guys, but if I don't understand something, if I encounter a new concept, I don't immediately assume that someone has a degradation fetish. When I don't understand a concept, I usually will ask questions, and here's the interesting thing. Brianna Wu is talking about a conversation that I was involved in. And as a result of this, and her comments, my side has not been said. So I'm going to say my side now, okay? In the group chat that Brianna Wu is referencing, I saw my partner getting talked about in a very weird way. Now, my group chat, this group chat that's being referred to, I quite like, okay? I've been a member of this group chat for a very long time. And I quite like it. It's a nice social space. Usually, I don't expect to go to that group chat and see someone saying that my partner is engaging, my partner's identity is just a degradation fetish to involve the public with. However, I responded and I said, that is not accurate. And then I proceeded to explain to the best of my ability Doe's position. And I'll do that right now, by the way. Doe, and this is my interpretation. You can ask Doe directly. Any one of you, any of you, Brianna Wu could have just gone and asked Doe itself, the being, the person you were fucking talking about. Yes, she said that in a GC with me in it, yes. And again, I remind you, unless Brianna Wu is the most forgetful political operative that I've ever seen, I had a long conversation with Brianna. But regardless, let's focus on this, okay? I'm going to try and explain here, as I did in the group chat, Doe's position. Doe feels as though the structure of gender as it currently exists leads to a persistent dehumanization of people, of all people, and that the structure of humanity as we understand it is one that is completely and utterly fraught with mistreatment. That basically the capricious social structures that exist as they are now strip humanity away at will. that they say they treat animals like badly. They treat all kinds of humans that are not the right type of human incorrectly. And so Doe identifies with the its pronouns because of the result of perpetually feeling alienated from humanity and taking that upon itself and saying, okay, so I am inhuman. So I don't count as a part of your club. That is my strength. You have to, I am a living being. I am a living being with feelings, with a heart, with rights. So what if you don't consider me human? Then I'm an animal. Then I'm whatever. Then I'm it. It has nothing to do with the degradation fetish. It has literally nothing to do with public kink. But these malicious people, these deranged people can't actually engage. They're so cruel and stupid and driven by their own insecurities that they can't actually just try and connect with Doe. Now, I explained all of that except for the part that I literally just said. I didn't call anybody any names. I didn't say that they were spiteful. I just explained that to Brianna. Now, you don't see Brianna talking about that here, right? You just see Brianna laughing about saying that my partner is using using its pronouns as a degradation fetish. You don't see Brianna Wu and her friends talking about the fact that I nicely explained. I was incredibly, incredibly chill, okay? I will stand by that. And I would be willing to bet that the people in the group chat would also stand by that. The police came in and it was all over is literally nonsense because nobody, the police was me simply saying, that's not how it is. Now, there's more here, okay? Brianna says here, then I asked what she did for a living. But what actually happened is that after I explained that, Brianna went, well, it's not just for the internet, right? Like it doesn't really use its pronouns with people in the real world. It's like it's a persona online, right? And I said, no, Doe uses its pronouns with every person that I know. And Doe actually has a lot of IRL friends, all of whom are perfectly fine. And some of you are right now in chat and can attest to that. And then after I said that, Brianna said, well, out of curiosity, what does it do for a career? And by that I mean, Brianna said, what do they do for a career? So, I figured I am justified, given that I was invoked here, given that my partner was being mocked here, to say the other side of this story. Okay? Now, there's another leak here, okay? And we're going to talk about this one a little bit, and then we're going to move on to the next section, where I go into what happened after the leaks. Because that's a whole story in and of itself. Here's the final one, okay? So here we go. This is Brianna Wu, okay? Replying to a person named Jenny Matrix. Once again, we'll take a look at Jenny Matrix in a minute. Jenny Matrix says, these people have spent the last 30 years using our struggle as a sort of legitimate front to push their ideology with no regard for our struggles. And Brianna Wu replies, look, I'm just speaking honestly here, Heterodox takes, probably too honestly, but I now recognize leftist culture was always going to take us here. I said nothing about the BLM riots because I didn't want the trouble. I said nothing when tankies started taking over the party because I didn't want the trouble. I said nothing when they took over trans stuff and said you didn't need to have dysphoria to be trans. And I'm looking at where we are, and it's just like, my silence led us here. All of ours did. We did it with great intentions, but if we don't stop this bullshit, leftism will die. I think because I'm old enough to remember when we moved away from transsexual, I'm a bit more nuanced. You have to remember, daytime TV was obsessed with the sex in transsexual, so it was trying to water that down. I do think that as transgender doesn't mean anything clinically anymore, it makes sense to bring it back. There's a lot in there. There's a lot in there. But I'll point out that this leak, once again, indicates that Brianna's public word cannot be trusted. I'm speaking too honestly here. I said nothing about the BLM riots because I didn't want the trouble. What were you gonna say about the BLM riots? I said nothing when tankies started taking over the party? What party, first of all, what party has been taken over by tankies? There are barely any tankies. I have criticized, you all know, my viewers, you guys know how hard I've criticized tankies on my channel. And I have always pointed out the fact that tankies are a very loud super minority. Okay? That is, what the fuck, okay? And I said nothing when they took over trans stuff and said you didn't need to have dysphoria to be trans. Yeah, interesting. So in all of these, what we've seen is a repeated severe disconnect from the reality of what Brianna says in public versus what Brianna thinks and says in private. And it's not just that there's a difference, okay? Because you could make the Hillary Clinton argument, you know, the public opinions versus private opinions thing, which everybody rightfully criticized her about. You could say, oh, well, you know, there's a, you know, when you're acting as a politician, you have to do certain things. But we're not just talking about a slight difference in your policy, pursuits here. We're talking about publicly, I support non-binary people, and privately being, yeah, I agree with you that non-binary people have hijacked the party and they're pulling the strings, manipulating trans people to accept them. There's an incredible level of two-facedness going on here. These are pretty drastic differences in opinion. Not to mention, of course, the fact that for no fucking reason, going after my partner. For no fucking reason. So, the group chat itself, okay? All of these opinions, we've now looked at all, these are the core of the leaks, okay? There's more, but these are the core of the leaks that people were talking about, okay? And there's other things, but this is what most people were talking about, okay? But I want to talk about something else, because this group chat is full of absolute dipshits. Heinous, immoral, and disgusting dipshits. Not only are numerous members of this group chat, which as we will see, I will show you the receipt for this in just a few minutes, but Brianna Wu describes as her closest trans friends. Keep that in your mind, okay? Not only are a number of these people who, for literal years, have obsessed over my partner. And when I say obsessed, I mean the closest you can possibly get to being a stalker on the internet without ever actually, like, people leaving their room, because obviously these people are fucking pathetic. Zonia, Cactus, a couple of I don't know about MF Claire, but Zonia and Cactus are the two that I saw in there who have obsessively tweeted at you guys. Cactus has made so many false allegations against Doe over the course of years. Cactus has been banned off of Twitter like 5 times. Cactus has made death threats against Doe. Cactus has said that Doe has committed crimes that it didn't commit. These people, and Zonia, oh my God. I don't even want to get started with Zonia. Some of the old heads in my chat will remember when Zonia used to be a part of this community. That didn't go well. And Zonia has obsessively tweeted about and at just lying, derangedly obsessing about my partner's gender. Look at how many people in chat, look at how many people here are familiar. You guys want to see this shit? Let me just show you an example of Zonia's behavior. And guess what? I'm going to show you guys a couple of examples of the behavior of people in these chats real quick. Because, and let me tell you, I didn't have to dig for any of these. And if you don't believe me, you can go check their motherfucking accounts now if you want to. You can go right on Twitter and just look. Remember, don't fucking engage, but you can look if you want to. Let me just show you what I didn't even barely have to scroll. This was from, this was from yesterday. Here you go. This is from yesterday. Zonia, Zonia, mind you, the person who Brianna Wu took the reasonable degradation fetish argument for and brought it to my group chat. Zonia, this is talking about Benny Carollo, okay? Like I said, he is a charlatan who hijacks trans issues to his fiscal benefit. I don't think he's trans. I think his coming out was a stunt to drive more traffic to his sex work. I think it's all a grift. I'm not playing into that. Sorry, I'm not playing into his grift. I don't owe him pronouns or respect. If you think that's transphobic, that's fine. Zonia has done this to Doe. Zonia has even done this to me. This is a explicit, unapologetic transphobe. Okay? No ifs, ands, or buts. Brianna's closest trans friend. Who Brianna, again, on her official Rebellion Pack account, decided to bring a degradation argument with no reason into a friendly group chat to launch about my partner. Nuts says, Zonia wrote a creepy fanfic about gay fesh. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know this. Zonia wrote a non-consensual sexual snuff sexual fan fiction about gay fesh. When I'm saying that these people are fucking disgusting, okay? They're fucking, these people are rotten, okay? And this is a progressive leader hanging out in this. Okay? The executive, you go right now and you'll see that shit. Okay? Super progressive. Okay? Super fucking progressive. And again, it's not just, this is not some guilt by association argument. This is someone that Brianna has said is their best friends with, has taken their arguments and used them against other people, has randomly meted out insane cruelty. Talk about enabling. Can you tell me, I'm sorry, am I fucking crazy for saying that it is disgusting and deranged for somebody with a platform of a major political action committee to be enabling somebody who goes an explicit transphobe, a progressive rebellion pack? Am I crazy for saying that enabling someone and taking someone's arguments about degradation fetishes to target against a random person who didn't do anything against you, to enable that person to say they're your best friend? Crazy. That's crazy. That's absurd. Apparently it's crazy for me to say that that's not appropriate. That is so inappropriate and disgusting. I expect this shit from transphobes like Zonia. I don't expect it to be boosted by people who are representing themselves as public figures, as people who are seeking power. And that is what's going on. There is a seek to power going on here. Okay? And they're using my partner as a ball. Someone who didn't do anything to them. And it's being used that way because of the deranged stalker obsessions of people like Cactus and Zonia. That's fucking insane. But it's not just them, okay? It's not just that. I want to show a couple of other things here, all right? So here's somebody, so here's MF Claire, the person, another person in that group chat who I mentioned. This is the person who said that the party is being, the trans movement has been hijacked by malicious non-binary people, to whom, remember, Brianna Wu said, I completely agree. Here is them. I'm sorry, but Keffels was making a remark about transsexuals, not people who think they are dear. Autozoophilia is gross. A little interesting, right? Kind of weird, right? Kind of a weird thing, a deranged thing to say. But it doesn't stop there. Because, and again, I didn't have to dig for this. You can see the dates right here. Here you go. Here's another one of Brianna Wu's closest friends here. Here we go, MF Claire again. Eugenics is bad, actually, Claire. This is from September 24th. Explain to me why we should produce more unhealthy babies just to cause suffering for funsies. Not done there. Actually, you can utilize eugenics without violence. Every trans person is self-eugenicized when they start HRT. That's actually factually false, but whatever. You want to outlaw that? Keep going. My position hasn't changed. People who suffer because of their genetics probably shouldn't reproduce. Here we go. And I got another one. This one's deleted now. This one got deleted after the leaks happened. This is a retweet from MF Claire of another person in this circle. It's scary that there are people who genuinely want humans to suffer more because eugenics to eliminate genetic disorders that would cause suffering is bad because eugenics were used. And then followed up by a retweet from MF Claire that says, most self-ID'd trans women are in prisons aren't TS and are likely not even non-dysphoric AGPs. That's autogynephiles, a severely outdated and heinous term that was used to marginalize any trans person that wasn't to the liking of a very specific and at one point influential and now disgraced sexologist. But straight up regular ass men abusing a system. This is a Nazi argument. I am not even kidding you, okay? This is the argument that Nazis make. This is the Nazi argument about trans people. There's no evidence of this. And again, just so we're clear, what's going on here, all right? The open eugenicist is this person right here saying it's a L take to unequivocally support non-binary people who Brianna Wu says I agree with when that person says they call themselves trans so they can use us as pawns. Okay? And I didn't even have to scroll. That was within the last 6 days. All I did was just out of curiosity, I was like, who's this MF Claire person? Let's go see what they said publicly. And there's another one. This is Jenny Matrix. Remember I told you to remember that name? This is another one of Wu's, and I quote, closest trans friends. Here we go. Who is in that group chat right here, okay? Non-binary is not a real thing. Transgender is a meaningless category. Self-ID is a terrible idea. You're not if you are not transsexual, you are not trans. Most trans activism is a complete joke. The trans movement has been hijacked and subverted by gender abolitionists. Sounds pretty turfy, right? It's literally that. Here's another scalding hot take from within the last couple of days from this person. Hundreds of white characters are suddenly brown. Wow, why do you even care about what color their skin is? You know this is fiction, right? Why are you so hung up about it? One brown character is depicted as white. What the fuck is wrong with you, you racist piece of shit? Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. Here we go again, another one from the same person. Gatekeeping is good. You need dysphoria to be trans. Assimilation should be the goal. Most trans culture is awful. Hey, here we go. Here's another one. Just in case you don't believe me, okay? Here's Jenny Matrix again. Just a couple of weeks ago. There are pretty easy solutions to this, but the TRAs, this is a term that is explicitly used by TERFs and Nazis, who have spent the last 10 years making us look like a joke, would rather we lose all our rights and support than cede even a millimeter of their ideology. There's the inner circle, folks. There's the inner circle. Interesting. Do you guys think that these people are progressives? Do you think that any of those positions that we just looked through are progressive? Open eugenics? Or do we think that this is a group chat full of weird, obsessed, I mean, again, if you don't believe me with any of this, you can just take a look. They've all posted all of this publicly. Brianna Wu has been retweeting these people. It's not like their stuff is private. It's not like I'm telling you to go seek out anything secret. Go look at their public opinions. Go see what their accounts are all about. You're gonna see these accounts, MF Claire and Heterodox, obsessively tweet about trans people and how every other trans person but them is a disgusting freak. These are transphobes. These are people who are so desperate to feel better about themselves that they put down anyone who doesn't exactly match their worldview. It's funny because they are their own form. They're like, what's a woke scold that's not woke? Just a scold? I don't know. A fucking conserva scold? They're obsessed. Their accounts are all about this shit. And so is these group chats. The group chats are just them obsessively tweeting about dough, obsessively tweeting about non-binary people, obsessively calling every trans person that they see that they don't like or that they think doesn't look perfect. They're using outdated terminology and calling them AGPs and TRAs and this is the terminology that is used by TERFs and Nazis to a T, literally, to a fucking T. Now, real quick, Brianna Wu issued an apology. Everybody, excellent. We got an apology, everybody. How wonderful. An apology. Good job. Everybody loves one of those apologies, right? Everybody loves a good concocted apology, yeah? Let's look at the apology. I want you guys to understand, all right? Hold on a second. Let me just get these here real quick. We're gonna look at these, and then I'm gonna show you something else, all right? Hold on. Hold on. I didn't have these ones prepared. I should have. Here we go. Let's start here. This was the first apology. All right, everybody? Let's do it. Here we go. A few things. Some group DMs got leaked tonight and were selectively chosen to paint a completely false narrative about me not respecting non-binary people. If you read our whole group chat, you'd see comments from me talking about how I think non-binary people are experiencing real pain. I'm going to take this statement on its own first. We know that this is not accurate. This is a complete misrepresentation of what was in those. Saying there's a false narrative when you decided to use a degradation fetish argument, not just generally, but directed at a person that you supposedly didn't know, but actually you did know, and you knew actually a lot about. Interesting. But also, if you read our whole group chat, you'd see comments from me talking about how I think non-binary people are experiencing real pain. What a dodge. That is like, no, I think that, I think that the savages are experiencing real pain. It's insane. That's a literal nothing statement. But let's continue. This is not an apology. This is nothing. We'll get there. And even though I don't understand it, they deserve respect. Like you directly misgendering them, calling them transvestites, saying that they're engaging in a degradation fetish for no reason from a person who repeatedly stalked them. This is why you should be very suspicious of things selectively edited by people with an axe to grind. They're not going to show you the parts that don't fit their agenda. 3, I respect non-binary people. I will call you by whatever pronouns you prefer, and I'll vote for whatever politician that will give you more rights. Also, we know this is true. We know this is false. Anyone that says otherwise is lying. My record is nothing but allyship. Oh, convenient. I don't even have to go to this one. To be honest, the leaks are pretty mild, Lamau. The internet is wild. If that's mild, you should join. Here's Brianna recommending someone join the group chat. Super sorry, guys. Super sorry. Let's look at the hidden replies. You didn't make unkind comments. You called her a transvestite. That literally happened. You were caught using transphobic slurs. These are the hidden replies, by the way. It's only cool when I do it. When anyone else does it, it's an ism. You're a hypocrite and a liar. Here's the hidden post about it. After seeing you mocked a furry trans person and said that NB people are politically inconvenient, none of the screenshots really surprised me. You really don't care about anything but optics and liberation. Just interesting what, look at the interesting hidden replies there, huh? And here's the first actual apology, quote unquote. I admit that I should not have used that word to describe Benny's outfit in that OnlyFans picture, even privately with some of my closest trans friends. Closest trans friends. At least 2 stalkers, an open eugenicist, a person who uses TERF and Nazi language to make TERF and Nazi arguments. Those are your closest trans friends. She had been attacking me viciously for days, but even then, I should have been kinder. I'm sorry. It's not about being kinder. It's about being a hypocrite. You aren't just some random person getting in a spat or a catfight with somebody. Again, let me remind you, Executive Director of Rebellion PAC, former candidate for the U.S. House in Massachusetts, currently engaged in a bunch of other stuff, using a group chat with open eugenicists to targeted bully people. To fucking report back from the group chat that I love with my friends about how when I was being disgusting towards one of the members of that group chat's partners, people didn't like it. They called the cops on me, teehee. But guess what? Let's just say that you felt like, let's just say that you felt that, that apology, I'm being uncharitable about the apology. And I understand. Maybe you think that I'm being uncharitable about that apology. Well, let me just show you what was retweeted and replied. We already read one of them, but let me show you some of the others. These followed the apology, okay? Here is ex-Gamergate alt-right freak Sleepy Devo, also known as Short Fat Otaku. The president's Sunday leaks of Brianna Wu's private conversations make her sound based. Was this supposed to be a hit job? And then Brianna Wu says, I think I've said most of this to you in DMs. Super sorry, guys. Super sorry. I'm super sorry, guys. Let's see another one, shall we? Let's bring up the next one. Here's Shoe on Head. Hey guys, remember when Shoe on Head, for absolutely no reason with no evidence, directly accused me of falsely of being a pedophile defender in order to get back at me because I correctly called out her factual misrepresentation of the Balenciaga saga? Remember when she did that? Remember when she conveniently forgot to censor out my name or my website? That was, what a funny time. I love it when people lie and completely misrepresent your position and then also accuse you of serious crimes. Anyway, Shoe on Head, famous leftist. Nah, you were spitting in some of those caps. The amount of left-wing YouTuber streamers, large Twitter accounts, trans and cis who agree with you, but like you have not said anything publicly is hilarious. Not my place to out them, but inshallah they grow a spine someday. To which Brianna Wu says, the thing is, all of us are having private conversations concerned about how anything but the most maximalist position will get you in trouble. And you're right, this isn't gonna stop until we say this stuff publicly. Super sorry. The maximalist position of don't call trans women men. The maximalist position of don't enable deranged stalkers and participate in uncalled for, unhinged cruelty because you feel weird about somebody's different gender presentation. And you know what? Super sorry, guys. I'm super sorry. The executive director of the Progressive Political Action Committee Rebellion PAC wants you to know we need to say these things more publicly, but also I'm sorry. And here is, of course, the final one. Brianna Wu retweeting a meme from, that's right, Jenny Matrix, the one we just looked at a few minutes ago. This whole situation in a nutshell. This you, the most based thing ever. Now, Brianna Wu has since unretweeted this after realizing your apology comes off really fucking hollow when you're being accused of being a two-faced liar and then you say that you're sorry and then you retweet memes saying that you're actually super based and that everything that you said was based. But I'm sorry, everybody. I'm really sorry. I've been blown out because a second apology has arrived. This one was from a day before yesterday. Sincere post. I genuinely am sorry, and I understand I let a lot of people down. It's not just my opinion that non-binary people are part of the trans community. In private, she repeatedly said that they were not, and also explicitly agreed with people who said that, and also explicitly directly agreed with someone who said that non-binary people are trying to hijack the trans movement, but all right. It's a fact, because it's right there in the WPATH standards of care. You cannot pick and choose which parts count. Now, I'm sorry, but if that apology works for you, you're a mark. Don't take my word for it. This book says you're a human. That's how I know you must be a human. Just like the worst, this reads worse than most corporate, like it's worse than the like BP public statements about an oil well fucking disaster. Jesus Christ. I also just should not have used that outdated term to describe someone's outfit in an OnlyFans pic. It's not just about the term. It's the way you were using the term. You were calling this trans woman a man. That's what you were doing. You got caught doing that. No matter how cruel they had been to me personally, it was wrong and I will never use that word again. Now, I don't know. You guys can tell me. Has Benny been cruel to Brianna Wu? I don't know. I legitimately don't know what beef they had. I saw like a little bit of the Keffel's reaction to Benny's debate with Charlie Kirk, and I thought it was cringe. But was Benny like super cruel? She said Wu was not welcome in the trans community. All right, that's kind of mean. That's pretty cruel. That's pretty cruel. That's pretty mean. Benny has been weird about Wu's transness. It was just catty BS. Wu took it to another level. I don't know. I don't know about this. So then Wu called her a man? Yeah, seems kind of weird. But also, I mean, I do think that's fairly cruel. But I still don't think it equates any of that. I don't think it equates at all. Let's continue. Let's continue. It was wrong and I will never use that word again. It's also true that as a public figure, I need private space to discuss issues like neopronouns, self-ID, demedicalization of transition, and the rest with trans people to figure out what I believe and where to go. But I found the wrong place to do that. You could say that again. Not just the wrong place, but the really, really, really wrong place. Like, so wrong, it's not even funny. It was apparently Benny's friend who said that? The thing about the trans community? I'm going to start a much smaller trans group chat, include non-binary people, and not invite anyone that's not mature and thoughtful and surround myself with healthier people. And again, I'm sorry, I apologize without reservation. Now this resembles, these four resemble an apology. But, as pointed out, that's interesting. Now let's check your likes tab. And in Brianna Wu's likes tab, after posting the apology, I personally think Benny being a red fash lunatic that praises authoritarian genocidal regimes should be the scandal everyone should be talking about, not Brianna Wu being moderately rude about someone's appearance in private. If you think talking ish privately about someone who talks ish about you publicly is worth an apology, let me know so I can request your private thoughts blast online for everyone to see. You all suck for coming for Brianna over this. Stones and glass houses. These people have actively made me reevaluate my politics and what's actually possible to achieve with the people we have and shifted me to the center left. Wu is doing actual work. Losers like Sunday and all the clout sharks get nothing done and help no one. Not gonna lie. Definitely kind of seems a little bit like that apology isn't 100% sincere when you're still liking posts of people saying you did nothing wrong, but you apparently agree that you did nothing wrong. Hot take, but if somebody lies like all the time, if somebody like constantly lies, if somebody constantly shows you who they are, and then when they're caught, they go, I'm super sorry, please, let me do it again immediately. I would say that you should have some doubt about the ability of that person to tell the truth. But also, there's another aspect here, which is, and I've mentioned this already, but I think it bears repeating, that this is not just some little fucking oopsie. Brianna Wu is almost 50 years old. 48? I don't know Brianna Wu's exact age. Brianna Wu is not a child. This was a group chat with a bunch of 18 to 21-year-olds. 46? 46. And Brianna Wu is the executive director of Rebellion PAC. Hanging around, calling other trans people transvestites, saying that you believe non-binary people are hijacking the party, saying that you won't tell the truth about the BLM riots, whatever that fucking means. Obsessing over dough and enabling people obsessing over dough. And let's be real. Let's just be real. You guys saw these people in this group chat. This is the limit of the of what we know. How much more do you think is actually in that group chat, if we're honest? And do you really think she left? Do you really think she left? Her closest trans friends, you think she abandoned those? Yeah, implying that that was mild implies that there's worse shit in there. Logan says, I've had a lot of experience with the people in that GC. They're vile people. Yes, they absolutely are. They absolutely are. I've had run-ins with a number of the members who are pictured there. Some of them I have permanently muted because they've said such deranged things. Insomnia Noir says, from the Rebellion PAC Code of Conduct. This Code of Conduct outlines team expectations for participation in Rebellion PAC, as well as steps for reporting unacceptable behavior. We are committed to providing a welcoming and inspiring place to work. People violating this Code of Conduct may face disciplinary actions. Well, I guess that doesn't include the executive director of the PAC going and hanging out in the deranged dipshit Blanchardian transphobe chat, participating in the weird stalking of my partner, the obsession over non-binary people, and talking about weird conspiracies about non-binary people, and then calling trans women transvestites. I guess none of that must be covered in the COC. Someone asked me here that we've gone through these. We've gone through basically all of the screenshots of this particular incident. And now I just want to talk about it a little bit. Someone asked, what do you think the result of this is? Well, I think any rational person should acknowledge that this is not an honest person. That Brianna Wu has a long way to go to establish any sort of trust. And what she says in one place can never be trusted, because we now have seen that she will say the heinous opposite, and that she not only will do that, but that she admits in private to lying about it. The first thing that we looked at was her explicitly saying, oh yeah, I lied about my position on non-binary people because I didn't want the headache, and I actually think that you know, non-binary people, you know, they're actually trying to hijack the trans movement, which is fucking insane, obviously. I think that when people show you who they are, you should trust them in that regard. When people tell you with their actions who they really are, you should believe those actions and you should act accordingly. And also, you know what? I could actually just, let me just, you know, in case any of this happens, all right? All right, let's take a look at this, all right? Here's Brianna Wu. Honestly, there's no excuse for anyone running for office in the Democrat Party, which Brianna Wu did, to not know the basics on talking about trans people in non-dehumanizing ways. Don't ask the community to accept this slap in the face another second. Brianna Wu's own words. Don't ask the community to accept this slap in the face another second. Let me ask you something. Do you think Brianna Wu, when she took her argument from the obsessed stalker Zonia about my partner using its pronouns as a way to engage unconsensually in public kink, do you think she was you know, not being non-dehumanizing towards Doe? Huh? Do you think that was a non-dehumanizing action? Then maybe Brianna Wu should live by her own standards. Don't ask the community to accept this slap in the face. And by the way, Brianna Wu has tweeted about like leftist cancel culture a bunch of times, but it wasn't so long ago that her opinions were different. I'm sorry, I think 90% of the complaints against cancel culture are from privileged groups that would prefer a continued lack of accountability for action. Oh, you mean like the executive heads of a political group that supposedly advocates for progressive people asking to continue to be allowed to be a popular public figure and self-enrich, even though they're being held accountable for their actions? Now, some people are bringing up the Keffels post. And, yeah, you know what? I'll talk about it. I'll talk about the Keffels post. Yeah. And first off, I'll start with this. You all, my viewers, know how much I've defended Keffels, how I have defended Keffels and been very explicit in my support for Keffels against the deranged behavior that's been directed against Keffels. So there is no world in which anybody can charitably say that I'm being a Keffels hater or anything like that, okay? I mean, you can just look at my videos. You could search Keffels on my channel and you'll find the videos I've done. Even when I've critiqued Keffels, I've always done so in a very respectful and very measured manner. So none of you fuckers out there try to act like I haven't. Keffels says, I've been out as trans for almost 13 years and I guarantee most people outraged by this have a private account somewhere on Twitter where they are saying worse. The real proof of trans women or women is how catty they are to each other. Just to clarify, I agree those DMs aren't good. My point is that it's not that it's okay Brianna said those things. What I'm saying is this mean girl behavior is much more common in private than most people are willing to admit. I've seen little attempt at constructive dialogue today. And that's fucking bullshit. And I think Keffels knows that that's fucking bullshit. This isn't just fucking being catty. And I do find it, I gotta say, I find it kind of shitty that Keffels is willing to look the other way on this. Because it's directed at, because the first part was directed at someone she doesn't like, Benny. But let's not forget, it wasn't just directed at Benny. It was directed at all non-binary people, and it was also directed very specifically at Doe. Doe is someone who's been nothing but supportive of Keffels. And nothing but kind to Keffels. And it actually really, really sucks for Keffels to, like, immediately jump on a grenade to just downplay what was said in there in that way. And to defend Brianna Wu in that way. I mean, just a couple of weeks ago, I reacted to the to that Foreign Man video. And remember in the Foreign Man video when the FBI open up joke was played? Keffels called that a pedophilia joke. And I said, that's possible. I think that's a possible interpretation of that. So Keffels is definitely willing to read what a joke is saying and not just dismiss it as being catty. Keffels is definitely willing to look at a joke and read between the lines and read implications. Well, what's the implication of calling somebody a transvestite, a trans woman, a transvestite? What's the implication? And the direct, I mean, it's not even implication. Come on, this is bullshit. And also, the idea that everybody has a private account somewhere on Twitter where they're saying worse. Let's say that Keffels is right. And I don't think Keffels is right. I think that's a self-report. That's what we call a self-report, okay? That is a, yikes. But, let's pretend that Keffels is right. A private Twitter account is not what was used here. Brianna Wu was doing this stuff alongside the fucking open eugenicists and the stalkers on her executive producer or her executive director of Rebellion PAC main account. This was not a locked private account. This was not even a two friends talking in private thing. This was the main account of a political operative in a 20-person group chat full of transphobes making fun of other trans people. So this argument is, with all due respect to Keffels, nonsense. I'm sorry, this is nonsense. And I don't believe that Keffels is a stupid person at all. But this is bullshit. It wasn't a private account. It was a main account of an explicit public figure who has held other people to these standards in the past. Okay? So I just don't buy it. I just don't buy it. Yep. She's a political financier, so it's worth. She's actively paying. She's not just a political financier. She is. She is a political financier, but she's also a public figure and an advocate who appears on things herself. She just went on Tim Pool. She puts her name on everything that she does. She's not just some background figure. She's very much a public figure. O.K Gallagher in YouTube chat says, I'm sorry, but I do not accept calling everyone in there a transphobe. Me, sure, whatever, but there's 20 trans people in that chat who have fought and pushed for trans rights. Calling them that is wrong. I said the transphobe chat and that it was full of transphobes. It is full of transphobes. I don't know the whole member list, okay? I'm glad that you self-reported to let us know that you're the transphobe in that chat. And by the way, I know your reputation already, and yeah, you're a piece of shit. And I really, really, really hope that your life improves so that you stop being such a malignant, miserable piece of shit on the internet generally. Yeah. Nah, sorry. If you're sitting in that chat and you're looking the other way while people say the most deranged shit I've ever seen, while people literally make the exact same arguments that Nazis make about Jews, but about non-binary people, when you look the other way at people explicitly fucking, misgendering people, calling people TRAs, nah, you're at the table. You're fucking chilling in the Nazi club. I'm sorry. But you don't get to have that. You don't get to just hang out in there and pretend that you're like, oh yeah, you know, yeah, I laugh at all these jokes and I hang out and I don't say anything and I'm hanging out in the group chat that's deliberately, you know, obsessed with derangedly stalking trans people we don't like. But you know, I'm one of the good ones. Nah, that's not how it works. Come on, grow up. Grow the fuck up. Get real. Get fucking real. I made the chat, so haha, wow, I feel bad for you. Genuinely. I'm not kidding. That's sad. This shit is wrong. It's fucked up. But most of all, it's fucking pathetic and embarrassing. All of these people, including Brianna, especially Brianna, are constantly talking about, oh, we need to coalition build and all of this shit and we need to get, you know, the left is just too split. Motherfucker. What do you call it when you're cruel to people for no fucking reason? What do you call it when you're a gigantic fucking hypocrite, when you lie? You are the split. You are the one splitting it. If you sit there and get on your soapbox and talk about, oh my God, I think that we should just get along, why don't you fucking lead by example? Why the fuck should any non-binary person, any trans person trust you? Why should they believe you and take your word for things? You're undermining your own goals. And it's gross. It's embarrassing. This is a fucking 46-year-old person doing this shit. Are you gonna invite Keffels on? I'll talk to Keffels anytime. But I believe Keffels is sick right now. But I'll talk to Keffels anytime, obviously. I don't like Keffels' take. I think it was bullshit. I think Keffels was throwing down to defend a friend because she didn't want to admit that, oh shit, this has gotten out of hand and I don't like Benny, so I'm going to look the other way. I don't know. I don't understand it. I think it's a bad take, but that's how it goes. This is fucking pathetic, okay? And another thing, all right? This is a very personal one, okay? I've talked about so much here, but it's really personal. Shut the fuck up about Doe. You fucking freaks. You psychopathic weirdos. Doe owns your ass, okay? In every single way without even trying. Doe is 100 times more confident, 100 times more solid in its sense of self. And you obsessively stalk Doe. Even after Doe has not been in the public sphere since before you fucking transitioned. Doe has been hanging out and talking with its friends and posting about its political readings and the mushrooms that it picks up. It used to stream. Occasionally, it will give its take on a political event, just like the rest of us. Doe doesn't fucking stalk people. Doe doesn't fucking speak horribly about people. Doe doesn't insult them. So fuck off. Stop this fucking insane obsession. And I know you won't, but you can't say I didn't try, you fucking pathetic worms. I'm the mean one, okay? And I'm not even that mean, let's be real. I could have been so much more mean. I could be so much more mean, but I don't. I don't. People get mad when I tell them the fucking truth and they take it as an insult. These people are disgusting. The fact that there is a group chat of freaks still obsessed with Doe in the end of 2023, treating Doe like a fucking football, just free-form fan-fictioning. You're sick. You people are actually sick. And it's funny because you project all of your own mental sickness onto Doe, but you are sick. You have something wrong with you. And maybe someday you'll realize that you devoting so much of your life to obsessing negatively over Doe says way, way more about you than it does about anybody else, okay? Don't even try, OK Gallagher. Just shut the fuck up, please. Just please. Change your heart, okay? Fix your fucking heart. You are so full of shit. This is the shit. This is the gaslighting insanity. OK Gallagher, I think Doe has been discussed briefly once in the year of this chat. I don't believe that for a second. And secondly, even if that was literally true, even if that chat never talked about Doe other than this particular incident, which I highly doubt, and in fact, I know that's not true. No, wait a second. I fucking know that's not true. And you want to know how I know that's not true? Hold on a second. I'll show you in the leak. Doe came up and I repeated your very plausible position that it pronouns are about a degradation fetish. So, I got a feeling that you would have had to have talked about Doe at least once before, you fucking lying piece of shit. How the fuck do you talk about the very plausible position unless it's been talked about before? But secondly, let's even be charitable. Let's say your slimy piece of shit, miserable hellhole group chat hasn't talked about Doe. Fucking Cactus and all these other freaks have across multiple accounts that you guys get banned off because you can't behave like a normal person for more than 5 seconds. It's funny. You spend all your time frothing at the mouth, soy raging about how, oh, be normal. And then you behave like a literal shit-flinging goblin at all hours of the day. I've seen this fucking shit. I've seen it for years. And guess what? People in my chat, you motherfuckers have seen all this too. Not all of you. There's 819 people watching right now. Thank you for being here. Make sure you subscribe and make sure you press that goddamn like button. Okay? Press the fucking like button. But many of you know exactly what I'm talking about yourselves. In fact, I'm sorry, just genuinely. If one of you, anybody in chat right now, if you're familiar with the way that that MF Claire, Cactus, I don't know if that Gammy freak is in there. I've had her blocked for forever since she repeated, like literally hundreds of times would tweet at me across like 5 different accounts. But if any of you, just real quick, just put a hypers in chat. No, because we don't want to do the combo. Let's just put a 1 in chat real quick. If you've seen this shit with your own eyes, if you've seen how these people behave, or if you've seen them talk about Doe, put a 1 in chat. Whoops! Sorry, asshole. You can't fucking gaslight us. We've all seen it. You guys can't stop shitting your fucking pants for a minute. We've all seen it. You stand in a public square, you fucking squat down, and you take a big dump, and then you clap at yourself for it, and we all go, yep, that's the fucking dumper. That's the public shitter. And then you go, I'm not the public shitter. Fuck off. Fuck off. Embarrassing. Fucking embarrassing. All right. I think I've said my piece on this. It's fucking disgusting the way this is treated. I'll note there's not been any apology. Brianna Wu has not reached out to apologize to Doe. Brianna Wu has not reached out to apologize to me. Brianna Wu has not, to my knowledge, reached out to apologize to Benny directly. Just sort of made these sort of fucking public PR public statements. But you know what? That's just how it goes sometimes. And if people are gonna buy that shit, that's your own loss, okay? But I don't, all right? I don't buy that shit. I don't buy when somebody just is revealed to be a compulsive liar and then they say, no, but I'm totally not gonna lie to you again, guys, even though I literally admitted in private that I lied to get people off my back on multiple occasions. Why would you trust this? Why would you trust someone who in their fucking transphobe GC was like, oh, I kept silent about my true feelings on BLM. I kept silent on my true feelings about the NBs. I kept my true feelings silent on pronouns. Why would you ever trust anybody like that? Do you think these people like Brianna Wu are addicted to being the center of the attention? Yeah, absolutely. I think Brianna Wu is addicted, is obsessed with being with her own identity and her own clout in this space. And I think it's funny because only somebody who is truly, the truth is in the pudding, right? Only somebody who's truly a clout goblin would use their main fucking account and do this shit on. Anybody could make a private account. If you really want to be a heinous piece of shit and say some bullshit, you could make a private account. You could be a nobody again. Anybody can do that. But it speaks to somebody that they got to do it on their main, on their executive director account. Wild, right? What the fuck is going on here? So somebody in chat says, Doe is getting pinned down and violating, Demon Mama. Will you watch? Sorry about the Windows noise. Do you see what I'm talking about? You people are insane. The people who circle around this issue are insane. Why would you ever say that? Why would you? What the fuck is wrong with you? And these are the people who circle around this. You talk about this group and they go, we're not toxic, we're just transphobic. I mean, some of us are transphobic. And then all of a sudden, mysteriously, the chat fills up with people making rape jokes. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here forever. Fuck you. Freaks. Fucking freaks. For what? Yeah. So there's my opinion. It really fucking sucks, okay? It sucks to go out and go camping and to come back and to see my partner being used as a football, to see somebody who has hung out in my group chats and who, to my face, was like, oh, I'm super interested in hearing your opinion, only to then shit on people like me, people that I care about, only to fucking completely two-face it. It sucks. It fucking sucks. And I don't think that anyone is wrong for saying that. And in fact, I think you're fucking insane if you tell people that they're not, that they're wrong for being mad about that, okay? I think that's deranged. And I think it's toxic. And it's funny because, again, all of this is sort of couched in there's a sort of cloud of a conversation around coalition building. But it's interesting who's asking who to look the other way. Oh, I called your partner a perverted freak for no reason and completely misrepresented them for no reason to a chat. You should just look the other way for political reasons, right? It's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting which way it goes. It's not the public persona's responsibility to do a better job. It's not their job to actually appeal to the people that they want to build a coalition with. No, it's everybody else. I've talked about this before, that left unity is a thought-terminating cliche. And that's not because I don't think that lefties should work together, but because when people invoke lefty unity, they do it to shut down conversation, to get you to stop thinking one way or another. It's a literal definition. Go to Wikipedia, look up thought-terminating cliche. That's literally what it is, okay? It's designed to get you to not to just look the other way, to the advantage of whoever has the upper hand at the moment in the beginning of the conversation, which inevitably is going to be whoever has the largest platform or whoever has the most money. Gayfesh says, remember when Brianna Wu said specifically we need to be nicer to Hassan and Destiny in order to save democracy? Yeah, that's crazy, right? Interesting how the road only goes one way. Interesting how that works, right? If you fucking treat people like shit, they will never be loyal to you. If you fucking dehumanize people and mock them and lie to them, they will never have loyalty to you. So if you really want to win, clean up your fucking act. Get it together. Issue the apologies. Swallow the bitter pill. Okay? If you want to win, if you want unity, unity comes through solidarity. Unity comes through mutual respect. And I believe that working together to defeat fucking fascists and Nazis is goddamn important. Okay? You all know, my viewers, my lovely viewers, you know that I talk about this all the time. Ways in which we can build real, strong, and lasting connections between communities that we can heal instead of break. And you know that a bunch of people are going to try and frame this conversation as me being against leftist unity because the thought-terminating cliches are going to be turning on. But you want to know the truth? The only way to build a strong coalition is to actually understand and respect the people that you are engaging with. And being transphobic to them, being hypocritical, lying, is not that. If the stakes truly are as high, and I believe they're high, and it seems that everybody talking about this seems to believe that they're high, the stakes are real, real high, then the only answer is to fix your hearts or die. That is it. Whatever happened to radical empathy? Whatever happened to progressivism? Last I checked, progressivism isn't shrieking away from anything that you don't understand and immediately trying to find a way to morally impugn that. Progressivism isn't, I found somebody who uses it pronouns. Let me come up with a way to dehumanize them even worse than it pronouns could be and to make them seem like they're a deranged person. That's not progressive. That is anti-progressive. Sorry, I'm sorry. That's just the truth. Don't like it? Fucking, stop being a progressive then. Seriously. Oh, man. Okay. Yeah. It's amazing, right? It's amazing. In this space, how much fucking garbage has been heaped on me, how much fucking bullshit they have to make up. And yet at the end of the day, just like I talked about earlier, a lot of the times, I'm there fucking building bridges. But because I will say what I think and what I think is true, there are people who literally refuse to build a bridge. And then they will scold people like me and say, oh, you're not building bridges. Because when I fucking treat you like shit and don't respect your basic humanity and don't try to get your opinion, well, you know, you just got to look the other way at those kind of things. But not me. I don't. And it's interesting too, because I mean, if I recall correctly, and I might be wrong about this, Brianna Wu was like super on the Hogwarts Legacy thing, right? Wasn't Brianna Wu like super about like if you play Hogwarts Legacy, you're like a bad person? What fucking Whiplash? A video game? Video game? You're a bad person. Can't coalition build with you about the video game. But, you know, saying transphobic slurs in private and being deranged towards a random person who's never done anything bad against me, you know, you're wrong. I don't know. I think it's silly. Ellen DeGenerate said, I had a conversation with Brianna recently and she used the term strategic silence, which is weird because this situation was caused by being neither strategic nor silent. Yeah. Oh, I could be wrong, Gayfesh. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Okay, everybody. That's all I have to say on the drama. It was really disappointing. It's been super frustrating. And it's interesting because many of you guys will recall I just did a video, which you can watch on my channel, explicitly lining out arguments for non-binary acceptance right before all this shit happened. And I'm gonna take this last bit here to just promote something positive for a second, okay? Because this has all been pretty negative, all right? Riverboat Jack. Based Riverboat Jack. Advocacy for trans rights that doesn't include non-binary people is hollow and weak. Sending love and support to the NB folk in the online space today. Because I imagine not just the leaks themselves, but the way that people reacted to it, I know it was extremely discouraging for me, and I imagine that it was discouraging for a lot of other people who aren't even in the position that I'm in. Base Riverboat Jack. Non-binary liberation is non-negotiable. And Jack was one of the main people. I went on Riverboat Jack's stream for Progressive Victory. Many people forget I worked with Progressive Victory at one point. Not a whole lot, admittedly. Not nearly as much as Jack. Jack was like really working hard. Anyway, that's all I have to say on the specific drama, but stick around because we're about to talk about transmedicalism, a broader discussion. And I think that if you are interested in this drama, you are probably going to be interested in what I have to say about transmedicalism, which is, I guess, somewhat attached to this drama as a result. But real quick, before we do anything else, I'm just going to do some conversation about this, take some questions from chat. Do you think Progressive Victory should make a statement? I don't know what they should do. I can't tell them what to do. It seems like Brianna Wu is working with them a lot. I think this damages Progressive Victory. In that Progressive Victory, because of Brianna Wu's open involvement with Progressive Victory, people are going to be less trustworthy of it. And that's how it always works, right? It sucks, but how can you be mad at people for going, oh shit, is this organization actually going to stick by me? And and I like Progressive Victory as far as, I mean, everything that I've seen of them, they've been great. But I can't blame people for, when an organization is asking for volunteers, an organization is asking for money and trust from people, people aren't going to be sold by that if they are not convinced that it's going to back their efforts. That's rational. That's a rational approach. Now, I don't know if it's going to be, I don't think it's going to be like the death of PV or anything like that, but I think it's certainly going to harm the reputation for sure. I mean, keep in mind, these leaks went broad over the internet, at least on Twitter, and now on YouTube. I've seen a lot of people talking about it way outside of these spheres, so yeah. Brianna's comments about BLM are just as horrid as the transmedicalism. I don't think there was enough substance there to know for sure, but I do think it's very sus. Between this and the panel today, they have some serious work to do. The progressive, I feel similarly about the panel. I watched that panel today. And it was really weird to me. It was really weird to me. When you're building a coalition, okay, I'm going to try and use an analogy here, okay? Let's say that you're putting together a recipe, right? And you want your recipe to be good. So, you know, let's say you're making brownies. You got your brownies, you know, you got your brownie mix, you got your egg, you know, you're beating it all together. And you're like, okay, well, you know, we want a broad coalition. And then there is a poison that's sitting there. And you, well, our coalition is, you know, we want our coalition to be broad. You know, maybe I should put the poison in. And you put the poison in, and everybody's going to die from the fucking brownies. Coalition is only as strong as the members within it. And if you put a poisonous member in your coalition, you're not doing yourself a favor. You're not winning anything. Yeah. Yeah, Windleby says, I watched this live. Destiny of his own volition bringing up and defending Singal was a laughably damaging thing to the image of the whole thing. That was deranged. A progressive panel explicitly about that. Why would you ever take time to defend Jesse Singal? It's insane. It's literally what Tim Pool would do. Again, poison pill. Yeah, it's just, I just think that the coalition building, again, be careful that you don't succumb to thought-terminating cliches. Strategy is not so easy as put everything in and it's good. A good brownie mix that includes fucking diarrhea and poison is not going to be good just because everyone's inside. You know? It's not a, you know, there's not a, there's a big spectrum between things that are good to include and things that are not, and you have to be intelligent about that. So, yeah. Some people, and also consider this, depending on how you build a coalition, some people are not going to be able to participate in it. People say this about an extreme example is the Nazi bar analogy, right? Which is that if you start letting Nazis into your bar, sure, a lot of people, you know, might not be bothered at first by the Nazis, but you are going to be explicitly including everybody who Nazis hate, which is an increasingly large number of people. So even letting the Nazis into the bar at all excludes other people who simply cannot coexist in that way. So there are limits, and there has to be measurements done on how you do this. You have to actually think about it strategically. And I can't help but think that an organization is capable of hurting itself by the inclusion of certain members. Numbers aren't everything. Yeah. Oh yeah, the BLM riots thing. I think Vosh has worked really hard for progressive victory. If I'm not mistaken, he founded it, didn't he? Or at least was like a major part in founding it. You know, he's put a lot of love and care into it, and I think people should be careful about how the structure goes, because if you include people who don't give a fucking shit, if you include black-pilled, spite-pilled people, you can do more damage to your org than you might think. I don't know. Yeah, it's that simple. He was on the ground floor. Okay, yeah. Cinder Falk says, I want to say I really appreciate your coverage of this drama. It's nice to see someone recognize the issue and talk about it. Yeah, no problem. I mean, I think Windleby says, I'm going to be monitoring PV closely after this, to be completely honest. Well, that's how a lot of people are going to feel. And that's the downside of such stupid behavior, of such stupid and reprehensible behavior. It's not just a matter of people, of like, when people get caught, they want to blame everybody else. Oh, it's everybody else's fault. It's the intolerant lefties for saying, oh, maybe our progressive victory group should, you know, uphold certain progressive standards, and that we're shooting ourselves in the foot or making things worse for ourselves if we can't agree on certain things. I'm not saying that, like, you guys know, I'm not exactly the purity testing type. I don't exactly, I've done many things about how I think the woke skull behavior and all that shit is bad, but there's limits, right? Like, there's limits. You have to still be strategic. The reality is you can't just say, come on, everybody, and do this kumbaya thing. It doesn't work that way. It's not how it works. That's a good point. Marinara says there's a temptation for new orgs to benefit from the influence of shitty misanthropes in a certain space, but if you include those elements in the foundation, it can be much harder to get rid of. Kaboka says, I did some of my favorite work ever with Progressive Victor, and I really hope it keeps growing and not suffering reputational damage. I hope so too. But the facts are the facts. I'm sorry, that's just how it goes. If you're being a fucking dumbass while you're the public representative of a group, and you're being ridiculous and insane and doing things that are completely in opposition to what you claim to believe in publicly, you're going to damage the reputation of your group. And people aren't crazy for going, oh, I don't know if I can trust this shit. It sucks. Yeah. Anyway. And again, it's interesting too, because on this panel, and we're kind of getting off the topic to just talking about the panel, which I don't know if I don't really feel the need to react to it, but I'll talk about it a little bit. It was funny because there was a lot of discussion on the panel of the value and the importance of being a public figure. Being a public figure is not the same as just being a door knocker. Coalition building with a door knocker is one thing. Coalition building with a middle manager is one thing. But if you are the forward-facing, if you are the representatives of the org, you have to be held to a higher standard. Obviously, that's how these structures work. And people act like they're surprised that people would hold them to a high standard when they're in the leadership positions, but that's of course how it goes. That's obvious, obvious. Flashy Job says, I talked with the head figures of Progressive Victory about this in general chat for their Discord, and I brought up that I felt that Destiny was being unhinged and they were trying to shut down the convo by saying, well, we've got to have disagreements for unity, so shut up. Well, I hope they didn't say it exactly like that. But I think it's really weird in a panel about building bridges to like start debating with one of the other people, grilling them about fucking Jesse Single. Like, that's really fucking weird behavior. And it's also really, really weird. Again, all I'm saying is, again, you just have to be intelligent about it. You know, organizations, some organizations succeed, other organizations fail. The strategy that goes into an organization is very important. And you have to be careful about who you give large positions to and large standings and platforms to. Otherwise, it'll shoot you in the foot. And also, if you have people in leadership positions with extremely bad reputations, that can also damage your PR. And it can also damage the willingness of people to want to work with you. Do you think that, okay, let's do a thought experiment. Let's say that I was making a liberal organization or a left-leaning, whatever. Let's say a liberal organization, okay? And I wanted to get as many people as possible. So I invited a classical liberal who agreed with the candidate that I wanted to elect, but who had a position that trans people and Jewish people are evil and should not be around. And then I go and I say, I'm looking for volunteers. I'm looking for passionate volunteers who are ready to fight for their rights. The trans and Jewish people might look at your org and they might be really talented. They might be super influential. They might be able to help you win. And they might see that and go, why would I put my effort here instead of somewhere else? Why should I work with you instead of somewhere else? Why would I work with you at all? Are you even representing my interests? I don't know about that. Maybe. Maybe, Kaboka. Maybe. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Again, coalition building is not just take, okay? And that's one of the problems, by the way, that the Dems have, that the Dems like systematically have. Okay, here's an example, all right? Everybody on the planet mocks like the like Bernie or bust and all that type of shit, okay? And the Brianna Greyjoy trash, like you know. However, they have a big market. Not a huge market, not the biggest market, but a fairly large market. And when you ask, why is the market like that? You can't just say, oh, they're just stupid. You know, because it isn't just that. There is a lot of stupidity. There is a lot of bad faith. There is a lot of misinformation. But there's also the fact that the Democratic Party on a systematic level has often failed to actually appeal. And by the way, it's not just Brianna Joy Gray who says this type of stuff. It's not just Bernie or Busters who say this. Everybody can acknowledge that Biden failed to appeal to a lot of people that would have been easy gets. So you have to, if you're serious about winning, you have to acknowledge that. And you have to recognize that you can't just browbeat people into participation. That coalition building means respecting the people that you want to do things for you. If you want something from someone, you know, you have to be willing to give in return. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes it's completely irrational. And I would argue that that's largely the case with people like Brianna Joy Gray. But the group, the market that they're selling to, is not just people identical to the grifters at the top. They're people who have been able to be convinced. Blood Becoming says, I just feel betrayed by Clara breaking bread with somebody who shared our docs thread on KF to his chat. A kick in the gut. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. I haven't sorted my thoughts about that. I definitely think it's an interesting strategic choice. Yeah. Yeah. I definitely, I don't know. I'll have to think on that more. Flashy Job says, Dems I know are better than the Transmedicalist on trans issues, believe it or not. We just need to push online liberals to be more populist and progressive on stuff like economic stuff and making sure to help protect minority rights. We're going to talk about a bunch of that. If Xander Hall covers this, he's going to go way harder on Keffels. You really think so? Fought Knight says yes. It could be that I mean, I won't lie. It does bother me after all of it, after everything, to see the way people are talking about. I get the feeling of thought terminating cliches, you know, people just saying left unity when you go, is this not dangerous? Is this not the manifesto thing? But hey, I don't know. I haven't sorted my thoughts on it yet. I haven't sorted my thoughts on it yet. So. Yeah. Punky Gal says Vosh looked very neo-lib, and it seems he's like a socialist in name only right now. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. In fact, I think Vosh was pushing really hard on a lot of the stuff. I felt like he was doing a pretty good job pushing these issues and keeping on message. I was actually on the panel. I was pretty impressed. I thought he stayed on message really well. Yeah. I don't think neo-lib I would definitely not agree with. I don't think that's accurate. You could argue perhaps he came off more lib because he's, I don't know. But I don't think so. I think he did fine. Somebody Static said Vosh did say we should maximize austerity to achieve higher profits. Oh yeah, I'm sure he did. I'm totally sure he did that. I honestly think Vosh did fucking awesome. He was very professional while holding his values. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's still just a panel at the end of the day. Guys, like, it's a VidCon panel. It's like, let's not get out of scope here. But yeah. I think he did fairly well. There was a couple of points where I felt like he really, he stayed on message, and I think it was good. True, but there was some fallout. It feels like a big discussion incoming. Maybe. There might be some. I mean, it was weird. It was, again, the parts about BLM and Jesse Singal were fucking insane to me. On a panel specifically about like aligning behind progressive values and building an audience and activating an audience, those felt completely out of place. They felt completely out of place. But, you know, okay. Again, that's how things go when you put strange ingredients into your mixture. Yeah. Yeah. Sisyphean Sass says it sounded like it was an attempt to get a shot in at Emma for the debate that she and Sam did with Jesse. Yeah, but that was Jesse Singal called into Sam and Emma's show and got obliterated. It was like not even close. He was pathetic. I'm looking forward to Vosh's Majority Report episode. Oh, that'll be cool. I think it'll be really cool. Oh, God. That's crazy. All right, real quick, everybody. All right. Okay, real quick, everybody. Hold on. We've been having an interesting conversation, but we're getting off task or off topic majorly. We've completely gone off the conversation portion. It's time to talk about more things. It's time for us to talk about transmedicalism. And then we're going to react to a super interesting video that I want to share with you all. But first, I need to read my donations from the wonderful supporters of my show. This show is viewer supported, so make sure that you subscribe, leave a like, and if you have it in your hearts, please donate to me through YouTube or through my website. It means the world to me. Seriously, it really does. You make it possible for me to have a nice, comfortable life so I can keep making cool stuff for you, making you laugh, making you think, all that cool stuff. Fish Sneeze with the $5. Holy shit, finally donating after watching for like a year now. Oops. Quick question, have you played Nier Automata? Seems like a game you would really enjoy. I love Nier Automata, and yes, I have gotten all of the endings. It was amazing. Discordant Vol with the 5 tier 1 subs. Of all the vices that humanity can indulge, the most damaging and insidious is cruelty. I'm sorry you've had to endure this nonsense. Thank you. I really appreciate your support, seriously. Semi-Locon with the gifted tier 1 sub and the Suck You Jammies emote. What a beautiful emote. Suck You Jammies in chat. Can we get some Suck You Jammies in chat? Sirith with the tier 1 sub. I've been watching for a while, but not really in the site chat. I have some extra cash lying around, so thank you for all the work you do, Squimp Gang. Thank you so much, Sirith. That means the world to me. Thank you for choosing to support the site. Seriously, it's the only way I make a living. Kiwi TP with the tier 2 sub. Thank you so much. And Arcanon, I don't know what you're referring to. Oh, you're referring to Vines. Okay. Arcanon gifted Vines a tier 1 sub and said, Vines made a base take, and also I hate having money. Huzzah! I love having money, so thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Anderson with the 5 gifted memberships on YouTube. Thank you so very much. Oh my God, that's super generous of you. Thank you so very much. No, why? Oh no, the YouTube thing's cleared. Oh, God damn it. Now I gotta go double check them. I gotta go check the donations. Hold on. You gotta give me a second now. I gotta go check the... Okay, here we go. Hold on. Give me a second. Mistress Lynn with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I would really love to express just how much I admire your level-headedness when you cover these sorts of topics. Thank you from me and my daughters. You're very welcome. I really do my best. I don't always succeed, but I do my best. So thank you very much. And thank you for supporting the show. I'll always try my best. I think it's best if we think about these things strategically and if we use our passion effectively. All right. Thank you to... Okay, wait, hold on. Sashi, Vodka, Paul Hammond, and Olivia Bean. Thank you all for joining as chonky imps. And thank you to Mr. Anderson for the incredibly generous 5 gifted subs, which were those ones that I listed off. Oh, apparently Olivia Bean was separate. Thank you for the gifted subs, Olivia Bean. Thank you very much, Cosmo Kitty, for the chonky imp membership. And thank you very much, Eldritch Lord, for the YouTube imp membership. Also, Daedalus Media, thank you for the super chat. Daedalus Media says, Demon Mama spittin' fire. Thank you very much. Bunsy joining as a chunky imp. Thank you so much. Joni Matsutake says, Matsutake is a pine mushroom. If you're thinking of maitake, the hen of the woods, chicken of the woods are yellow-orange polypores. Don't confuse with the poisonous jack-o'-lantern mushroom. Be safe and sorry for being a freak. No, that's really good. I always thought matsutake was called the chicken of the woods, but maybe I'm getting the names mixed up. Thank you very much for the super chat, Joni. I really appreciate that. Also, Melodious Alien, thank you for resubscribing as a chunky imp. Valhalla Vidya, thank you so much for resubscribing as a YouTube imp. And thank you so very much, Murder Birder, for resubscribing 22 months as a YouTube imp. Oh my God. Themic, how dare you say the Zodiac Killer is dead? He's a senator from Texas now. True. Thank you very much for the super chat. Kurt Luttrell, thank you very much for the super chat. And oh my God, we just got them in chat. Bunsy, thank you so very much for the 5 amazingly generous gifted subs. Thank you so much. Wow, you guys are being so generous. Thank you so very much. Demon Mama out here just camping and enjoying life while people say weird, creepy shit about you. I'll admit the last day at the cabin, the news reached me and it stressed me out a bit, but I still managed to go hiking and see a waterfall and find mushrooms. Yeah, I hate this shit. It's crazy too because I've been very careful to stay out of drama for like literally over a year, and people are still deranged about me and Doe. It's fucking crazy. It's fucking insane. People are crazy. Alex Payne, thank you so much for joining as a member. You all make this possible. Seriously, you, my lovely imps and viewers. There are over 700 of you right now, and that means the world to me. Please make sure you're subscribed. And also join the Discord so you can get notifications when I'm going live. My show is awesome, and you guys will have a good time. You'll grow, and you'll have fun. My stream's awesome, so thank you for being here. Train Endurer says, I'm sorry you had to deal with all this. Neither of you deserved any of this at all. Thank you, and I agree with you. I didn't do anything for any of this. We've not been, like, Doe and I have not been on the aggro in any way, shape, or form at all to anybody. It's just weird fucking, it's weird fixation freak shit. Yeah, I mean, I do rage a lot on Undead. I just try to keep it controlled, you know? I try to keep it chill. You know, I realize I keep my rage and I temper it and then I try to channel it positively and correctly on stream. Okay, Nuts, I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Nuts says star side parentheses. Yes, yes indeed. Now everybody's, look at that. I meant to tag you, not Demon Bot. Wait, oh, sorry, did I will be spicy until a mod or Demon Mama tells me to shut the fuck up. Oh, great. Oh my God, what's going on here? Okay, all right, hold on a second. Let's see what's going on. I have to judge. Nuts is a regular, so I have to judge this. Oh, what are you fighting about? Oh no, this is impossible. Oh, you're fighting with somebody directly. Holic Master with the $20. Thank you so much. I haven't donated in a while. Keep being you. I hope I didn't miss anybody else. Sorry, hold on. I'm sorry. I almost missed that. Talking with a tanky? I don't think Puerto Rican musician is a tanky. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't think you are. I feel like you've been here for a long time. Nuts. Nuts. Oh, you were just being hyperbolic. I see. Hear that? Hyperbolic moment. At this point, I don't know if Nuts is a deliberate troll. Oh, boy. See, I'm getting tired. This is why I said I don't know if I'm gonna, I don't know if I can, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do Dark Souls tonight. But if not, I'm gonna do Dark Souls soon anyway. I've just been, I'll be honest, I did a ton of hiking this week. The last few days since I got back from camping has been trying to sort out my thoughts on this fucking stupid ass drama and my frustrations with it. But we got other things to talk about, so let me get my energy up here for a second. All right, let me fucking demonic energy. Okay, I'm going to bed. Good night, everybody. No, just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not going anywhere. All right, I got my energy up. All right, I got my fucking energy up. Let's fucking do it. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Ah! I'm ready to yell. Okay, everybody. My lovely, lovely imps. You guys should know that I am a based and wise-pilled gender ascensionist. Okay? Some people like to use the term gender abolition. I prefer the term gender ascension because I think the word abolition confuses some people, mostly stupid people, but that's okay. Some people are stupid. And also, it's not exactly what I believe in. I don't really believe that you can abolish gender in that way. Like, you can't write a law that gets rid of gender. That's ridiculous. Instead, I urge people to ascend the structure of gender. And I mean that. I think it's really important for basically everybody to consider how gender has affected them, because especially in American society, it definitely affects you, and it almost assuredly affects you negatively. Gender in American society is a deranged construct, okay? Now, gender ascensionists, like myself, and I'm sure some of you will someday become a gender essentialist, ascensionist, not essentialist. God damn it. See, this is why I can't stream when I'm tired, because then I say the opposite of what I mean. A gender ascensionist, you will probably become that someday, not the other one that I just fucked up and said. Don't clip me. Don't do it. Don't you start posting the clips in chat. Don't make me do it. I don't want to restart the, no, I don't want to restart the bit. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. This is all staying in the final cut. Okay, no. Okay, point is, I want to talk about transmedicalism, okay? And we're going to be talking about this a lot in the coming weeks because I want to give my audience the tools necessary to understand and sort through conversations around transmedicalism, okay? Because I think transmedicalism is a malignant force in so many ways. And I think that a lot of people adopt a position of transmedicalism without being malignant or malicious themselves, but they don't realize the malignant aspects of transmedicalism. So to get some basic definitions out of the way, transmedicalism is a term that is used to describe positions that seek to define the experience of trans people, transgender or transsexual, depending on the person who's talking about it, in terms of a medical condition. It is basically the argument that trans identity should be understood and advocated through from a medical lens, hence transmedicalism. Now, there are all kinds of types of transmedicalism. Particularly, there are some very virulent and disgusting forms of transmedicalism. And part of the reason that I oppose transmedicalism is because I think most forms of transmedicalism eventually sort of collapse down into the most virulent forms of transmedicalism. It has a tendency, the Hitler particles, so to say, the Hitler particles, they're kind of off the charts, and they concentrate, and even people who sometimes mean well end up becoming little Hitlers, and it's bad, okay? It's very bad. So there's a couple of things I want to address broadly, and we're going to go in more detail over time on each of these subjects. But some people are interested in transmedicalism because they feel validated by it, okay? Because they feel like in a world that is incredibly and pointlessly cruel to trans people, if they have a medical diagnosis to grab onto, that it gives them something solid, that they can say, hey, you can't dehumanize me, I have a medical condition. And that's understandable when you live in a society that invalidates so many people by default. It's understandable to want to say, hey, look, the institution has said that I have a thing and you can't be mean to me. Now, of course, most of the time they just find new ways of discriminating against you that just, dance around that. I mean, are you guys, does anybody here, even the liberals in my audience, even the transmedicalists who might be in my audience, do any of you really believe that, disabled people are treated better just because their disability has a name? There might be niche cases, like, for example, some people bring up insurance. There might be niche cases where having a specific name can be helpful. However, the fact that you need to justify everything to that degree to an unaccountable financial system, a for-profit system, is actually a much bigger problem, right? Like, that might be a tactic that in some certain cases could have a value, but we should probably acknowledge the fact that financial for-profit institutions can decide whether or not you're a real person who needs medical treatment is probably not the system that we want to build in the long term, and probably should not be the core of our approach. You see what I'm saying? Does everybody understand where I'm coming from on that? Giving the power, putting the power in the hands of unaccountable financial institutions to decide whether or not you get treated like a human, whether or not you get to live, is not the end goal for disabled people, for trans people, for anybody. I should hope. But for the most part, just having something that says that you're a thing doesn't necessarily give you any power against people who want to hurt you. I mean, do you think that conservatives have been any nicer to trans people because trans people call themselves trans people? No, they've come up with new ways. They just call they say trans people don't exist, or they say, oh, it's a mental issue, or, oh, weird that, right? Oh, it's weird. Isn't it weird that conservatives use a medicalist angle to convince a lot of people to discriminate and be prejudiced against trans people? Weird, huh? There's other aspects to this that are problematic about transmedicalism. The idea that that the entirety of being trans is a purely is at the behest of a medical institution is dangerous, and also it's factually incorrect. Okay, let me give you an example. Okay, in the 1920s, okay, trans people didn't exist. Okay, actually, I can't remember exactly when Magnus Hirschfeld coined the term transsexual, but regardless, in the early 1900s, there was no categorization. The term did not exist, and yet the people experiencing the phenomenon did exist. People wanting to change their bodies existed before there was ever a term, before any scientist said, oh, I have a term for you now. The people predate the term by forever. And there's a whole conversation and documentation in history of finding all these people throughout history who could be, you could describe them in modern terms as trans perhaps, but they didn't have the words or anything like that to describe themselves then. Those people don't stop existing just because that term doesn't exist. And likewise, in the 70s, into the 80s, sorry, in the 80s, not 70s, in the 80s, when the, now disgraced hack pseudoscientist Ray Blanchard had split trans people up into true transsexuals, which he called homosexual transsexuals, and autogynephiles, which were the false transsexuals, he was still wrong, and the people explaining their pain and their suffering were actually correct. He was wrong. He has been scientifically debunked, but he was also wrong then. Hirschfeld came up with the word transsexual in 1923. All right, so I was right. In 1920, the term didn't exist. So there's a problem of putting the cart before the horse when you argue for a medicalist lens, because by definition, science can only observe what is. Science is always acting from behind. What is predates the observation of it. I mean, okay, unless we go really into crazy stuff, but it predates the documentation of it, okay? Maybe not the observation. I don't know about that waveform collapse shit, all right? Forgive me. But don't jump down my throat on that. But the fact of the matter is that the medical establishment will always be behind what is the truth of the world and the understanding of the people that it oversees, which is why I would argue that the medical field should adapt and recognize that. And it has, by the way, very greatly, especially on things like this, things like trans people, the medical field, many progressive medical institutions no longer require explicit diagnoses for things like getting access to hormones. They can just say, this person is transgender and here's their hormones. And they don't have to go and try and be like, this is the diagnostic code, all this crap. Unless, of course, it interfaces with insurance, and then you're forced to interact with an outdated system that's designed to try and find ways to save money, which is fucked up. You see what I mean? Science follows data, data follows phenomenon. Precisely. Consensus takes time. Precisely. That's not to say that there isn't value in researching these things. That's not to say that there isn't value in asking these questions. It's just to say that you shouldn't have that be the heart and soul of a battle for liberation, of a battle for recognition and rights. And it's a mistake to do so because it will always be lagging behind the reality. And in the worst case scenarios, it becomes bio-fascist, a term that is not very popular anymore, or maybe it never really was, but I think it should become popular, being that individual doctors basically get to make decisions for other people's bodies, basically acting as the arbiters of other people's lives in reality because of their position, their superior position as a representative of science and medicine. You can see stuff like this in lobotomies. How lobotomies were used to dispose of inconvenient patients, to horrifically mangle and torture people and to experiment on people who were deemed inhuman. Decisions were made for them and about them. And that is a power struggle, right? A doctor or a medical institution being able to make the decision over someone else's life and body is very complicated. And most of the time, we actually make a pretty big deal about that. Like, for example, do not resuscitate. Doctors, they got to keep trying that shit. We take that shit really, really seriously because it's somebody making a decision over somebody else's life and body. And I don't see why we shouldn't take that seriously when it comes to something like how your body is shaped. We don't gleefully argue that doctors should be able to force you to gain or lose weight. We don't gleefully argue that doctors should be able to make you get cosmetic surgeries because they think that you don't look right. Even though that has happened in the past. It currently happens still in many places to intersex people. Intersex people at birth, sometimes not even with their parents' full understanding and consent, have doctors do cosmetic surgeries even when it's not life-threatening. That's messed up. That's horrible. There's a lot of problems with a medicalist approach. And like I said, a lot of them end up, if you follow the chain of logic, the transmedicalist arguments don't just fail to win liberation for people, but they actually bind people in the long term. They put doctors in the position of reading your mind. I talked about this with regard to why I think informed consent is the only rational policy position with regard to HRT, access to HRT. Because otherwise, you are asking a doctor to investigate the mind of a patient and decide their gender, whether they're lying or telling the truth about their identity. And that is absurd on its face. It's ridiculous. It's insane. That's not possible. It's not right to put on the doctor, and it's even less right to put on the patient. And that's part of the reason why I argue for informed consent when it comes to HRT, because I think people should be able to say, yeah, I'm totally fine with taking this other natural hormone that maybe my body doesn't produce because of the circumstances of my birth, but that would make my body work in a way that I want it to, obviously. I can't believe that there's so many people who would argue against that type of bodily autonomy. And also, I've also pointed out the fact that it's prejudiced, because they don't do that to cis people. Cis people can get access to HRT easily, with no problem. It's like simple to get HRT as a cis person. Even though, if you're seeking out a T-boost as, say, maybe an older cis man, and your T levels are getting a little lower, your body isn't naturally producing the hormones you want, so you're getting external hormones. The same argument could be applied, but it isn't, because it's mostly prejudice. It's about control. It's about controlling the bodies of a group of people that are deemed not human, that are deemed not human enough. They're based on prejudice to being controlled against their will. So, the transmedicalist approach puts the cart before the horse. It asks for an institution that will always be lagging behind by definition, because that's just how it works, to basically make decisions for people. And also, it puts power in the hands of gatekeepers who can't possibly do what you are asking, what the transmedicalist is asking them to do. They can't know your mind. So much of medicine, and I know people get really mad when I talk about this, but they're just wrong. I don't care how much you cope and seethe. In fact, if you cope and seethe about this, you can shoot me an email and I'll promptly ignore it, but it'll be interesting anyway. Almost like 90% of the medical experience is based off of self-reporting and someone's ability to self-diagnose. Doctor, I am in pain. Doctor says, where's the pain? You say, the pain is in my chest. Doctor says, where in your chest? You say, hold on. I think it's up here to the left. The doctor says, upper left. That's a little bit concerning. Why don't we take a look and get this scan done? You go and you get the scan done. Doctor says, okay, we've been able to identify the pain that you told us about. Thank goodness you told us about it and came into the doctor. We've been able to determine that it's a heart attack. Here's the treatment that we need to make sure you don't die from the heart attack. This is true across so much of medicine. Medicine is always, okay, with very few exceptions, okay? Like people being unconscious or other things like that. At which point, it becomes very complicated. And there are massive ethical arguments about this. However, I would make the argument that what you do with your body, how your body's gendered traits are, unfold, how your body's sex-tied traits, whatever you want to call them, unfold, should be in your control. No one should ever have any control over that. Why would they? You could perhaps make the argument that a doctor should be able to, if somebody is unconscious and dying, be able to assume that someone would want a blood transfusion. In fact, we do that all the time. That's fairly rational. But why should we ever argue for a position where a doctor should be able to make decisions about your body's development? The doctor's job should be to help you alleviate whatever is paining you about your existence in that way. To use their expertise to be able to say, oh, here's the very convenient and low-risk medicine we can give you to help you make your body the way that you want. And no one, not even the transmedicalists, will ever argue. Well, sometimes they do, because they try to say that there's like some spiritual thing going on where it's like, no, I have a spirit that's one way, and all right, you know what? That's a different conversation. We're not going to get into I'm not going to try and argue about fucking gendered spirits right now. We're talking just about the science, medical, political approach, okay? Transmedicalists obviously have to acknowledge me having agency over my body and being able to change it is what I want to do. Even the hardline transmedicalists who are seeking out HRT and all of that stuff like that are ultimately coming to that conclusion because, as it turns out, humans psychologically need to have a say about their own body that they have to live in, because it's actually extremely distressing, not just for trans people, but for all people, to have things happen to their body that they can't control. There's so many examples that I could use of this. But I imagine you guys can use your brains and think of some. Let me just come up with one off the cuff. Somebody starts having an unknown to them hormone issue that makes them gain a lot of weight. And they look at themselves in the mirror and they go, oh my God, why am I gaining so much weight? I haven't been eating more. I haven't been exercising less. I'm gaining weight. And then it's not life-threatening. They're not dying from the weight, but they go to their doctor and they say, my body is changing in a way that I don't want. Can you help me with this? And the doctor should be able to go, yeah, sure, let's take a look. We're going to get a blood panel. We find out what's up, and here you go. Easy. Why do we treat any different with gender, except for the deranged neuroses that American society, largely influenced by conservative Christianity, has around gender? Right? That's just one such example. You can think of so many. You can think of so many where having a purely gatekeeping situation would be insane, right? What if you went to the doctor and the doctor said, no, I like you fat. I'm not going to let you lose weight. I refuse to give you the hormones that you need because I want you to be fat for my personal taste, because I think that's better for you. And you said, no, I don't like this. And then the doctor just wouldn't help you. Wouldn't that be fucked up? Wouldn't you say that's messed up? That would be disturbing. Now, some people might immediately be noticing, hey, wait a second. This is kind of weird, right? Because this is kind of how a lot of some types of medicine have functioned, especially around trans stuff. Transmedicalism, as a standard state of affairs, brought us a world. Let me give you an example. Actually, I can tell a personal story for this. When I wanted to get an orchiectomy done, which is a gender affirming surgery that involves the removal of the testicles, so you no longer produce as much testosterone. It was many, many years ago, okay? When I wanted to get that done, it was a mess, okay? And the insurance company and the various doctors that I was talking to were all operating on different levels of handbooks. And the insurance required me to get two psychiatric analysis, two specific psych analysis before I could even get it approved, okay? The surgeon did not require that, by the way. The insurance company did. But the surgeon could have. If we want to talk about a transmedicalist world where the medical establishment controls all these things, the doctor, maybe he could have said that, okay? So I had to get two psych evals. The first psych eval was fairly easy because I just had my therapist that I was very comfortable with do it. But the second one I had to seek out. And that was hard because I had to call a lot of doctors who would be willing to do an off-the-cuff psych eval. Finally, I found a doctor who was willing to do a trans-related psych eval. And I went in, and they adhered to the DSM-2, which is a very old version of the gender and sex guidelines, okay? And what that involved was me sitting in a room while a psychologist asked me about my childhood masturbation habits, my current masturbation habits, what types of sex partners I have, how I fuck them, whether I stole my parents' clothes, whether I would jack off while wearing women's clothes, and a number of other highly invasive, deranged questions. And that was standard. I know everybody in chat is freaking out, but if you're trans, some of you older trans folk will know that this was the norm. That was the norm. That is the transmedicalist norm. When you have doctors have to try and decide who is and who isn't trans, this is the shit that reigns supreme. Sometimes, because a weird, twisted pervert takes advantage of the fact that there's no science on the issue to make himself the only voice. Ray Blanchard, perfect example. A weird fetishist whose bunk science became the only current science that was used for a really long time, and as a result subjected thousands upon thousands of trans people to horrific treatment and categorization as perverts and all kinds of other things for absolutely no reason other than his own deranged ways. What does masturbation have to do with anything? Good question, okay? All right, good question. Because see, under Blanchard, maybe it was DSM-3 and not DSM-2. I apologize, I don't remember. Blanchard had a typology. Now, Blanchard is a transmedicalist. In fact, a lot of transmedicalists still adhere to Blanchard's bunk science. Blanchard believed that there were two types of trans people. I mentioned this slightly, very shortly before. Homosexual transsexuals and autogynephiles. Autogynephiles were trans people who got off to the idea of being a woman. They weren't really a woman on the inside, you see. They got off to the idea of it. They were a fetishist, a pervert, autogynephile. They had a paraphilia, as he described it. Homosexual transsexuals, as he called them, were the true transsexuals in his mind. And those ones, they were and he called them homosexual transsexuals because by his definition, they sought out men. So if you were a trans person and you were interested in women, that puts you on the autogynephile side because true transsexuals want men. Because they're looking to be women, and women get with men. I'm not even kidding you. You can go research this shit for yourself. Wouldn't that make you straight? No, because he's fucking transphobic. Because he's saying, well, they're really men, but we should treat those ones as women. Did lesbians not exist in this guy's mind? Lesbians existed, but not lesbian trans people, because in his mind, according to his science, which, like I said, has been thoroughly debunked and is not used for anything, he argued that there were basically no such thing as lesbian trans people, that just didn't happen. That if that was the case, you were actually just a man who was also sexually turned on by being a woman. And that's where all the questions about masturbation habits and your sexuality and your sexual partners come from. All of the invasive, humiliating, dehumanizing treatment comes from. That's a big question, Rusty Robot. Yes, somniostatic. Thankfully, we've moved a very long way since that. But nonetheless, there are a lot of places and people who still use their power of gatekeeping to engage you in all kinds of things like this. And it's not right, which is why I oppose the transmedicalist position. That doesn't mean I'm against science learning more about trans people. It doesn't mean I'm against medicine learning better how to treat trans people. Obviously, that's fucking crazy. Obviously, I don't disagree with that. I think that the focus should be on the humanity of people, on their basic right to bodily autonomy, on our ability to say, hey, my body being a way that I don't want it to be is dangerous and frustrating to me. And the fact of the matter is that's how we already are for cis people. Doctors help people lose weight or gain weight all the time. And it's not treated as anything crazy. It's not, there's no wait, like medicalism movement. Now I'm gonna talk about one more thing on transmedicalism at the moment, before we move on and watch a really, really important video. Because after I talk about this, I want us to watch a video together, and I'm telling you, it's a treat. You guys, I've seen this video, so I'm going to be sharing it with you, but it's going to really be, it's going to get your brain juices working, okay? There's one other thing that I want to talk about with regard to this, which is an argument that transmedicalists make all the time. They say, transmedicalism is the only thing that brings us rights. They'll just kill you otherwise. If you don't have a medical argument for why you exist, you don't exist. People will make some variation of this argument. They'll say that only transmedicalism is the only argument that works. But it's actually completely incorrect. Just flatly false. Just unbelievably, ahistorically, completely incorrect. There used to be people who did this about gay people as well. They used to argue that basically being diagnosed as a gay was the only real way to get any rights. And as it turns out, no, that actually just meant that you were handing the keys to your life over to a very specific gatekeeper instead of a general societal gatekeeper. You're putting yourself in chains. And let me give you some examples, okay? Washington, my state that I live in right now, Washington did not put trans rights into the Constitution via a transmedicalist argument. They just did not. That is not the argument that led to the state constitution being amended to protect trans people. A human rights argument did. A basic argument to bodily autonomy and human rights is the argument that managed to get a constitutional protection for trans people. The same thing goes in Oregon. These states didn't use a medicalist framework to advance these things. In the state of Washington, you can get a X non-binary gender marker on your ID. And they didn't do that through a medicalist argument. That right was won by saying, hey, it's idiotic that you can only have an M or an F on your license when we use digital licenses, and you can just add an X if you want, and people will feel like they can be correctly identified as who they are. And it happened, and it worked. Turns out, you don't have to make a medical argument. You don't have to go, well, you see, they're broken on the inside, you see, so they need this X, you know, because they're messed up in the head. You don't need to make an argument that there's something wrong with someone for why they should be able to have an X on their license. There are like, I think there's now 20 countries across the world who have adopted self-ID in IDs, where you can just say, I identify this way, and they will give you the ID that matches with your gender presentation, because that's just a more rational solution. There's no medical argument that needed to be made there. It's certainly not a medical-centric argument. The transmedical position is unfortunately one of cope. The reality is that arguments from bodily autonomy, arguments from basic human rights are way stronger, and they don't run the risk of being weaponized against you. I want to say this is an argument that our very own Gayfesh made very eloquently the other night, and I'm going to repeat Gayfesh's argument very well, okay? In Florida, does anybody know how in Florida trans rights have been repealed? Does anybody? It was because Ron DeSantis appointed anti-trans loyalists to the medical board and used the power of the medical board to essentially say, this is not a real medical diagnosis. This is not something that exists anymore. He essentially deleted trans people out of existence via medical board capture. And you can't do that if the medical board isn't the one who gets to decide whether or not trans people exist or not. Which is why you have to adopt a non-medicalist frame. You have to argue from a place of bodily autonomy. People have a right to their bodies. No medical board can take away your bodily autonomy. Bam! No medical board can do it. You can't seize the medical board and cut off people's rights to be able to access medical health care or whatever else they want, or identify how they please, or live how they please. Medical capture has happened throughout all of history. All of the trans people who had to be humiliated by shithead doctors, all of the trans people who were unlucky enough to live in a red state where an insane doctor says, I don't believe in trans people, I'm not prescribing you hormones. That should not be the case. That should not be allowed to happen, okay? This is why we argue from not a medicalist position. This is why we argue from a bodily autonomy, a basic human rights position. Trans people are people. Non-binary people are people. They have a right to control what happens to their body. They have a right to control their future. They have a right to express themselves and live just like the rest of us. Non-binary people and trans people, being people, have all full access to the First Amendment just like you. I can express myself and wear whatever clothes I fucking want. The medicalist approach is, it is dangerous on like 3 different fronts. It leaves extreme vulnerability to medical capture. It is historically proven to be very humiliating and oppressive when it inevitably lags behind the understanding of that people have of themselves. And worst, it runs the risk of collapsing into explicit biological fascism, where petty doctors with political agendas can impose horrible existences on other people against their will. And these things, people who deny these things are simply wrong. And like I've said throughout this whole conversation, transmedicalists as a whole group, there are some who just don't know this shit. There are some who are fairly malicious, who are just, they use transmedicalism as a way to basically decide who is and who isn't, which is all the more reason why it's not the right answer. You don't want a bunch of fucking weirdos who are obsessed with your masturbation habits being able to decide the future of your body. That's not the way that it should be. This is not what we should be fighting for. What else to say on this? I want to make sure I've hit everything. It's a thing that should be left in the past, okay? We should all be able to acknowledge that gender is complicated, okay? Even the binary among us, even those who have fairly simple desires, to the average, to the American psyche, you are as out there as I am. You are as out there as Doe, okay? We all win if we fight for bodily autonomy. Take a look at Roe v. Wade. The bodily autonomy argument, which actually, interestingly, in Roe v. Wade's case was not what was used. It was a privacy argument, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. And now Roe v. Wade's gone. But what is the argument that was actually used to support abortion rights in the United States? Bodily autonomy. It wasn't a medicalist argument. It wasn't basically saying we'll never get rights for abortions unless we give more power to doctors to decide whether or not their patients are in a right state of mind. It was a bodily autonomy argument that has won over the hearts of America, that has won and spread the popularity and made people so mad at the loss of Roe v. Wade. And I'm not going to discount that when it comes to dealing with American insurance companies, that there is a need to sometimes engage in a medicalized conversation because, again, of the disgusting, heinous, and inhuman for-profit American insurance company. But if we're not fucking virgins about it, if we're fucking gigachads about it, if we can fucking spine up and be brave and stand together, we should be able to go, okay then, why don't we make it so that insurance companies, why don't we make these terms as accepting as possible so that insurance companies have to cover people, so that they don't get to nickel and dime trans people based on prejudice to save money. We should make these terms broad. We should make it impossible for them to be able to discriminate. We should pass laws that enshrine the basic humanity and the basic human rights of all trans people. Not some fucking weird medicalist argument where you go, we should not give HRT to AGPs because then the insurance companies might want to try and find a way to not give insurance to the true transsexuals. Newsflash! I don't know if you guys knew this. Well, this is the thing that gets me. A lot of transmedicalists are young, okay? I'm sorry, I hate, but it's true. Okay, a lot of them are young. They don't know that before Obamacare, getting a gender dysphoria diagnosis, which a lot of doctors would avoid giving you because they knew this was the case, ally doctors, doctors who were progressives, wouldn't diagnose you. They would diagnose you with hormonal imbalance. Because if you got a gender dysphoria diagnosis before Obamacare, it was considered a pre-existing condition and you would not get coverage for it. How's that for fucking medicalism? You got the gender diagnosis exists and they just discriminate against you anyway. And again, it wasn't a medicalist argument that changed that. It was Obama saying we need to get rid of pre-existing conditions because they're a blight against humanity. It was a humanitarian argument. It was a rights-based argument. It was a moral argument, not a medical argument. Up until Obama said, fuck pre-existing conditions, this shit is evil, and got rid of them with Obamacare, they just said, nah, gender dysphoria, you don't get it. I'm not even kidding you. Like, sometimes I wish that I could, I know I need to get some people and collect some stories so that people can hear the experiences that people had pre-Obamacare. My friend found an ally doctor. It took forever. My friend back then had to hunt for a doctor that would prescribe spironolactone for acne instead of GD, gender dysphoria, because GD would disqualify you immediately from being able to get your medicine. And you are going to tell me that the most effective way to get rights, to get access to hormones, is to appeal to that system, is to be deferential to that system? No, they will choke you and crush you. You have to be smarter. Don't you worry about that, JS Masochist. Take care of yourself first. Sashi says, bodily autonomy not being upheld as right under U.S. Constitution makes it a less appealing argument. Maybe on a national level, but that doesn't mean that the medicalist approach is the right answer. Oh, there you go. I think an argument under equal protection might be more workable than bodily autonomy. That's for the lawyers to figure out. My job is to point out that medicalism as a lifestyle, as a set of policy procedures, is nothing but harm. It splits the community. It makes us weaker. And it's mostly transmedicalism, as we have seen, is mostly put forward by weird Nazis who have a kink. You know, they're like, I only want to fuck the real transsexuals. I don't want those disgusting perverts or whatever. Those people. And then it's put forward by weird, sick in the head, deranged freaks who need to feel better than other people by saying, I'm definitely the true one. Please accept me. I'm the real one. That type of shit. Okay? Come on. Medicalism, Sashi says medicalism is literally the worst option. Disability isn't protected at all under the Constitution. Transmedicalists, some people are coming at it out of genuine fear, but they're wrong, okay? The position is incorrect, and the position only leads to fractured infighting among groups that need solidarity more than anyone. It's not the way to go. Don't let anybody tell you that it is. No one. Even people who are otherwise good advocates, okay? Trust me, okay? Don't just trust me. Fuck it, don't trust me. Go look it up for yourself. Go see the arguments that have won. Do you guys think that we got gay marriage because of a fucking medicalist argument? Are you crazy? Come on, wait, let's be smart here. Let's look at the actual facts and don't just repeat things because you hear it on the internet, okay? Bunzi says, in my 20s, I was a transmedicalist. I'm super glad that I listened to people in the community about how it was an awful take. There was a lot of people who were transmedicalists in the past because there was this idea that it was the only way forward, and it wasn't. It was a trap. It was a binding, okay? Transmedicalism binds you to forever be under somebody else. If you define your trans experience, and by the way, this isn't just a distinction between, you know, trans joy and trans suffering or anything like that, okay? This is a no matter who you are, even if you are the type of person who hates being trans and you wish you were born cis and there's nothing good about being trans and all that shit, even if you're that type, you lose by making yourself a complete and utter rightless subject to a doctor. That is absurd. Don't do it. Don't argue for people to argue like that. You're thwarting your own future, and you're making it possible for conservative doctors to ultimately take control and strip you of your rights, as has been done and as is being done right now in areas across the country. We fight for liberation. We fight for bodily autonomy. We fight for equal protection as human beings, as creatures with autonomy and rights, with a life to live, okay? It's crazy that, it's crazy to me that, I don't know, where's the solidarity? It's so funny. You guys notice that so many people preach unity, and they preach coalition building, and they preach all this shit, but they never actually talk about solidarity, what it actually means to stick with one another and to fight for one another's rights, what it actually means to say, no, we're not gonna cut out and undercut members of our group who are slightly different on some mild, oh, well, this person uses a different pronoun. You know, they had, oh, this person transitioned at 30. Oh, I guess they're not young enough to be a real trans. I guess we should cut them out and treat them like shit. It's fucking crazy. It's stupid. It's self-defeating. The not trans enough shit will always weaken your position. And it's funny sometimes when I see these types of policies and this type of approach advocated by people who otherwise are talking about, oh, unity, this and all that shit. Mars Falcon says, I'm a total ignoramus. I have no idea what a medicalist argument is. Is it something like demanding rights because it's medically necessary instead of my body, my choice? Yes. A transmedicalist argument is, I think I said this earlier, but you might not have been here. A transmedicalist argument is basically, I have this diagnosis, which means you have to respect me. It is the argument that being trans should be a diagnosable thing, that it should be the medical society, medical institution should be able to decide that you're trans and then grant you the right to transition. And they argue that that's the only way to make sure that you have the protection. But of course, it completely sidesteps the fact that you're not. You're just giving the complete power to the medical institution, which can be and has been and often is currently hijacked. Yeah, no problem, Mars Falcon. Yes, I have Brie Russell. And I don't know about that. I don't know. But if she did, I disagree. And I would be more than happy to do some kind of a debate or something about it. But I don't think that'd be productive. Discordant Vol says, the first institutions that the Nazis took over were medical and academic. They couldn't have gained power without doing so. Yeah, this has been extensively discussed by anti-fascist theorists for a long time, analyzing how being able to hijack medical care, I mean, especially for trans people, they literally decreed that, they literally decreed that you could not give treatment. They burnt down and closed, by law, they passed a law to close down the Institute for Sexual Studies, which was the hospital that treated trans people, the first hospital in the world that treated trans people. Yeah, Brie Russell, if you want to hear my opinion on all that, rewind or watch the segment on it, because I did talk about it for a while, so I had a lot to say, so you'll probably be interested. Discordant Vol said the phrase that they used was called life unworthy of living. Truly monstrous ideas. Yeah. It's kind of wild, right? It's kind of wild, the overlap between eugenics and transmedicalism that we've seen today. Kind of wild, right? And by the way, the medical officials are moving away from the medicalist model, the old school medicalist model. We're now at the point where even the WPATH and the DSM the DSM left this a long time ago. The DSM already said that we're not going to categorize being trans as a mental illness anymore. The only thing that we want to be able to offer treatment for is the dysphoria itself. The pain is what we're looking to treat. They've moved, the medical model has changed to fit the argument I make. And the WPATH has gone even further on that. Now, they're not perfect. For the reasons that I said, they're always going to be lagging behind. Social developments and philosophy and the thoughts of people exploring their own identities and coming up with better terms is always going to move faster than an establishment that's built on analyzing data. That is just a simple fact. We should acknowledge this. Trans people were not... it was not right to discriminate against trans people when the term trans didn't exist. It was still wrong. They were being mistreated. It was not right to discriminate against so-called AGP trans people in the 80s because some fucking freak hijacked the scientific system to get his crappy ideas put forward. Those people who were mistreated and denied care, or categorized or told that they were not valid or treated like perverts for no reason. Those people were done wrong. Even, it doesn't, like, you can't put the cart before the horse. if you're looking for like a book to tell you that you need to treat people like human beings that think and feel, you're losing the game already. So, okay, so Bear TSD says, so dysphoria has nothing to do with the idea of being trans, thereby if you are, then it is. No, I'm not saying that dysphoria has no overlap with being trans. It's just not the only thing that makes you, that can make you trans. Lots of trans people experience dysphoria and some don't. And that's okay. They still have a right to their bodily autonomy. Consider it like this. Hold on. Let me give you an example real quick. What if there's a young trans person and they go, I know how I want my body to be. Here's how I want my body to be. I want my body to go this way. And they get that and they don't experience dysphoria. Isn't that a success? Like if they go, this is how I want my body to go, and their body goes that way, and they never experience the dysphoria because their body went the way that they wanted it to. Isn't that the success? The dysphoric must be trans means that you're looking to create the pain. You're saying that people who figure it out and that they need to be prevented until they feel the pain. It's wild, right? And also, some people might not. Some people might be experiencing something akin to dysphoria, but they might not think about it that way. Like, what if somebody just doesn't feel good about the way that their body is? Like, they don't feel agonized. They just don't like it. And then they experience joy from transition. Isn't that a good thing? I believe that person is just as trans as somebody who suffers. Here's another example. This is a really weird thing that used to be a thing in trans communities online. Would be people would, guys, this is going to come off as psychotic to a lot of you younger people, but back some years ago, people used to argue about whether people who didn't want bottom surgery were as trans as people who did. Literally. So like if you were trans and you didn't want to have a vagina, then you, for whatever reasons be damned, maybe, then somehow you were less trans than somebody who did. Isn't that kind of psychotic and weird? Yeah, it's like, what? That's wild. Like, as if, like, so even though people acknowledge that people have different types of dysphoria, here's an example. Some trans people don't get dysphoric about their face, or don't get dysphoric about their shoulders, or don't get dysphoric about their hands, or whatever. Some trans people do. So why would people be any different if some people aren't dysphoric about their genitalia? Like, what if you just like being a girl who also has a dick? What if that's fine to you? Why should that be, unless you're still subscribing to American neuroses that insist that penis equals man and vagina equals woman, no questions asked, right? So I think the dysphoria dysphoria is a real thing that tons of people experience, and it should be taken seriously. But I just think that it's wrong to try and say that you have to have dysphoria to be trans. I think that's ridiculous. Being trans is a choice to cross the genders. It's not about whether you're miserable or not. People have all kinds of reasons for wanting to do things. Someone on Present Sunday's stream said that gender dysphoria should be extended to cis people because cis people also have dysphoria around gender. They just have better access. Mind blown. Yeah. In fact, a lot of people have made that argument for a long time. It can be gender dysphoric to if you're like for example, if you have a hormonal imbalance as a guy and start to develop gynecomastia, you know, male breasts tissue, that can be really upsetting for people. Not because it makes them look like a woman, just because it makes their body change in a way they're not comfortable with. It just so also happens to align on a gender lines. You could call that gender dysphoria perfectly easily. Anyway, I think I've talked about this issue to a good extent. And again, this is just the sort of raw, rambly version of what we're gonna engage in the future. I'm gonna be talking about, I'm going to be talking about this a lot more, and we're gonna go in depth. I want to do. I'm planning on getting together, and so that we can go through and look at the legal arguments that have been used to win trans rights to the greatest extent, so that I can, sort of show you all and give you all the tools that you need to be able to respond to these fallacious and ridiculous arguments that are ultimately, in my opinion, dangerous. Anyway, thank you all for being here. If you enjoyed this segment, please leave your comments down below. I'd love to respond to them. And make sure that you're subscribed to Demon Mama, because I talk about all kinds of stuff, including gender, like I have just now. And we're going to talk about these types of stuff that I care about very deeply a lot in the future. So thank you for watching, and make sure you're subscribed. All right, everybody, we have one more thing to do. Those are our two segments. Where did I get my shirt? This is, oh my God, I always forget. It is, oh my God, Green Lion. Oh my God. I can't look. Oh God, I always forget the name of it. I've said it a million times. Green Lion X. Oh. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Ah, God damn it. There's another one. Hold on. 1 second. Let me check. Let me check. 1 second. 1 second. Don't go anywhere. Hold on. Ouch. There we go. Gene Mutation X Green Lion. It's a collection by Gene Mutation X Green Lion. You can look it up online and you'll find their collection. I'm pretty sure they still have versions of this shirt available. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what it is. I really love this shirt, and I love the other one I have from them as well. Gene Mutation X Green Lion. That's how you find it. Trump just said this? What did he say? What did Trump say? He's been saying some crazy stuff. Trump vows to shoot thieves and wet forest floors in dark speech to the California GOP. Former President Donald Trump said if elected, he would send every asset under his control to shoot the Marxist monsters unleashing mayhem in Los Angeles and San Francisco who are committing retail theft. Okay, can I just take a minute and just say that I'm a literal genius? Okay? Can we just take a moment and I am the most psychic person that has ever existed. It was like 2 weeks ago that I went over and reacted to that and I talked with President Sunday and Straighterade about that shoplifting panel where I talked about how these people are so psychotic that they end up batting to the right of like medieval monarchies for shoplifting. The death sentence No, not even the death sentence. Just on-the-spot execution for fucking shoplifting. Shoplifting! When you walk into a store and you sneak a fucking candy into your coat, you deserve to die for that? I was literally just talking about it. I was just talking about how we live in a psychotic time, a monstrous time, where people are so deranged and paranoid that they literally believe, and it's fueled by fucking Donald Trump. Okay, I try not to be doomer, but sometimes I feel like America has like a terminal brain disease. Like, you have this guy running for president who, after, I mean, everything, you can stack up everything, the most indicted man in history, the most criminal guy who's ever fucking existed, and he's running and stumping about how he believes you should be able to kill fucking kids stealing Twix bars on sight. Can we just acknowledge how psychotic and messed up our world is? How fucked up, like, these movements are? Like, the conservative movement is just anti-human. They're broken. To think that a human life is worth less than a fucking Twix bar or a Twinkie. Deranged. Just absolutely insane. The brain damage. Puerto Rican musician says he could legit win again. Maybe. Okay, we're in between segments. We're about to do a really banger react. We're about to react to a really crazy good video, okay? But can I just take a moment and just, can I just ramble about something? Can we just have like a moment to have let's share a nightmare together. Hold on, let me just get some ambiance, and we're gonna have a little nightmare together, okay? Hold on. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hold on, give me a second. Give me a second. The year is 2024. COVID is back again. Donald Trump and Joe Biden have been campaigning across the United States when suddenly Joe Biden kicks the bucket unexpectedly because he's 97 gajillion years old. Nothing special, nothing bad happens to him outside of just being an old man. We have 6 months until the election. The Democratic Party decides to run Kamala Harris against Donald Trump. Donald Trump sings "The Wheels on the Bus" and gets the lyrics wrong every day for 2 months. Kamala Harris falls asleep on stage after saying, "You're not a good guy, buckaroo." Donald Trump gets elected in 2024 by a slim margin because too many Democrats who already weren't happy about voting for Joe Biden decided not to vote for Kamala Harris. I'm panicking. I'm smiling, but inside I'm screaming. Okay? Can you guys imagine? This is a real thing. Hold on. An alternate future. Here's an alternate future. One more time. Joe Biden and Donald Trump have been campaigning. Joe Biden falls down the airplane stairs and can't get back up. The doctors deem him medically incompetent. Kamala Harris becomes president by default. However, the Democratic Party is concerned that Kamala Harris will not win in the general election. So instead, they call upon Amy Klobuchar. Amy Klobuchar with her running mate, Pete Buttigieg, to run against Donald Trump. Donald Trump, who has elected a new running mate, Mike Flynn. Mike Flynn goes on a tour called the QAnon Tour, and goes around promoting his QAnon websites all across the country. Donald Trump wins the presidency and immediately passes a law saying that you can kill babies if they don't immediately give you their lollipop. Okay, all right. Enough nightmares. Just kidding. We're not done with the nightmares. I'm bringing them back. Joe Biden wins after a long struggle against Donald Trump. But Donald Trump contests the election. And during the intermediary period while the votes are still being verified, even though he's lost by an overwhelming margin, Donald Trump says, "No, I've won again. I've always won." Joe Biden has a sudden heart attack. Kamala Harris is now technically president in the election that Donald Trump is widespread claiming. Oh wait, the scary music went away. Hold on. Kamala Harris becomes president by line of succession while Donald Trump is contesting the results of the election. One more, okay, one more nightmare. One more horrible nightmare. It's 2024, January of 2024. Donald Trump and Joe Biden both die of old age related incidents. Joe Biden chokes on an ice cream cone in the Oval Office. Donald Trump shits himself to death. He squeezes too hard and his entire insides dump out into his pants, okay? It is now a race between Kamala Harris and a Vivek Ramaswamy Ron DeSantis ticket. Ron DeSantis and Vivek Ramaswamy squeak out a victory. And as his first act in office, Ron DeSantis declares that Disney is too gay and all Disney is banned throughout the entire United States. Ron DeSantis and Vivek Ramaswamy partner with NFT giants such as the Apes Club to create a Bitcoin-powered death squads to hunt down and find any pronoun users in the United States. All right, okay. All right, enough nightmares, okay? We had our nightmare session. All right, now you are all gonna sleep so well, okay? And the reason why you're all gonna sleep so well is because right now you don't live in that future. Right now you live where fucking Happy Jack, Dark Brandon, Light Brandon, Medium Brandon is still in the White House and none of this has happened yet. There is so, oh, okay, seriously though, can you imagine how bad it's gonna be if Joe Biden doesn't make it to 2024 and wins the election and makes it far enough in? Can you imagine how bad it will be? How absolutely horrible it will be? Can you imagine can you guys even imagine what a second Trump presidency would look like after everything? The man is completely deranged. He's more deranged than he ever was in office. It's insane. Like, he was crazy as fuck before. He was a crazy fascist before. Donald Trump has completely lost his mind, is now rambling about being able to shoot children in the face for stealing fucking candy bars. It would be so bad. Also, okay, this is also really, this is horribly doomer pilling, but can you imagine how bad it would be if so many people get out the vote shit for Joe Biden, and then because Joe Biden is so old and the Democratic Party has been completely unable to set up anybody to follow up, they have no backups, they literally have no one to follow up. Can you imagine all that work getting out the vote, and then Joe Biden kicks it and there's nowhere for that energy to go, and the Democrats just lose because they don't have their shit together? Not even because Trump is popular, but because nobody knows who to vote for. True, Gay Fesh. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Newsom has a chance. Oh man, it's so bad. It's scary. We're in a, I know that like, I mean, I'm going to be completely honest. It's looking pretty good for Joe Biden as it stands right now. But if Joe Biden, if he doesn't keep his health, that motherfucker better be taking so good of himself. I know that, like, I know that we meme on the conservatives a lot, but the Trump cult is psychotic. And if they get unfettered, if they get access to power again, it is going to be a painful disaster. It will inevitably collapse in on itself. It's not like they're gonna, that it's gonna be the birth of the Black Empire for all of eternity. But it is going to be very painful while they fucking writhe and destroy everything underneath them. These people are cruel and stupid, and that is a horrible combination. We're one old person disease away from losing most of our government, and it's kind of stressful. Yeah, it's fucking crazy stressful. Did you see Cenk threatening to run if they don't primary Biden? Oh, no. Oh, not Cenk, the most unlikable person ever. No. He's going to destroy Biden. Can you imagine Cenk and Biden getting in a fight? Cenk would be like, "You're an old man. I don't like you. You're unlikable, and I don't like you. You smell bad. I don't like you." And then Joe Biden would be like, "You're a weird guy, Jack. You look like you could use some push-ups or some sit-ups or a diet or something." All that the Joe Biden campaign would have to do is have one of their Zoomer staffers make a meme compilation of all the times that Cenk has just started screaming incoherently on his show, and it would be over. It would be Jover for fucking Cenk. Sometimes they try to paint that as a cool compilation. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't fucking work. Are you kidding me? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hold on. Can we look back? Oh yeah, I already have this in my search results from roasting on this asshole last time. The Cenk vote results. 36, 25, 17, 6.6. Oh. Cenk sad. Cenk sad. He tried so hard and he got 6%. He got beaten by the secondary Republican. I want to know what Stephen Knight's platform was that he got beaten by Stephen Knight. I want to know what this guy fought for. Ooh, we got his campaign website. I'm just being mean now at this point. As a U.S. Army veteran, 18-year veteran with the LAPD, and proven leader on the local, statewide, and national level, Steve has helped keep families and neighborhoods safe. Oh my God, who said kill all of the homeless? Holy shit, Fortnite, you were correct. I'm going to use what I learned in Iraq to keep our neighborhoods safe. You will have turrets and security checkpoints at every neighborhood in LA. Every morning you will wake up at 6 and make your bed. And if you do not, you will be killed. I want to see what his, oh my God, hold on. Can we see his, 25 for the 25th? Veteran law enforcement. Oh, man. Advocacy for small businesses. Hold on, let's see. Steve worked to address the opioid epidemic in the Congressional Law Enforcement Task Force and Heroin Task Force. Literally, we're going to beat the opioid epidemic by doing the drug war harder. Steve introduced the Secret Act to expedite security clearance for defense contractors. Woo! Advocated for funding the B-12, F-35, and MQ-4. Dude. Oh shit, though. Steve introduced the Natural Gas Leak Prevention Act. Oh, man. He could have done it. He could have saved TYT. If only Cenk had voted for Steve Knight, he would have been fine. Hey, thanks, Schloop. I'll take a look at those in just a little bit. All right, everybody, enough nightmares. That was a fun little mini segment. Okay, that was fun. All right, but it's time now. Okay, I have another gift for you all. Okay, that's right. I am feeding you very well. Don't you ever say that I don't take good care of you. It might have been like 6 days or actually a week since I last streamed, but don't you ever say I don't take good care of you. I always make sure you have tons of content because we are about to do something really, really cool. Okay? My lovely, lovely imps, I want to share a video with you today, okay? In the general discourse on the internet, there's been a lot of discussion about trans issues. Trans issues from the right, trans issues from the left, trans issues from niches within the left. Trans issues have been all over the place, okay? And as you know, I am trans, and I talk about trans issues a lot myself. And we actually, just a few minutes ago, for those who are watching live, if you're watching in the future in the video form, you should go search my channel and you'll find this video. But we did a video talking about transmedicalism. And apropos of all of these subjects, I wanted to share a really, really amazing video with you. A video that I want to build off of and talk about and react to and dive into. And this video is by Lily Alexandre, and it is called "Why Are People Trans?" And this is a really, really amazing video essay, and I really want you to check it out, and also check out, of course, we're going to do our usual full shout out, and I'll tell you all to go leave some comments at the end, but I really want to share this video with you. Some of you may have already seen it. I imagine my audience has some overlap, but I don't really care. I want to share it with you because I think it's really, really, really good, and there are a lot of people watching right now, and I think you will gain a ton from this, okay? Why are people trans? Let's watch it. Let's watch this together. So again, this is going to talk about a lot of the topics that we have been discussing in recent memory, and I will be discussing more. I was just so impressed with this video, and I'm really excited to share it with you. Okay, so My lovely imps, thank you for being here. Let's dig into the video. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. All right, let's do this.
Read-only file in a format I'd...
Here we go. Sorry about
In
that.
2017, I noticed a mysterious icon on my desktop. It was a read-only file in a format I'd never heard of before. I opened it to find a brief note, black on white in plain text. Gone. It's gone forever. I had no earthly idea how the file got there. I don't share my computer with anyone, and I'm sure I didn't download the thing. But at the same time, it was familiar. I'd repeated some version of this phrase to myself every day for the past year as I came out, outed an abusive ex-partner, lost most of my friends over it, started college, started hormones, spun completely out of control, and watched my plans for the future disintegrate. I decided the file was a sign, dropped onto my computer by some force beyond my reckoning, insisting that my feelings were real. I felt like it saw me in a way almost nobody did. And I carried that reassurance with me for years as I tried to get back on track. I'm really glad I found it. But of course, the universe doesn't drop a file onto your desktop to send you a message. It had to come from somewhere. This is a video about gender, science, and what we lose when we know.
Birds! Boy, okay. I'm going to take advantage of this little pause here with this cute music and cute birds to say, boy, do I feel that intro. It's been a long time. I have been transitioned for a very long time, but the scars of the experience of transition do not fade easily. It was very difficult. A lot of trans people suffer more from the social impact that they do afterward, that they get after transition, than they ever would have from just the experience of being trans alone. There's a punishment process. The dysphoria tortures you, and you try to make it real, and you're punished as a result, punished tenfold for the crime of existing. And it's wild the ways in which our society punishes people for being trans. And it's so pointless. It's so unnecessary.
The past couple years have seen a lot of clamor around the idea of transness as a social contagion, of rapid onset gender dysphoria as a mass psychogenic illness infecting teenagers left and right. It seems like there are more trans people now than there used to be, and some very normal people have some very normal concerns about the whole thing. You know, the thing where we exist. It's not ideal for them. Maybe we should ease up. But for all the talk of social contagions, people rarely believe that transness is exclusively a social phenomenon. Even if you think being trans is a fake thing, you believe certain factors predispose people to, I guess, fall for it. And so alongside all this talk of social influence, there's been an increased push to find an objective physical cause of trans identity.
This is literally what we were just talking about in my Transmedicalism segment, right? How I was talking about how the medicalist approach pushes finding a single medical reason for this that you can hold up and say, oh, instead of just recognizing that people can be trans and that they have a right to their bodily autonomy. Yeah.
Independent of any cultural influence. Really, this has been underway since at least the 90s, and theories by this point abound. Some studies suggest that trans identity is caused by specific genes, others by the number of cells in a certain part of the brain. These dry scientific hypotheses appear fairly nonpartisan, and they obscure how loaded the question really is. While the scientific method itself isn't political, what we choose to study is totally inextricable from politics.
Fortnite points out the majority of autism funding goes back into researching genetic causes. It's fucked. Yeah, it is. And I think you'll be happy to know where this video goes.
You know, we never commission studies on why people are cis. We understand that as the natural course of development for a person, as what happens when all goes to plan without any outside interference. But of course, everyone's genders are shaped by their social context. Being cis is actively enforced on all of us from birth, in a process known as forced cissification. Google it. Do you think that only transness must
Banger! Banger! Oh my god, incredible.
have a discrete cause is othering no matter how neutrally it's framed, because it understands transness as external to normal human development. It reminds me of the search for a cause of same-gender attraction, or a cause of autism for that matter. Those communities both largely reject the search for a cause, because an answer would be an enormous liability with very little upside. There's really no doubt as to how the results would be applied. Take it from professional homophobe Orson Scott Card. Our scientific efforts... I've never heard an interview. I don't actually know how he talks. I've assumed he's British. He's not British, is he? Our scientific efforts in regard to homosexuality
He's a Mormon, right?
should be to identify genetic and...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Orson Scott Card is a Utah. He's a Utah, which is kind of crazy to think about.
uterine causes, as well as environmental and social influences that put their children at greater risk of this reproductive dysfunction. So that
Sorry, I should rewind. I interrupted this, but you guys need to hear the derangedness of this quote, okay? Listen to this quote.
Be to identify genetic and uterine causes, as well as environmental and social influences that put their children at greater risk of this reproductive dysfunction, so that the incidence of this dysfunction can be minimized. If acceptable ways can be found to protect children from developing this reproductive dysfunction before it even manifests itself, or to shape society as to encourage the least effective to achieve reproductive success, i.e. evolutionary normality, why would we not want to assure that the children we bear would be free of this dysfunction? Fucking dick. Just some of the most pro-eugenic speech around. I promise this video gets, like, fun and cool soon. It's mostly not about bigotry, but this feels like important groundwork to lay.
It's funny how much the themes all end up plugging back into each other. The eugenics and the medicalism and the eugenics and the trying to get rid of trans people and the eugenics and the gay people. And it's weird. It's almost like eugenics and hyper gatekeeping medical focus is part of a project by people to institute their ideal view of a world onto the world by literally controlling your ability to live in your own body effectively. It's kind of crazy, right?
Anyway, as with other stigmatized ways of being...
Sorry, I'm going to pause for a second. I'm going to read this. Miss Laura in YouTube chat says, Demon Mama is an autogynephile. She does not even know what the transsexual taxonomy is. Did you miss my last segment? Did you miss my last segment? You did. Also, how do you know I'm an autogynephile? Oh, are you one of those? Oh no. Are you one of those ones? Are you like the equivalent, like an AGP suicide bomber type? Is that the type you are, where you're like, I know because I am one. And it's my job to hunt out the other ones. Is that you? Let's go.
Identifying a cause behind transness would empower parents and lobbyists to directly decrease the number of trans people in the world. If it were found to be
Cringing even harder. I'm cringing even harder. Okay, we have to go. Okay, we have to continue. The video is more important than this cringe nonsense. We have to stop. Everybody, ignore the sad individual in the chat. Ignore the person clinging to what? How many years it is? Is it now? Almost 50-year-old debunked science. Ignore them, okay? Ignore them. We have to continue. By the way, hello, Chariot. It's wonderful to see you. I loved your new video on The Last Jedi. I'll talk about it once we're done with this reaction, but good to see you.
Caused by the environment you grew up in, campaigns to ban our books and criminalize drag queens would kick into overdrive. If we found strong genetic predictors of transness, prejudiced families would screen for them in utero and abort fetuses deemed to be at risk. And all those militantly anti-abortion people, well, they're usually also anti-queer, and I wouldn't be surprised if many of them were willing to look the other way. Orson Scott Card, for example, is vocally anti-abortion. And yet, in that quote a minute ago, he was kind of implying we should screen and abort gay babies.
Oh, he wasn't implying. He was explicitly making that argument. He was making the argument that very explicitly, it wasn't even by implication, he was saying we should be able to identify and root out the gayness gene. I kind of want to debate this person so bad, but no, I can't. I have to resist. We have to watch this really good video and not get distracted with the dipshit dullard in chat. Okay? Control. I must remember, hold on. I must chant. Do not get distracted with troglodytes. You can't let yourself. You must guide and focus on the path. Okay, let's go. I must resist the urge. Let's go, everybody. Let's continue.
We know.
Oh, hello, Doe. We just started watching Why Are People Trans, and a self-identified autogynephile Blanchardian is in chat, trying to do remote psychic diagnosis on my existence on the outdated 50-year-old debunked taxonomy. They're like, yes. It's literally, guys, I'm not even kidding you. It would be like if you walked into like a card shop where people were playing magic cards, and you brought calipers in, and then you were like, I need to measure your skull before I challenge you. And then everyone said, fuck off and get out of here. And then you just pissed your pants in public just to show them. All right, let's go. We have to continue. See, this is why I have to stop. Anyway, I love you, Doe.
I love you.
What's up?
You want Wendy's?
I would love Wendy's.
Which one?
Okay, I should say I would love Wendy's, but I would like Wendy's, but last time I didn't. But just get me the big bacon burger with the big fry and a Diet Coke.
Okey-dokey.
And a small Frosty would be great.
Okay.
Okay?
Cool.
I love you.
Love you.
All right, let's continue.
Prenatal marker would engender this kind of choice because we've seen it happen before. When medical ultrasounds rolled out in the 60s and 70s, prospective parents gained the ability to check the sex of the fetus they were carrying, and if they found out the child would turn out female, many of them would have an abortion, with the idea that having a son would be easier or more financially beneficial. This trend brought on a demographic crisis in a lot of countries. At its most extreme, 118 sons were born for every 100 daughters in China, which scholars worried might increase violence and oppression against women in the long run. So, in 1994, China and India both banned fetal sex screenings to put an end to this practice. Though I should mention the bans may have themselves caused issues for women. Now, the science at play here was neutral. Ultrasounds are obviously not morally wrong, but the availability of sex screenings still caused harm. Similarly, a detectable cause of transness would be a big, bright target on our backs, and that's a major reason some civilians want to track one down. Now,
I'm sorry. I'm failing. I'm weak. But it's so funny. It's so sad. Miss Laura says, I also know you are autogynephilic through behavior, and I have known your channel for a while. Your etiology is autogynephilic, and there's nothing wrong with that either. It is an acceptable way to be. Hold on. You guys know that account that does the what's that called? What's that called when they do the line, the green line and the dotted line? Like the frame analysis? What's that called? From watching your YouTube videos, I have determined your etiology is autogynephilic in nature. Get lost, nerd. It's pathetic. Autogynephilia in cis women is extremely rare, borderline non-existent. That's actually false. Are you? Oh my God, you haven't read anything. You haven't read anything past the 1970s. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my God. Oh no, you're stupid and lost. Let's continue.
This is a pretty clear-cut argument for not pursuing the question any further, but it's not actually the focus of this essay. I don't want to spend too much time on the search for a cause, because no matter what science we use, I don't think we'll actually find one. Before we get into that, this video took a staggering amount of research to pull off. Over the last month, I've read scientific papers, essays dating back to the 30s, parts of 6 different books on psychology, theology, demographics, and I love doing it this way. I don't think this channel would work if it was low effort. But honestly, folks, I'm just barely skirting by. If you like the work I do and you have the means to contribute, it'd be a huge help if you join my Patreon. You can get your name in the credits, in-depth production diaries, and early access to all my videos. Okay, hate doing that. Back to the video.
Oh no. Oh no. Miss Laura, I hit your nerve clearly. You want to deny your own sexuality. I can't stop you. They're literally doing it. They're literally doing it. Remember how I said it was like bringing your skull measuring calipers into the magic store and then pissing your pants and then being like, I clearly struck a nerve. Oh, you're plugging your nose at the smell of the rancid piss leaking down my pants and pooling on the floor below me. I've clearly struck a nerve. No, this is too funny. It's completely ruining my react to this video. Miss Laura, not really. You're smooth-brained and male-brained. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I have a question. Miss Laura, I'm being genuine here. Isn't it by your own, and this is by your worldview, isn't it fairly male-brained to go and harass a woman on the internet and to hyper-fixate on taxonomical systems and aggressively promote those taxonomical systems via chat? Isn't that by your own system like fairly male-brained? Like I'm just wondering, because it seems like you're kind of going out of your way and calling the it's kind of a pot calling the kettle black situation. Harass is a hysterical word. You're a politics channel. I can debate my views. Harass is a hysterical word. Oh wait, wait a minute, guys. Wait a minute. That means that means I win. I'm a woman. I did the hysterical thing. Holy shit. Oh, fucking wrecked. If I'm hysterical and you're male-brained, what's that mean? What's that fucking mean, bitch? Oh, woohoo! Let's go, folks. My face win. That feel win. That feel win. You defeat your male brain by getting hysterical, and therefore prove that your opponent is male brained. Oh man, amazing! This is so amazing. Does this make you happy? I have a genuine question. By the way, do not time this person out. If we need to, we'll edit this part out so that the react makes sense. But dude, don't edit this out. This is the most fun I've had in a while, okay? Please. Wait. Okay. Laura, do you want to have a conversation about this? Miss Laura, do you want to have a conversation about this? It's been so long. It's been so fucking long. Do you want to come on? It is kind of funny though. It's fairly, by your own standards, I assert it is male-brained to go into a YouTube chat, a woman's YouTube chat, and demand that she debate you. I'm gender dysphoric about your voice. Oh, come on. You just called yourself an autogynophile in chat, and then you said that I'm male brained and you're gonna try and chicken out because of your voice dysphoria? Come on. Come on. For real? No spine. Do you guys see? What is this shit? My divine femininity is so powerful that no one can debate me. I can't even get debates anymore because everyone is too intimidated. They all just cum their pants instantly upon looking at me. It's so sad. Yeah, and you said you were willing to debate your opinions. Come on. Get in the Discord. Come on. The Blanchardians aren't sending their best. That's because it's out of fucking, it's like, okay, you guys ever seen, what's that guy? What's that channel? What's the channel? The guy who he like opens and eats old stuff. Ashens? Is it Ashens? Is that who it is? Ashens? Yeah, Ashens. You guys ever seen those videos where like Ashens opens up like a chocolate bar that's been stored since like 1911? That's what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with somebody who is clinging to science that was debunked like 40 plus years ago. I'm not going to let you maul me with your ranting. Miss Laura, this is pathetic. This is not queen behavior. I am alone against a YouTuber with a large platform. You don't see how that makes me uncomfortable? Not very left-wing. Are you crazy? You came into my chat of your own volition and started yelling at me about how I'm an autogynophile. And now you're gonna try and play victim? You can literally just stop typing and nothing will happen to you. Ever. You could literally have never typed if you wanted to. Wow. It's not a medical term. It's debunked. It's been debunked to death. Sexology isn't a medical field. Sexology is a pseudoscience. It was invented by an idiotic sexologist who did the most piss-poor research. And if you don't believe me, hey, anybody who doesn't believe me right now when I say this, go read the methodology. You can read it. You can go read his idiotic methodology. He didn't even have a control group. It was horrific. He was literally just the only person doing it at the time. Also, let's not, whatever you do, don't look into Ray Blanchard's friends. Whatever you do, don't look into his close buddy, Zucker, Kenneth Zucker, up in Toronto with the old pedophile clinic. I just want you to just, but let's just, can we just take a moment here? All of this aside and the stupid, pathetic, cowardly whining in chat, can we just acknowledge, everybody, my lovely viewers, there are 600 of you right now, can we acknowledge how psychotic it is to roll into someone's chat? Let's even pretend, let's pretend that autogynephile is a real thing. Can you imagine rolling into someone's chat and publicly stating that you believe that they belong to a certain taxonomy of trans people because you watch their videos and therefore you have gleaned what their sexual proclivities must be simply by observation via YouTube? Can we not acknowledge how deranged that is? Oh, look who showed up. I'm sorry, everybody. I know that we were supposed to be doing a segment now, but this is too much fun for me. This reminds me of the old days a little bit. We've got like a little petri dish in chat. Laura, by the way, I'm going to give you, hold on, Laura, Miss Laura, I'm going to give you a genuine piece of advice. Whatever you do, I know you're not going to listen to me, but whatever you do, this is a warning, okay? I'm telling you, as like on a spiritual, deep and spiritual level, whatever you do, do not take up that invitation to connect on Twitter. It will bring ruin to your life. I mean it, okay? I'm right now channeling the divine feminine. This is my oracular form, okay? If I need to, I'll turn on the flashing lights and get the smoke machine going. But I'm seriously, right now, I'm channeling your life will fall to ruin if you accept that Twitter friendship. I'm serious. Don't do it. I'm warning you. I know you think you're going to be like, oh, I shouldn't do it. I shouldn't do what mama says. But I'm telling you, I can see the future. And if you accept that, it's going to lead to extreme ruin. We're watching, everybody. Gammy says, I was in the GC. Well, hey, now we know. What would the dipshit trash chat be without a bottom feeder like yourself? Oh man, this is so great. Stop arguing with a minor that hasn't even begun her transition? Wait, who said that? Who said that they're a minor who hasn't begun transition? Who said that? Where do we find that? Is that true? I'm 17. Wait, who said that? The data does support it. I'm 17 right now and planning to transition. The theory saved my life. No, it didn't. Okay, okay. I just saw that. Okay. I won't debate with you. Laura, this is my actual message to you. Get out while you still can. That theory did not save your life. It's putting you in chains. I'm telling you, it is debunked science. If you don't believe me, take a serious, I can't spend my whole stream teaching you that it's debunked science, but go take a genuine, actual critical look, an honest look, okay? That shit will kill you. It is a horrifically toxic, pseudoscientific theory that was designed to dehumanize trans people, to split trans people into fake and true, okay? He literally used the term true transsexual. You can delude yourself all you want to say, no, actually, it's a valid way to be. He didn't think so, okay? And now, of course, you can go see for yourself, Ray Blanchard is a fucking transphobic freak who hangs around with TERFs. Please get out while you still can. If you're truly 17 and you're not just pretending in chat for attention, I genuinely hope that you move beyond this. And I promise you'll be happier if you abandon this demented, outdated, broken, and sick ideology. And it is, okay? It really is. It won't save your life. None of the doctors who are going to help you get HRT, none of the trans people who are going to support you are Blanchardians, okay? It is a taxonomy that was designed to enforce hierarchy, to tell you that everything that you are is wrong, that you are some kind of, there's something defective with you when there's not, okay? Damn, Gammy and Chad desperately trying to get into the DMs of a 17-year-old. Miss Laura, you are being pulled into a cult. I'm serious. I've been at this for a really long time. Okay? Please. Wow, this has gotten dark. Okay? I encourage anyone to read Anne Lawrence. She's progressive and eloquent. And Alice Dredger. Alice Dredger tore apart. Alice Dredger tore apart Ray Blanchard and then went on to still be transphobic about it. And Anne Lawrence is, listen, Anne Lawrence is tragic, okay? Anne Lawrence bought into an ideology that told her that she was some kind of messed up freak. And yet Anne Lawrence, I'll give credit to Anne Lawrence. Anne Lawrence still published a ton of information to try and help trans people. But she did it from, like, again, the most tragic position I've ever seen. Anne Lawrence had some serious issues with self-hate. None of this shit is the answer, and it's all been moved on past. This is ancient shit. This is like, it's no joke. What you're doing here is like pawing through old phrenology texts. You've not found any truth. You've found stuff that was outdated, not just outdated, stuff that was wrong the moment it was published and is outdated. No one buys into this stuff anymore. And many people didn't at the time. I'm not saying that, I never said Lawrence was a right-winger. I said that Lawrence was tragic to me. And I hold by that. Yeah, it's literally like saying, it's like saying right now that, like, to help you with your current problems that you need to go read Freud and then coming to the conclusion that you must need a lobotomy. When, like, but it's actually even worse than that. Because, well, I guess it's about similar. Freud was just wrong about everything. He was wrong about literally everything. None of what Freud was like, what Freud started was, what people credit Freud with was starting the process of inquiring, but all of his theories proved to be incorrect. Like, all of them. Man, this has gotten really weird. Man, this is so... I do not think it's something we should need to hide. It's harmless. It's not harmless, and it's not about hiding it. It's not true. It's insane. It's fucking insane. Your worldview is... The Blanchardian worldview is deranged. It's trying to say that there's fucking two types of trans people and that one type is a bunch of people. Like, you don't know anybody's fucking sexual desires or how they operate. Nobody does. He didn't. It's insane. It's immature and pathetic and weak. It's so weak. Oh, the whole crew's here. The whole fucking crew's here. We got them all in chat. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, I can't. I have to be careful. We have to be careful. Everyone, you're witnessing an interesting moment. You're witnessing a strange moment in Demon Mama history. Mr. Anderson, thank you very, very much. And Ron's KFC with the $20, thank you so much. Both of you are so generous. Thank you so much for supporting me. I did not expect this is where tonight would go. But it's getting very, very fascinating. Galaxy Gal 044015 says, when Jesus' next paper comes out, it'll blow people's brains. Yeah, okay. We'll see about that. Let's do it. You guys realize, all of you in chat who are talking about this, you realize that you're like not well, right? That like obsessing over how like how you can like categorize your like how you're fucked up in whatever way isn't healthy, right? Like I assume you all have your hormones. You could just live your life, you know? It's weird because your position is all like, no, you're supposed to transition and just basically live like cis, right? And yet you sit here and you spend your whole lives weirdly, derangedly obsessing over this shit. It's crazy. Miss Laura, no! No! Educated scholar! Oh, man. Oh, this is so good. I can't believe this.
Bazinga.
Oh, my God. Oh, man, this is so great. This is great, but this is also sad. Oh no. We've introduced the self-hate vortex we've introduced cognitive dissonance. There's disagreement now. You better be careful. Wow, I never thought I would be giving a point to O.K. Gallagher. I don't actually think Blanchard is correct nor follow it in any way. Good, you shouldn't. You might be the smartest. Maybe that's why you're like the founder of the group chat. Is because you're the top of the shit pile. That's like a pretty low bar, but hey, congratulations. I got to give it to you. Don't do that. I can't believe I'm going to do this, but I'm feeling chaotic. Gammy, don't do that. I'm breaking my rule. Okay? Don't do it. Don't try to become a Blanchardian scholar. I mean it. Literally, I have basically no the right word here. I have no faith in your abilities, but I believe that literally anyone could have more potential than wasting your time being that miserable. Just don't do it. Do anything else. You could just be a happy person. You know, one day, it's interesting. It's interesting. Because I feel like one day you're going to look back on all of this. And it's going to be like possibly the most horrific form of regret that I can imagine. Something I can only imagine because I have no similar regrets. By the way, if you're here, press like, please. Thank you, Nerodia, for joining the channel. You should go back to that, Gammy. It's wiser, and you'll be happier, and you'll be more correct. No, they're not. I can't believe I'm actually engaging in this. Wait, you're citing Bailey? Oh my God. You know that Bailey was sleeping with his students, right? Including the ones that he was doing the research on. Bailey is like literally like the arch fucking he's like the arch example of like the projected pervert. He wrote an entire book fucking being weird and psychotic about trans people while fucking the people that he was researching and his students. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is so fascinating. You don't want to know what's going on in chat right now.
I don't think
You've missed a wild ride. Do you want to? If you appear right now, it might ensure that you get harassed for the next 30 years.
Wow.
The entire crew showed up.
Who's the entire
You know
crew?
who.
That's embarrassing.
They're all here. They're sitting here and they're talking about being autogynephiles.
That's really weird.
And they're talking about how they're like, at 19, I knew that I was going to become a Blanchard scholar. And I'm like, you decided that you were going to follow the ideology of like a fucking infinitely debunked loser from the 80s. A guy who just angrily sees. Have you guys seen? Have you ever? You guys should go and see some of the fucking best hits of Blanchard. Do you have the one with him raging about anime, where he's like, "These femboys in thigh-high socks keep making me hard, and it proves that the transgender agenda is advancing through our world at a rapid pace." And then he comes his pants again. He's like literally beating himself raw to pictures of anime femboys in thigh-high socks, and he's like, it's the social contagion.
I swear to God, I'm not joking even a little bit. He's
Come
one
on
of
over.
my-
Come on in.
Wait, I don't want to come in. Come closer in. He's one of my first blocks on Twitter. He blocked me on Twitter because he said something about how transitioning diminishes our desirability.
Wait, they can't hear you. You have to.
I think they can.
Can you guys hear Doe?
I'm talking very loud. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. He was one of the first people to block me on Twitter because he said that transitioning diminishes our value on the sexual marketplace. And I replied to him and said that, like, our value doesn't come from people desiring us sexually, and it's not true. You know, like, not only is that not true, but, like...
He's like, no,
and
what?
he literally got so upset, he blocked me. Like, he...
Damn. That's a hell of a block to catch. Getting the old school Blanchard
It's
one.
so silly.
A sad old man beating off to trans porn in his apartment while screaming about the social contagion. Incredible. Every single one of his colleagues has been debunked and doesn't have a job. He doesn't have a job. It's incredible. It's amazing, really. I am dipping them into the Frosty, you fucks. I literally just... What is going on here?
They're trying to gaslight you.
Social contagion doesn't apply to MTFs. Ooh, that's a hell of a carve out. Oh, they're all disagreeing, by the way.
With each other?
Yeah, by accident. They're all like going different angles of transphobia. Oh yeah, it doesn't apply to me. And it's like, no, it does apply to you. You should have seen it. Oh man, you should see. There's like an autogynephile off in the chat. It's fucking great. I should put this chat up on the screen so everybody can enjoy. Hold on, this is fun. I didn't think it was gonna go this way. But you know what? Life is full of surprises. Here, let's put this up here. You guys can, I'm gonna eat my food and you guys can just watch it in real time. But keep donating or else I'll go to bed. Debate Gammy? There's no such thing as a debate with Gammy. That would be self-harm for Gammy.
What is there to debate?
Remember when I was so good? For like 2 years, I said I would never engage. I don't give a shit anymore. At this point, it's gone so far out of control. You motherfuckers. It's like, Gammy in my life is like having like a crackhead that breaks into your window every night and you're like, okay, they just need help. So you ignore it and you just keep replacing the window because you can afford it. But they keep coming further and further into your kitchen. And so one night they bring another crackhead friend and then the crackheads are fighting in your kitchen. And so you're just like, all right. And so you film it and put it on YouTube and make $1 million off of a bum fight video finally. That's what's happening right now.
Oh, my goodness.
Also, it's really funny. Gammy was just like hard chasing after the 17-year-old in chat being like, add me on Twitter so we can talk about Blanchard and autogynephilia together.
Oh.
I'm like, damn.
Is that really fulfilling?
Oh, I asked that already. The answer didn't happen. It caused like a mental shutdown.
I mean, that makes sense, but like...
Is it?
Like, I understand wanting to find
wait, hold on.
legitimizes
Gammy,
you.
like, I know you're saying no right now, but the chat exists forever. This VOD is going to exist forever. People are going to see you doing that. Doe is a PhD student? No, but that's flattering. No. You can't steal Doe's identity, you freaks. You wish. You wish you were half as fun as Doe. You know what's cool? I took Doe and a bunch of our friends out into the mountains, and we ate fucking amazing food. And we climbed all over the place. We drove around in a nice rental car. It was cool, right?
It was really cool.
You guys have that? Or do you just sit on your stupid shit thing, making each other miserable all the time?
Mushrooms.
Yeah, we
found
picked
such
mushrooms
cool
together.
mushrooms.
It was sick.
I found like a super rare mushroom. I felt so proud of myself because I'm so novice at it. I don't know anything yet, but I'm trying to, and it was so fun.
You know, OK Gallagher, I know you know Doe's pronouns. Come on. Don't be such a cunt. Sorry, I don't want to offend you or whatever. That might be inappropriate because if I call you a cunt, then like maybe you're doing a misogyny by being called a cunt because, you know. Following all your guys' rules is fucking impossible. It's literally impossible to keep up with. Make the screen bigger? Oh, sorry. You're right, I should.
Up the text.
There
you go.
Hey, there we go. Nice and big. This is the chance to have fun in YouTube chat. And all of you chilling in site chat, you could pop over there. It's getting wild. Oh, I haven't even taken a bite of the burger. There's like 4 doughs in here? Damn. They're replicating.
Perks of being asexual.
It's really cool. Can I just say, we're 6 hours into stream and there's 600 people watching me eat a cheeseburger and laugh at people in chat. I missed this. Okay? I do miss this, I will say. This is some old school Demon Mama vibes. I'm not gonna lie. I spend way too much time like trying too hard to keep you all entertained. I should literally be way more lazy. I should just start my stream just like fucking sleeping and letting you guys fucking fight in chat for my entertainment. Do you know how much more fun you all would be having if you were friends with us instead of like whatever your fucking shithole miserable group is? That bridge is kind of sailed because of your heinous behavior. But do you know how much happier you'd be and how much cooler you'd feel? People would give you like, you know, kind words and would actually back you up and would fight for you. Actually, I'm surprised, Tipster. I would give you a bite. It is actually a fucking good burger.
Yo.
I'm surprised. I didn't expect it. Usually this Wendy's kind of sucks, but this one's pretty good. Yeah, right. Come on. Oh, come on. Don't lie to yourself. Come on. Cammy, come on. Come the fuck on. I have no ill will to anyone. Yeah, what about, come on. How many times have you joked about killing my partner? No ill will. You know, maybe you're right. Maybe the only ill will you have is towards yourself. And that's kind of sad. But now I'm getting sad. Let's not get sad in here. Anytime I try to actually think about your psychology again, it's like the bum fight example again. Oh yeah, Lil Lily. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Ah, shut the fuck up. You're such a fraud. You're a liar and you know it. You are such a fraud. The lies you have to tell yourself.
I'll be right back.
That's not even the beginning, Noctalb. That was just one example. That was Gammy's name. That was Gammy's name on Twitter for a long time. Was making a joke about killing my partner. That was Gammy's name. I'm serious, unwell. Yeah, oh yeah. You're nobody. Gammy, it was a water gun on my phone. Oh man, why can't, look at you. Look at the life you have to live. You can't even own it. You know, it's funny. For all the edge and claiming you want to be edgy and whatever, you all are so afraid. You're so cowardly. It's so pathetic.
You got me followers. Wow.
Yeah, was it worth it? Do you feel powerful now?
Fulfilled. That's a fulfilling life.
My number went up on the trashiest website on the planet. You want to know? It's crazy. Right now, let's see. Oh, did I just get another $50? Hanging out and having fun with people, making people laugh and have a good time. It wasn't 50. Oh, it was close though. It's cool. When you do stuff that makes other people like have a good time, when you make the planet a better place, you have a way better time. But hey, I'm glad your number went up on Elon Musk's site where Cat Turd is the most popular account in the world. How does it feel? Do you feel like you're going to reach Cat Turd's level someday? Do you feel like you'll be able to count yourself among the Twitter Hall of Fame? Among Cat Turd, Piss Gargler, what are some of the other greats?
I mean, I'm loving Jordan Peterson's avant-garde poetry.
Oh, yeah. Maybe among Jordan Peterson absolutely losing his mind and actually bleeding out the ears. Maybe.
You're eating meat? How is that a better world?
I'm eating meat. How is that a better world? Hey, actually, it's funny. It's funny you should ask about that. I've actually been eating way less meat. Like, significantly less.
But you didn't like fix factory farming?
Yeah, I couldn't snap my finger and stop Wendy's from existing, so, yeah, you know. Yeah,
How is that a better world?
We know. But it still hasn't stopped you from living in the damn bitch you live like this meme. Should maybe Jordan Peterson, maybe you should read more Jordan Peterson so you won't. Do you think it's just the smell of your room that makes you act like this, or? You said you knew Phil Illy? Huh? What? Who's that? I said Lil Lily, a chatter Oh my God. Oh no. Oh
We're not
no.
doing okay. It's okay. Don't.
Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh no. Gas leak. Gas leak. Gas leak. Gas leak. Damn it. We should have voted for Sean Knight instead of Jink. He would have fixed the gas leaks.
Too late.
Man, this is fun. Thanks all of you lovely imps. All 600 of you lovely, lovely imps. Thanks for chilling here tonight. This is a vibe. And guess what? I'm gonna stream longer because of this, so look at that. Extra treats for you all. It's amazing, the miracles that happen every single day right before our eyes. Brought to you by Demon Mama. It seems they might be running out of steam. An imp? What's an imp? Wow. An imp is a Demon Mama fan. A dweller of hell. They're very happy people. The imps community is wonderful. What's a chunky imp? Chonky imp is the second tier of subscriber on YouTube. On the website, they don't have titles like that, but on YouTube, YouTube makes me give them titles. So it's a YouTube imp, a chonky imp, and a big old demon. Oh, I wish I could. I don't know if I'll be able to find it, Jane D. Oh no. There's so many times where, you know, people say so much shit about me. But honestly, all I'm sitting here going is imagining a future that's better. A future where these people aren't such pieces of shit and are just happy. They could be friends. We could have more friends. Wouldn't that be cool? In an alternate world. An alternate world where you don't shit your pants in public by calling everybody an autogynephile because you once read a book by a weird fucking freak. Yeah, damn. I don't know. Maybe. Come on, Gammy. Stop it. Stop it. People live long lives and they do all kinds of wild things in their lives. You know, Adolf Hitler was an artist at one point, you know? Did you know that? It's kind of important to look at the context of someone's entire life, don't you think? Do you think you're being too hard on them? No, not a little. Not even a tiny bit. I'm not being hard enough. Honestly, if you were watching any other content creator, it wouldn't have been this long before this sort of interaction ever even happened. It would have been a long time ago. I would have fucking used my platform to obliterate somebody, but I'm not. Just acknowledge who you're watching. I'm just laughing and having a good time. These motherfuckers are coming in to talk about fucking paraphilias and weird fucking pervert shit. No, that's Gammy's friend, Sophie. that's cool, 42x Fish. I'm happy that I'm happy that you've been watching for so long. Congratulations on being 19. That's cool. That's not true at all, Gammy. Come on. That's not true at all. There's methodological problems, like severe methodological problems. And also, the conclusions that these people come to and that they run with are insane. Come on, this is cope. This is mad cope. Why do you care? Okay. We're going to return to the reaction, but here's the challenge, okay? You all should stick around and watch this video we're about to watch. Because I genuinely think that if you can open your mind to it, which I don't know, maybe you're too far into the cult. Maybe you're too far lost to actually be able to comprehend the problem with obsessively searching for the answer and keeping and ending up elevating freaks and assholes and monsters who want to categorize you as like a paraphiliac instead of just living your fucking life and shaping your body the way that you want in a way that makes you happy. Have you ever considered that maybe your agony comes from, like, your particular brand of agony comes from somewhere else? I care about the truth, which is why I like science. But yeah. Interesting that. You know who else says that kind of shit? Fucking weird skull measurers. It's not that simple. You don't just get to invoke science and say that's the truth. Truth is bigger than science alone. Science is only a part of the truth. And how science is used and the conclusions that you come to, I think you're making unfair judging conclusions about a bunch of people you don't know. No. No. Science is what disproved phrenology. It also created phrenology. That's because science is a massive process, and we never know where we are along the line of it. Which is why you have to judge things, but also recognize that they exist in a broader context. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Gayfesh, don't let him get you, okay? I know it's hard. Don't let him get you, okay? Just remember, everything being said here is fucking hot air from a bunch of genuinely miserable people. Maybe they won't be miserable in the future, though. It's funny how literally every modern health organization disagrees with Blanchard's nonsense. Yeah, because it's fucking insane. Oh, thank you, Stan G. I appreciate that. I'm sorry you weren't a fan before, but I hope you're a fan now. Wait, what are you talking about? Neil, what are you talking about? What are you referencing? Which is kind of stupid, right, Gammy? No. If you don't tell me what you're referencing, I'll just ban you out of chat. Easy. That's kind of stupid, right, Gammy? Having transvestitic fetishism as a diagnosis? You telling me that literally every single person who writes the DSM doesn't have some fucking fetish of their own? Come on, this shit's fucking stupid. Of course I believe that there's fetishism. People have the weirdest fetishes in the fucking world. If you spend a moment on the internet, you realize that fucking everybody has weird fucking fetishes. If you meet humans and touch grass, if you people met people, you would realize, yeah, people have fucking fetishes and some people are really fucking weird about them. It doesn't necessarily mean that you need to turn it all into a fucking diagnosis or some shit. You're getting lost in the sauce. You're completely lost in the sauce. Phoenix says, yeah, but science can correct itself. Things like religion rarely do, or even have the correction mechanisms. That's true, but I'm not religious. I'm an atheist. I'm an atheist. Imagine how fetishes might be shaped by, for example, not having any vision. Yeah, interesting that, right? Almost like it's insanely complex to a level that we haven't even begun to scratch the surface of, and that it's kind of psychotic to take a weird hyper-medicalist approach to fucking sexual fetishes, which by and large don't hurt anyone. Kind of weird, right? I think that's cope, Gammy. I think that's genuine cope. That's just genuine, and it's literally Lawrence was coping. Like genuinely. Instead of just acknowledging, ooh, this taxonomy really fucking sucks and doesn't actually help us at all and only seeks to give people tools to dehumanize us. Yeah, I think it's cope. I don't remember, actually. I don't know if I've read that one. But I think that's stupid anyway. I think that's a moronic way to frame things. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's the clickbait. I don't remember. I feel like I have read that one. It's been a while, though. Miss Laura, that's not appropriate. Please, please don't. Please. No. No, Gammy, that's not a thing to brag about. Oh, no. That's because Anne Lawrence was coping. Anne Lawrence was coping. What don't you understand about this? It's like, oh, you know, it's mad cope. When a structure is designed to separate you into the ones I want to fuck versus the ones I don't want to fuck, and then afterwards you feel like you have to stick with it, and so you go, ooh, I can use this to destigmatize. Don't worry, guys. It's not a bad thing that I've, for some reason, boiled down your entire identity into whether or not you are aroused by yourself in as a woman, which is really, really difficult to measure and quantify anyway. Just pay no mind. I'm not humiliating you. That's not minimizing. That's not me literally ignoring everything that you say about yourselves, the vast, vast ways in which people talk about their experience being trans, the unbelievably diverse number of perceptions and formulations. Come on, this is silly. And guess what? I would have critiqued Hirschfeld and hopefully moved on. Magnus Hirschfeld was Magnus Hirschfeld was 100 times the person that Blanchard was. Blanchard is a fucking fraud. Magnus Hirschfeld lived and loved alongside trans people in Nazi Germany. It doesn't even matter. You're playing alt history now. You're playing miserable, kind of like moderately transphobic fucking Hearts of Iron 4. Gammy, I know. Come on. You just shut the fuck up. I literally did a whole video on this. Please. Please, 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 please. This is so sad. Okay, we're gonna have to stop this soon. This is starting to get boring. You can watch my video on it. You can just search Magnus Hirschfeld and Demon Mama. No, not my Blanchard video. I'd never do a video on Blanchard. Fuck that loser. Look, you're so fixated. You can't even. You can't even. I'm almost done with my dinner. Don't worry. Then we'll go back to doing things, okay? You won't do a video to disprove people? You sound dumb. Do you know how dumb you sound? Neil, you still didn't even tell me what you were saying before. I'm saying you're dumb, and my proof is in the fucking pudding. Your chat contributions, where you sound like a fucking drooling idiot. I'm high. Oh, wow. So, we couldn't tell. Really? No, OK Gallagher, that's enabling. Come on. Oh, that's so gross. Oh, that's so yucky. Maybe I have done a video on Blanchard. I might have at one point. I didn't title it or anything. It would have been about something else. These people are creepy. Yeah, I know. This is one of those times where I'll probably look back at this and go, this was unethical. This is interacting. This is like throwing peanuts at the zoo animals sometimes. What allegations, Gammy? My allegations were that it was coping. Are you serious? Saying that she is coping is defamatory? Oh, come on. Come on. Oh yeah, everybody knows MD physicians and therapists have never done anything wrong. They never are emotionally unstable. No MD physician has never done anything wrong. You talk like a baby. You talk like a literal child. Oh my God. Oh my God. Neil, go to bed. You'll be having more fun. You seem very angry right now. Go away. Go away. Don't encourage me. Everyone's saying that I'm bullying. Stop. This is not bullying. These people all decided to come here. They all decided to come here on their own volition, and they can leave at any time. Nobody's chasing them. Nobody's doing anything. Well, okay, to be fair, never mind. That's not a good measure. I was just talking about them and they arrived. I wasn't just talking about them. I haven't been talking about these people for hours, and they fucking started it. It's not my fault their stupid asshole behavior got fucking leaked, and it happens to fucking directly involve me. Keep me and my partner's name out of your fucking stupid mouths. Don't you have enough other people to fucking say transphobic slurs to? I know that's what you guys do 90% of the time. Come on, shut the fuck up. Oh yeah, I saw that. It was embarrassing, Gammy. You should tell your friend to get funnier. Basically all of the people in your group chat have this stink of desperation. It's pathetic. It's so sad. True YouTuber. True YouTube user remains anonymous. True. Neil, you're out of the loop. Go to bed. Or at least just chill. Sit back, enjoy the show. Don't just fucking stop. This is embarrassing. It's 4 p.m.? Where the fuck do you live? Where is it fucking 4 p.m. right now? Hey, Professor Balf, long time no see. I hope you're doing good. Lil Lily with this $6.66. Transmed is cringe. They're moving the goalposts of what real dysphoria is right to their pick-me cliff. 4chan brainworms are definitely bad. Demon Mama good. Thank you so much. And true, and true, and true. Literally so true. Also, Kat the Femme in Yellow, welcome to being a YouTube imp. Banger. Thank you for supporting the show. You guys make it possible for me to keep you laughing at this late hour of the night. That's true, Ellie. Ellie Asmodeus, that's true. Damn. I got a bacon burger and a fry and a small Frosty, but I won't be able to finish the small Frosty. I'm full. I'm full. Give me a second. I gotta tell Doe to come take this Frosty from me. O.K Gallagher says, I just want to play mum and force Gammy and DM to make up for comedy. Why couldn't you just choose the path of peace generally? Why can't you be a human? Why not? Wait, is O.K Gallagher Olive? I have no ill will against Demon Mama. Oh, Gammy, come the fuck on. Oh my god. Are you drunk? Are you drunk, or are you just trying to are you just trying to gaslight me? Come on. It's been years now. It's been years. Ah, so you're Olive Oath. Interesting. Interesting. Stop supporting animal cruelty. I don't support animal cruelty. I don't support animal cruelty at all. I sometimes do eat a burger, but if you're interested in my opinions on veganism, I did an entire video on it. Yes, Grum, they are. Yes, that's correct, the spots. You should behave like one more frequently, Gammy. Or maybe you could benefit from maybe a little bit less of your definition of humanity. I realize now that telling someone to behave like a human when their definition of humanity is warped is actually a bit problematic. Veganism is based, but a lot of vegans are cringe. True. I've been very open that over the last few years I've been consistently reducing my meat consumption, but that I don't really feel like it's feasible in the current moment for me to just completely stop eating meat. But I eat a lot less than I used to, and you know, whatever. It's really funny. This is such a strange occurrence. What a strange turn of events. It's definitely really hard, Matthew McConaughey. Anybody who tells you otherwise. I'll agree it's surreal, but at least it's entertaining. Is it really as entertaining for you as it is for me? Are you actually having as much fun? Or is this just kind of like sad desperation? Because I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. I'm making no friends here. Jenny and Cactus got mad at reaching out to you. Well, my goodness. I don't know. Wait, Jenny? Who's Jenny? Jenny is the... Oh, Jenny is the... Oh, yeah. Cactus is are you, so, hold on, I'm just trying to figure this out. You make much more money than me, no excuse? That's not really how it works. I got a big household of people, and not all of them are vegan. It's just how it is. You can watch my video on it. I talk about this extensively. I don't exactly hide any of my positions on it or anything. Jenny Matrix Lamo. So OK Gallagher. So are you like the so in the like, now I don't want to presume too much, but are you like trying to play the mom role? Is that your thing? Is that your kind of thing? Because you've made a couple of references to that. I know, right, LB? You could taste it on the wind. Uncle Gumball says, "Oh, Demon Mama, didn't you know the murder factory survival is contingent on you alone eating meat?" Yeah, you know how it is. Jenny has red hair. Okay, that's interesting. Everyone who knows me will definitely attest that's who I am. Okay, all right. Hold on a second. From a mama role person to a mama role person, I just gotta be real with you. You're hurting your critters. You're hurting your chitlins, okay? I mean it. I'm not even joking. Don't try and make this about something specific. The direction of your little herd of people that you're watching out for is not going good, all right? I truly implore you, take a big, long, and deep think about it, okay? Because it's not good, all right? Not good. It's not good. Okay? And if you're supposed to be the mom, you got a responsibility, okay? Seriously. This leads nowhere good, all right? I don't know how old you are or anything like that. I've been trans for a really long time, okay? I'm in my 30s now, all right? I've been in a lot of different communities, okay? Shit like what your group, the way your group runs, it doesn't go anywhere good, okay? I'm serious. I'm dead serious. You gotta encourage people away from that shit, because it does psychic damage, like, forever. Like, you'll never be free of it type forever. You dig scars in your brain tissue that you can never escape. You'll never be happy type shit. Just saying. See that? Yeah, Lil Lily says Demon Mama giving real advice. Yeah, I know. See, that's my problem. It's actually one of my problems is that you know, I can't help myself, even with people who I have absolutely no reason. You're speaking about a private GC, which was a safe space. Nah, I'm sorry. That doesn't fly. Come on, turn off the fucking clout brain shit for a minute and get real. It's not a GC with 20 people in it is not a safe space, okay? Especially when you're acting like that. Especially when you have somebody who's the head of a fucking major political action committee, okay? This is what I'm talking about. Like mama roll to mama roll, okay? You said everybody calls you the mama roll. Well, guess what? My name's fucking Demon Mama, all right? This has been my role for a long time, all right? Even before I was trans, okay? I fucking raised my little siblings, all right? They're doing fucking great, okay? They're killing it out there. I mean it. I'm not just boasting, by the way. I'm so proud of my fucking sisters. They're doing amazing, all right? But I'm serious. You got to get serious. You're not playing your role well. You have a responsibility. That's the role you're trying to fill, you have a responsibility. That's not a fucking safe space. You created a danger space in more ways than one. No, they don't, Gammy. I'm sorry, they don't. Especially not in that type. No, they just don't. I'm sorry, you're wrong. You guys have you know the term porn sick? That term is fucking stupid, but there's a real version of it, and it's called Twitter sick, okay? You're Twitter sick. The leak hurt because it was a betrayal from a friend. Okay, you're being, you're not, you can't get it. You're stuck. Oh man, this is tragic. Oh, this is so tragic. Why are you giving this person so much coverage? Because. It's been years now, Subs and Soda. Years of dealing with these freaks. My stream, they came by. I can do what I want. Yeah, I know, it's fucking sad. But hey. You don't succeed in life by never taking a chance. And here's me taking a weird chance. Ripley Volta says, very ironic of DM to lecture about positivity when she's one of the most toxic, malicious people in online politics. Oh yeah? Oh yeah, oh yeah? That's funny. That's really, that's really funny. Damn. Oh. You can always tell where somebody's coming from, like in the social fabric, based on their belief on me and my community that regularly love bombs the shit out of everybody that we react to. The fact that my community has one of the best reputations on this side of the internet. The fact that I'm real world friends with a ton of people in these spaces. I don't know. It's just so funny. Good luck, buddy. It's all right. You tell yourself whatever you need to. What was I saying? I got interrupted. I was responding to... Gammy says, I don't believe in porn sick. No such thing as porn addiction. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you can get habitually addicted to anything. But yeah, porn addiction as a thing doesn't... You don't believe in porn addiction, but you believe in fucking AGP? Oh, come on. Oh, dear God. Oh, man. Oh, no. This is funny. We might have to do the react to the video later, but I feel like everybody here could benefit from it. Maybe I'll have to pull a long stream. Where the hell is Transmed is ill-defined, but I'm ticked off with the they-them stuff. Gammy, that's so fucking dumb. That's so motherfucking dumb. They-thems are like beyond powerful, okay? You don't fucking understand. The they-thems are your strongest fucking allies. Those motherfuckers will work so fucking hard to protect your rights and to protect one another. You have no fucking clue. If you got out a little more and met some people, the they-them army is fucking real. Motherfuckers, this fucking community, they aren't even being banned like HRT. Are you crazy? Are you fucking crazy, Gammy? Do you know how non-binary people get treated? You are one of the people who treat them like shit. Are you fucking crazy? You are fucking crazy. My community is full of fucking they-thems. Do you want to know the crazy fucking shit we pull off? We raised like fucking $20,000 for a random they-them in our community who needed it. We do the craziest shit. You guys should see the crazy fucking shit my they-them fucking army creates. The art, the fucking charity shit, the hard work these motherfuckers put in. The people who go to fucking change the world. The people in my chat, the they-thems that you get so fucking mad about. that hang out all in my community. The non-binary community here has literally challenged and changed laws to make it safer for all types of trans people. But you're so lost. You're so lost and so narcissistic. You get fixated on pronouns because you've spun yourself a victim narrative. It's insane. This is so wild. Man, I'm like fucking, I'm witnessing a wild thing. I'm witnessing a wild fucking thing. This is you guys are seeing something very strange tonight. Can we acknowledge that? This is a weird experience. I am not, look, OK Gallagher, I'm not going to, but you're once again missing the point, okay? You have created a toxic environment for the people you claim to care about. If you were if you want to fulfill the role that you claim that you want to be, okay? You say you want to be the mom, okay? Think about what it means to be a mom. Moms don't foster fucking toxic ass pollution zones for their little ones to hang around in, okay? You don't encourage them into thought patterns and behaviors that will kill them, and they do, okay? I know this first fucking hand, okay? I know how deep the scars of this moronic fucking 4chan, whatever you want to call it. You can say you don't go on 4chan. You know exactly what I'm talking about. This Blanchardian shit, this self-hatey shit. It fucking rots and kills. It leaves people incapable of ever escaping the pain, incapable of ever actually living a full life. You become so paranoid about passing this and passing that and right trans thing this, right trans that, you fall back into the same things that tortured you in the first place. I have had gender confirming surgery. I have been on hormones for over 10 years total now. And the most free I've ever felt was when I finally said, the binary is fucking bullshit. I need to be able to live as who I am. And that's why I've talked about this, why I'm a non-binary trans woman. And it's not because I don't identify with womanhood any less. It's because I realized that if you become obsessed with trying to reinforce a binary that cis women can't live up to, it fucking kills you. I'm not saying that that applies to all other people. I never said that. What I'm saying is that the way that you're going about it, this hyperfixation, the way that your group, and I'm not trying to assume on every person in your fucking stupid group, your miserable group where you misgender people and completely speculate insanely about people you don't know for no real reason, unprovoked. The environment that you have fostered and are fostering generates a toxic cycle forever. Yeah, it's true. The deranged dipshit Blanchardian transphobe chat. Yeah. I mean, I stand by that. I was obviously being a little bit fucking insulting, but I stand by it. I think that enough fucking dipshit Blanchardian transphobes hang out in one place. You've got a dipshit Blanchardian transphobe chat. Yeah, definitely. Oh, man. Well, maybe you should help them stop. Maybe you should take some leadership in your shitty group chat. Maybe you should stop this fucking madness. We're gonna have to move on soon. This is getting boring. We're starting to retread. I know, I'm trying, Insomnia Noir. I don't think it will. But maybe I'll read it someday. I read a lot of Dredger. Alice Dredger, it's actually kind of funny. You know what? No, I can't let my guard down. I was gonna say I could talk genuinely, but about my own life, but I'm letting people, I caught myself slipping. Don't get lulled into a false sense of security by people fucking, yeah, pearls before swine. True. I've talked about this in the past. It's not like you can't find it if you want to, but, you know, you'd have to go watch a lot of my stuff. Some people in chat might remember me talking about that. No. You misunderstand, Gammy. I do not talk genuinely about your life. I meant, like, opening up about my personal life to try and reach people who don't give a fucking shit. Yeah, fuck that. I don't think it will. I don't think you do. I don't believe that for a moment, Gammy. This has been fun, but I don't believe that for a moment. Not for a moment. I don't think you believe it either, but I don't know. It's okay. Soon we'll go back to the old ways. Yeah, that's a meaningless statement. Thanks for being slightly more honest, though. I'd be curious to actually discuss our thoughts on gender and trans existence in a non-confrontational manner, but I feel all other parties would hate us for attempting that. I don't know. Maybe? I mean, I've talked with all kinds of people on my channel before. I just don't know that much about you, you know? For all I know, you could be fucking posting swastikas on Twitter right now. Maybe I should, you know what? This is kind of depressing. It is getting a little depressing now. We're not having as much fun, which kind of sucks. We might have to change. You know, we might just move on to something else. Here we go. Why is your account suspended? Did you tell a trans woman to kill themselves or something, Olive Oath? Come on. Why is your account fucking suspended? You have to do some pretty heinous shit on Twitter to get suspended these days. Gammy, I know why yours are suspended, you freak. Tankies? Really? Was it really tankies? Was it really tankies? Oh, I don't know. We might. We might do the video. I don't know. It's getting late. I've been going for 6.5 hours. Yeah, Zan foolishly did that to a Nazi. That's true, but at least the Nazi's a good target. It's not gotten depressing. It's just getting there. It's just getting there. We're not quite there yet. Oh God, this is so sad. If you're looking for my account, I DM'd you. Anyway, I'll think about what you said, but I don't think forcing trans meds to... I didn't say that. I didn't say forcing them to not be. I said fucking encourage it and do it effectively. You know what? You know what? Oh, you're memeing about it on Twitter. You know what? We're gonna do something weird. I'm gonna make a bad decision, chat. Never say that I don't. Never say that I don't break out of my standard. OK Gallagher, let's talk. Let's talk. Let's do it. Come on, let's do it. Get in the Discord. Come on. Let's do it. Let's talk. No, it's not even a debate. Let's just talk. You've been in here for like an hour. I'll do it. I'm making a mistake, but I'm feeling alive. We can actually talk about your recent tweet if you want to. No. I mean, I'm just kidding. Of course I'll be nice. Have I ever not been nice? I'm not. If you're dumb and an asshole, I'll be mean, but. All right. Get in the Discord. Do you know where to go? My friends are gonna kill me. That says something about your friends, doesn't it? I thought you were the mom. Come on. You were not nice to a former streamer? Oh, Gammy, come on. Come on, Gammy. Don't even try. You really, is that really your impersonation, your impression of that event? Go back to the real thing. Fucking watch it all over again. Go to the first debate and watch what happened after that. Come on. Come on now. Be real. Be fucking real. This is silly. Fucking crazy. The gaslighting. Oh man, it's crazy. OK Gallagher. I'm Demon Mama, just Demon Mama. Standard Demon Mama, no space, on Discord. Either send me a friend request or join my Discord, one of the two. And tell me what your damn account is or else I won't be able to find you. If you join the Discord, you just need to do the normal thing and then go in the waiting room. Demon Mama, no spaces on Discord. All right, you getting on? Are we going to talk or what? Are we going to go somewhere with this or are we going to keep fucking... I interrupted a whole segment for this. It's been interesting though. So let's see where it goes. By the way, while I'm waiting, Ignar Husky with the $20, popping in for a second before going to a karaoke bar. Cheers and hope all is well. It's been an interesting night. You should do karaoke on stream sometime. That's a good idea, although I'm not a very good singer. I have a strong speaking voice, but I don't have a good singing voice. Probably because I'm out of practice. Thank you very, very much. Do it for the imps. I'll think about it. Thank you. Fuzzy Slippers with the $5 super sticker. Thank you. Cat the Femme in Yellow with the $10 says, in one of the leaked DMs, Brianna said, get in losers, we're starting drama with Benny. So we're lying about Benny going after his BS. Yeah, I know it is. It's all BS. Yeah, it's all BS. It's all fucking bullshit. What the hell's going on with my YouTube window here? This thing is messed up. Oh, what the hell? This thing is busted. Why is it breaking? Oh well. How am I supposed to? Oh, okay, that'll do. Of course he's a reactionary. I feel I'll regret this. You might, but it's not gonna be me who makes you regret it. Okay, you're in here. All right. Oh shit. Okay. All right, I'm hopping in. Okay, you're in the waiting room. Go into stream calling. Obama. Why? Why does the Obama happen? I still haven't figured out why the Obama happens. I don't know. I don't know why it happens. I haven't figured it out. I don't know if somebody changed a setting in Discord to troll me or if it's something completely different. I don't know what's going on. This is silly. Hello. You're muted. Hold on. Do I need to unmute you? You're muted. Are you unmuted? Okay. You gotta unmute yourself. I haven't muted you, so you gotta unmute yourself. Oh my god, I gotta set better entrance music. Oh man. The Obama jump scare. I'm gonna have to adjust. Olive. You're, wait, hold on. Is this me? Is this my problem? Hold on. I'm gonna try reconnecting. Obama! Jesus fucking Christ. You're muted. Why are you muted? Unmute yourself. The Obama's very loud. Yeah, I don't know why. Okay. Maybe I'm gonna have to do this a different way. You are muted. Hold on a second. All right. Are you still muted? What's going on? What's happening? Is it a roles issue? Is it suppressed? No. Everything. I made sure that the status, this one should be fine. It's a mute. Suppressed? What? No, it doesn't say server mute or anything. Hold on a second. Let me check the permissions real quick. No. No, you should be fine. Hold on, let's try this. All right, can you talk now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, all right, give me a quick
Hi.
test, real quick. Give me a test so I can adjust your audio levels.
Yep. So check. This will probably be what I'm speaking at.
All right, I'm gonna boost you up just a tiny bit.
I
One more
can
time?
turn my volume up if you need as well.
Yeah, if you can turn your gain up, that'd actually be super
Yeah, give me a
helpful.
sec. This better?
Yeah, that's pretty good. I'll still boost you a little bit on Discord side, but
Yep.
this should be fine.
I'll put it about 3 o'clock on the gain.
All right, perfect. All right, And what? Listen, I'm just gonna put. What you want me to put? OK Gallagher? Is that the name you want to go by? What do you want me to put on?
Yeah, sure. That's my old streamer name back when I used to.
You used to stream.
A long time ago. Yeah.
Pronouns?
She, her, please.
All right, there we go. All right. You're here. You made it. You finally did it. You finally got to talk to me.
Oh no. This is gonna be interesting.
Is it?
I don't know. I know people are gonna get mad at me for talking to you, so that's more.
That's unfortunate. Don't you feel like that's kind of deranged?
A few of my friends severely dislike you, and yeah, I'll happily say that it's a level of deranged, and I'm not gonna defend them or go against that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, right? Do you know why your friends dislike me?
I don't want to have to speak on behalf of people I'm not, so.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I'm just asking. I just mean I'm asking your impression. I'm not saying you gotta speak on it. Do you know? I was asking genuinely. Do you know why?
Outside of other drama, and I'd probably say you definitely eccentrically more left than most people in that group or myself, and then just general gender abolitionism, and I'd probably say if we were to put people in stupid like online Twitter camps, you definitely land more to that side of what I'd say being gender abolitional and far left than most people involved in there. So some people personalize and intensify that really hard and go very hard on it. I can say personally, you've made me feel shitty with some things you and your, I don't want to group you with other people as well, have said about gender abolition and isolation of that, but yeah.
Like what?
Well, even just before you're saying, and you did say, and I will clarify that you did not say this is the method forward for all trans people, but just saying that I found healthy and happiness in engaging this as a form of isolation, not isolationism, as a rejection of all types. That doesn't work for all people. Some people feel the need to have some form of unification around these things.
I don't think, did I say that? I don't think I said that. That's not the way I said that at all. I said rejecting a binary. That a binding strict binary is what I reject. Yeah. I still call myself, I mean, I identify very openly as a non-binary trans woman. I have a strong affinity for womanhood. I just recognize that womanhood is a totally nebulous and ever-shifting thing, that to draw a line around it would be like, I don't know, it'd be like trying to capture a river. If you captured the river, it would stop being a river. You can't. It's a forever flowing thing.
We all have definitely at some point used the what is a chair argument. I don't think anyone would really fight against that, but there is obviously some form of social engagement we can aggress and assign to those topics. And so being able to feel some level of comfort, both socially, emotionally, and in your position and as a trans person unifying in that does have some level of grounding for some people. And I think to ignore that is to kind of disregard the thoughts.
I've never done that.
You've pushed against it pretty hard. I don't
know.
I can't.
That's not true at all. That's not true. That's not even close to true. Like I think that that's a total misunderstanding. And if you watch any of my videos on it, I don't think that I don't know how you would come to that conclusion.
I'll admit I haven't watched much of like your direct content in quite a while.
Well, you know, I mean, that does tend to be the case with people who are very angry at me. They usually get it. They usually watch my stuff through somebody else, being filtered through. Usually, there's one or two key streamers that I can think of who tend to have an axe to grind with me.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't know. I don't like I don't know why. I don't know where the idea. Like I've never made the argument that there's not that there's. Again, I openly identify. I use she/her pronouns. I identify as a woman.
Okay. Actually, I did want to check that. I thought you were she/they, and I very often use.
No, I don't even use they. I just don't like it. Like I just don't personally. For me.
Okay, so I will even. A few of my friends were doing whole misgendering you, and I'm like, no, I've seen people use everything for her today. I need to clarify what are their pronouns because I will pronoun Hitler correctly. That's my joke line.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, for me, I've used she/her pretty consistently across the board for my entire life. I've never even.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at that there was no transphobia in DGG. Good bossing.
Oh yeah, that's one of our little. Long-standing memes from the ancient days.
But that's a good one. But it definitely is. But at the same time, and maybe I'm weird in this. Sometimes, and this is probably part of the issue you take with me, I find leaning in and confronting and engaging it and talking to those people who are like openly transphobic to you, very beneficial and almost confirming.
I mean, I don't know why you would think I would have an issue with that. My entire channel was built off that. Like, maybe this was before like you were aware of me, but I was the debate. I was like the trans debate
I remember,
sis. Like,
fuck, was it like 2.5,
all I
3
did,
years ago,
like, I
5 years
mean,
ago?
do you I argued with the guy who screamed at me and said I was the Trump of the transes. That's like all I did. I just got tired of it after a while.
Yeah, but
there became a point.
It's a great title.
Yeah, I mean, people bring that up all the time. Say the Trump of the transes, like it's fucking great. But I still don't know what he was trying to say. But whatever.
Well,
I mean, but the point is like the thing is like I don't know. I don't know where the idea that I don't engage with this. I mean, literally, probably my most famous debate by sheer numbers is a debate with Destiny on transphobia, and me directly saying, I think that the way that you engaged in this, and it's funny because people misrepresent that debate so much. It's insane how much they do. It's like almost like.
I'll admit I have not seen a debate with you, Destiny, so I can't make comments.
It was definitely very spicy. I was not super nice to him, but to be fair, he wasn't being nice to me either. But
I fought with Destiny as well. I have DMs between him of him yelling at me, so that's Destiny for you.
But yeah, I mean, I argued with him, and I explicitly even said I don't even think he's a transphobe. Well, that was at that time. I don't know how I feel now, but regardless, we're getting off the point. The point is, like, I don't disagree with engaging. I just like that the result was a never-ending deluge of genuine insane harassment, some of which comes from members of your clutch. I don't know what the right word to be is. Your brood.
Well, I've officially renamed it now the Deranged Dipshit Blanchardian Transphobe Chat, so we can call it that.
Yeah, well, I can't help but feel like my previous statements on the matter still hold.
Okay, so there's an interesting comment you made there that might be where we take the core disagreement in.
Sure.
I'm not going to defend the actions of DGG. I've had them come for me. They are a deranged cesspool of spicy shit posters. But as an ex-member of that community as well, I wouldn't debate that, and of course I am. But the problem there is, I also would agree I don't think Destiny is a transphobe, but I would say I do think he's a transmedicalist. And would you take issue with those two statements being separate?
Well, I mean, did you just watch my segment where I was talking about transmedicalism? Did you pop in after that?
I think I caught a bit of it. I caught the very start of it when you said I was sitting at the table with Nazis because I got sent that.
Oh, yeah, that was the previous segment. That was before that. That was the Brianna Wu segment where I was talking about my incredible frustration. But okay, so let's talk about this and let's divorce it from fucking smell.
Quickly for the record, I am not making apologies, comments, or statements on the thoughts of anyone else in that chat. Nor am I going to reveal who's in the chat or speak directly on anyone involved.
Don't worry.
Good.
I'm not going to ask you to do any of that. Don't worry. I don't care. I would much rather talk about I'd rather focus on the ideas. So,
we need to talk about this.
Let's, but yeah, so, okay, so, with the idea of transphobe and transmedicalism, I just did a big segment about transmedicalism, like right before the whatever this has been happened.
I want to just check because I feel like I messaged a friend because I caught a little bit of this.
But
you said transsexualism is biofascism. I think with a quote from Elliot.
No, nuh-uh. See, your friends, they have the disease. There's this disease. You may have heard of it. Maybe this is why I got called the Trump of the transes, but it's called Demon Mama Derangement Syndrome. And it's when people can't actually hear what I'm saying. They cannot possibly engage with what I actually said. I did not say that. What I said is that transmedicalism there's a broad set of people who fall into the transmedicalist label, but it has a tendency to collapse into, at its worst, biofascism. And that I 100% believe and made an entire argument about it, and I'll make it again here if you would like me to. Transmedicalism as a idea set results in essentially handing the validation of your internal identity and your body over to medical authorities who are not always going to be your friends, who are very frequently in history hijacked by hostile forces, and sometimes just completely malignantly misunderstand like what you are and who you are. And that is sort of categorically, definitionally what biofascism is. The ability of an institution to be able to control your body and direct you towards its own ends. And yeah, I think that, I don't think most transmedicalists fall into that category, but some certainly do. And I think a lot of them fall into this. I think a lot of transmedicalists come from a position of fear and unintentionally end up absorbing Hitler particles over time. And if you follow the lines of logic.
God,
What's
how
that?
many particles do I have to include?
What's
Oh,
that?
sorry, continue. I was making
no.
a Hitler joke. Continue. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I just think that, yeah, I think that the Hitler particles build up sometimes, actually frequently, and that if you follow the lines of logic to their logical conclusions, that you end up with a position where the entire identity group, the entire definition of the group is in the hands of a institution that we don't have control over, that the group has no control over. And obviously, that poses major issues in a ton of circumstances. I mean, I talked about in my segment just a few minutes ago the way that DeSantis did exactly what I'm talking about, using his power as governor to appoint a medical board that essentially deleted the validity of trans people in his state and destroyed the ability to access care. And that is a valid transmedicalist conclusion, is to say, hey, but these guys are the medical authorities. If they say we're not valid, I mean, you can throw as many books at them as you want, but they're the authorities in the end. And that's the problem. That's the problem in my mind with the transmedicalist approach, is that it ultimately is passing the key. It's passing it's a process that accepts that the power must be in the medical institution and not in the individuals or the group as that is being talked about. Yeah. So, and I don't think that all transmedicalists are that far. I think a lot of transmedicalists are acting out of fear or a hope to win certain concessions from certain institutions, which is not an invalid position. But I think that that it's not just a half step. It's just it's a bad strategy, and at its worst form, at the end of it, it leads to a domination. It leads to building a system of domination for trans people.
There's an interesting point in all of this you just said, which I have mused on and had discussed before. And I'm curious because I definitely think we landed on opposite sides. But one thing that always comes up, and there are definitely correct points in the argument you just made and the overall arching issues. Mm-hmm. But are we also, in a weird way, if we removed the sentence trans from any of that conversation, are we kind of discussing statism versus anarchism? Because I've noticed there is
absolutely
a political tie to concept of anarchist tendencies and beliefs in the abolition and the self-entitlement, and then also to statist ties, because well, not gonna out anyone, but pretty much everyone in like what you're calling the dipshit transmed chat, I'd probably say is center left to a couple would be center right, but all would probably be statists.
Sure.
And I actually would be super curious to poll almost anyone you'd probably consider transmed, or potentially anyone that we'd consider I'm gonna be just say more trans further left, let's say gender abolitionists, non-binaries. I don't like even using that term, but we could probably unify and we know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I imagine you're going to find a further level of anti-state, more libertarian, socialist, or anarchist political views. I do find it interesting that we're technically talking about a medical issue that has a very direct tie to the concept of one's being, but we're then almost making a statism argument about it.
Well,
which
I mean,
is
I
not
don't...
an incorrect criticism. I don't disagree, but it's interesting that
I think it's unavoidable.
Individual thing always...
I think it's completely unavoidable. And the reason for this, I mean, if you want to get theory about it, and if like that's something that you're into, you could just read Foucault. who,
Haven't-
you know,
I've read a little of Foucault, but God, I'm
Foucault,
teenagers, I don't really
Foucault
wanna
spent a
talk about
lot
it
of time detailing the intertwined nature of medical establishments in the state. But I think that I think it's impossible almost to not acknowledge both of them. And I mean, I don't think that's even like, I don't even think it's a matter of like the conversation is turning into one about that. I just think that there's a certain amount of reality I mean, you're talking about politics. You're talking about politics from the get-go. Of course, we're acknowledging that this is all unfolding on a political landscape. So inevitably, there is going to be reflections from the conversation about you know, the critiques of anarchists against the state in a subsection of the state, which is medical institutions, which are often directly controlled by the state, or if not heavily impacted by it.
So you're not incorrect there, and I can definitely agree with, in theory, everything you just said. I think it almost comes to this. You said a fear, but I'd also almost make the argument that most transmedicalists I know are much more almost a form of hopeful that they can improve politically via state writing and with some form of definition or ability to define themselves and the issues and medical issues surrounding them, some level of improving state infrastructure and ability to improve the standard of living via community support and the state-based medical system. And I think the interesting part there is that you phrase it as a fear, because personally for me, like, I'm lucky, I live in Australia. Trans rights in Australia are doing great right now. We're improving them constantly. We're increasing funding. Medical access is getting better. Yeah, there's still wait time issues. Surgery is a big issue here, but overall the board, there's a lot doing positive, and that is because we've had success at electing progressive, center, and left-wing political parties pretty consistently from a state level. And so again, will say I'm at least hopeful for that. But the problem is,
I feel
almost
I don't want to interrupt you or anything, but I feel like I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't know as much about Australian politics, but also I don't think that I don't have any problem with any of those things. I'm not people have all kinds of things that they believe about my positions, but I don't have any problem about working against and grappling
opinion on what
against.
you believe, but maybe that's kind of the interesting issue of you're saying Trumpian, because there's, even if it's not exactly what you said, a nebulous belief of thoughts that come out from you feeling like you support these things, which could just be a community tone policing issue. That's,
I mean,
like,
I think that a lot of the people in your immediate friend group, and I don't know about you, but a lot of them have consumed an incredible amount of content from people who actually hate my guts and who have completely lied about me and been deranged towards me. So I think
Like
I
who?
think that literally,
I mean, which person?
you
What
know,
type of
you
comment?
want me to call it out? I'll Destiny then. There you go. There you have it. A guy who wrote fucking 2 manifestos about me. Man's deranged. But we don't. I don't want to spend this whole conversation going on about that. But I just want to say that like a version of me has been conjured. That is like. It's really funny. It's like a Big Boss type situation. You ever played Metal Gear?
No, I haven't played Metal Gear.
Oh, okay, damn. Yeah, there's a real person, and then there is the legendary version. And the legendary version of me is a villain. I sometimes joke. Actually, I've joked multiple times on my stream about the fact that people think that I'm like Heisenberg, you know? Walter White of Washington. That's like the perception that people have. They just never engage with anything that I've actually said. They just have their exterior crafted by somebody else fictional version. But the point that I'm saying here is the underlying point is I don't have any problem with people working together to make changes within a state system while we're all fucking chained up in the machine of the state. I do tend to have a lot of affinity for anarchist thought because I think that it's highly liberatory. But I also very much believe in tactics and in strategy. But I just don't agree that the transmedicalist strategy is the one. In fact, I think it's actually historically proven to be dangerous. And earlier when I was talking about this, I gave some examples here in the U.S. I mean, my state that I live in and stream from, Washington, has constitutional protections for the rights of trans people and gender nonconforming people. It wasn't done through a medicalist argument. It was done through a human rights, equal rights, and bodily autonomy approach. That was what won people over and got them to vote in this change. It wasn't by saying like it wasn't done by saying like, oh, here is these people, they have a disorder and now we should file them under disabled people or anything like that. It was just, wow, trans people are people. They have a right to access everything else. They shouldn't be discriminated against like anybody else. They've experienced discrimination enough that we need to point this out, that gender and sex are categories that you can't be discriminated against on. And here are we're going to make sure we explicitly put that into the Constitution. And that's a huge change. That's not that's not a change that's easy to undo. And it doesn't, and also you'll note, it also doesn't, I mean, it's still a right, so if you want to go full into anarchist critique, there's limitations there too. But it's not a.
I don't
we
want
don't
to
have to.
anarchism that much.
Well, that's what that's what I'm saying. You know, I don't know how much you want to do it. I could.
Your chat's gonna hate me. I would consider myself a centrist, maybe slightly center right, and I'm definitely a statist. So sorry, but the one thing you do beg, we can fight about that some other time. The one thing you make me think about, which is an issue for me personally, how do you then make the argument that governments should give some form of level of medical or surgical care to people if the current prevailing trend is away from diagnosation issues or it being medical conditions?
I mean, that depends on the legal structure of where you are, but
okay, so
the
example would be,
but also, but just to address that broadly. You don't have to, cis people don't have to make an argument that cis people specifically need to have access to medical care. All people do.
Well,
you can't discriminate. You make a law that says, hey, sorry, if you're going to operate as a hospital in our area, you can't discriminate against people. If they need medical care, you go in. I mean, hey, a perfect example of this is laws that are in place right now that state that you can't turn someone away because they can't pay. You can't turn someone away at an emergency room because they can't pay. You don't have to have any diagnosis for that argument.
I live in a smart country where medicine's free, so so that's not an issue. The problem there is, so let's say, for example, so everyone has the right to get a surgery, but what if surgery is classified as a personal choice and not a medical thing, and therefore is not covered outside of out-of-pocket payment?
Wait, you're talking about sorry, can you restate that again? I just want to make sure I heard you correctly.
So going back to this point I brought up, let's say in the example, let's say that hormones is covered, that it all counts as medical care, but surgeries in particular are classified as a personal choice and not medically necessary. They are not covered as medical treatment, they are covered as a personal surgery. How do you make an argument outside of some people want it, for what reason, to encourage a government to then cover that under medical?
For any surgery, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of ways you could make that argument, right?
Okay, sorry.
You could say, hey, hello, people die and suffer if they don't get this thing. I feel like that's fairly easy to do. Well, I don't know. I'm a little confused.
Well, the thing is, though, but you're saying people die and suffer. Why do they die and suffer?
Well, I mean, that's complicated, right? That's a super complicated question.
Well, we're talking directly about dysphoria and suffering from suicidal ideation.
Okay, so I mean, if you want to be very specific to trans things, you want to know how you make the argument for you want to make the argument for how you convince
the average 40-year-old cis wine mom.
I mean, personally, I think the best way that you can make that argument is to say, well, okay, if you're trying to convince a random individual person, it's fairly easy. You go, hey,
I'm trying to convince
this is a pressing issue for some people. People seek this out and want this. They want to be able to take care of their body. There is something that can arise in one way or another. Like, I mean, I don't know. You could talk about a lot of things. You could talk about dysphoria. I've never said anything about talking about dysphoria. I do that all the time. I talk about the importance of dysphoria. But but also like people like, okay, when if you're talking about like how to get insurance and whatever, that's a really fucked conversation. And the reason why I say that is because fucking okay, here's an example. I'll give a personal example. A couple of years ago, my gallbladder was actually killing me, and like it was like pain daily, debilitating pain. This was before I was a streamer, and
I've had similar issue.
yeah, and but regardless of the debilitating pain, regardless of the fact that it was like ruining my life, the state that I was in categorized a gallbladder removal surgery, unless the gallbladder was literally rupturing and threatening my life, as an elective surgery, which meant that while it was still covered, it was low priority, which meant I got bumped for somewhere between 6 to 7 months, where every single day I was in debilitating pain, and that was considered elective because of nonsense. Now, if I was dealing with something like that, I would say, hey, it's pretty weird that a doctor or a team of doctors can all verify, hey, there's this organ is full of stuff. It's full of stones or crystals or whatever they are. And this person is reporting pain over and over and over again. But you're saying that they have to be on the brink of death before this is even approved.
Okay.
And I think you could make that argument. And I think if you're talking about trans things, you could say anything from, I mean, the easiest way would.
Can I retort to that one before you make the next argument, please?
Sure. Go ahead.
So the issue I have with there is both of us can very, and you're a lot more left than me, but both of us can instantly say majority of the average Joe would see that and say, yes, that's a failure in the medical system, and we should do better to reassess how doctors assess that and the priority of that care.
Sure.
And I don't think either of us would either agree, should be free, should be covered by the government, should be all. No one's going to disagree with that here.
Well,
and that's pretty normal.
some
Also
people
for
do,
chat,
but
even though I'm saying I'm a centrist, I'm Australian centrist, so I support universal healthcare, and that's medicine should all be covered. The problem there is, we're talking about a failure in the current system, and we both agree that upping and improving and changing the level of medical care would be the solution and the movement forward.
Well, sure, of course,
yeah,
but
that doesn't track well onto trans issues, because then how do you make the level of claim that this is a serious issue that needs a level of medical care
in the exact same way.
The increasing prevailing narrative that a lot of it is a personal choice, and that most people do not require hormones or surgery, because that is the current increasing.
I think that's a misrepresentation. I think that's a huge
no,
misrepresentation.
that is the. I'm not. It's a loaded way of saying it, but it's that
I
definitely.
I think you're actually like completely misrepresenting. I don't think anybody frames it as that. I think what people are willing to, or what people will say, is like what I say. Like, I mean, you came in here very confident in categorizing me as a gender abolitionist, which, you know what, I think it's fine. I don't really get mad at that. I always call myself, people who watch my content know, I always call myself a gender ascensionist. That I think we need to move above and beyond the binary. But regardless,
it's the same thing.
It's not really the same thing. But I mean, it is in some ways, and it isn't. But I understand, and I don't get super mad when people categorize me as a gender abolitionist. But even as a gender abolitionist, like that position, like there's nothing in my position ever that says anything against dysphoria. I talk about my own dysphoria all the time. I just am willing to point out that dysphoria isn't the only thing that matters, and also that dysphoria is contingent. Earlier, I feel like I addressed so many of the things we're talking about in my section earlier, but it's fine. Earlier, I was talking about the fact that like. Let's give an imaginary like trans teen, okay, who says, oh my God, okay, I don't want to go through male puberty. I know what type of body I want. They might not have any dysphoria. They might be looking at the future and be going, I don't want to go through that. I want my body to develop in this direction. And they would not have dysphoria. But they might develop dysphoria if they are forced then to go through the wrong puberty. And I think that's the case too. I think that when people say like you don't have to have dysphoria to be trans, what they're saying is that not everyone frames it in that reference. But I do think that if you push people for long enough, that almost anybody could develop dysphoria. I think even cis people could develop dysphoria, and do. But I just don't.
On that take another day.
What's that? Sorry, what's that?
I don't know if you could define dysphoria being the same thing in a cis person and trans person.
Oh, I absolutely think you could. If an example of this, I can give you a perfect example right now that I think it would be impossible for you to deny that this is gender dysphoria.
Please do not say like hair replacement counts as gender affirming care.
What? Wait.
Okay, sorry.
It
Yeah,
absolutely
go.
fucking does, but my God. But no, like here's an example. Cis man starts to age. As he starts to age, he develops gynecomastia. This causes him to feel invalidated or less of a man, and it starts to lead to him feeling unconfident. That is gender dysphoria. Absolutely, unequivocally gender dysphoria. This guy doesn't feel like as much of a man because he's begun to develop traits that aren't usually associated with the gender that he sees himself as. Abso-fucking-lutely.
If you want to go a level above, and we can then say we're talking about cross-sex gender dysphoria, not gender dysphoria of cis people. If you want to make that argument, that is the definition you're using, then I will accept that, but I'm specifically talking about cross-sex dysphoria of trans people. So,
well, yeah, but I mean, don't you feel like you're now just kind of like, like being obtuse, like you're not engaging with what's actually going on there, that the fact that dysphoria can be caused, this gender dysphoria can be caused by a lot of things, that you're just sort of like playing around with the definition to try and be like, well, that doesn't count, but it does. The reality is that if people are forced to live with a body that doesn't make them happy, and of course we're right now in this conversation fixating on, we're focusing on gender. You know, we could talk about lots of other things. We could talk about weight. We could talk about all kinds of things, but we're focusing on gender. Then I think that the point is that people not being allowed, we can observe to a great degree that people, when they are not allowed to shape their body as they will, to fit to the way that they see it, their gender identity, especially in societies where gender is so strong, as in, you know, Australia and the UK and the United States, where gender is a huge part of our lives, that it causes intense suffering. Sometimes even small changes. Like, for example, another example, and I think that a lot of people could understand this, cis women, as they age, often develop some amount of facial hair. There's an entire, you want to know where, you know that like electrolysis and laser places, most of their clients are cis women, not trans people. And the reason for that is because lots of cis women have hormonal changes throughout their life, sometimes pregnancy, sometimes menopause, whatever, and they start to develop facial hair, and it's so upsetting that they'll spend sometimes thousands of dollars to have it taken care of. And if they can't, it's been well documented that this becomes a psychological burden, that it sometimes like severely tortures people. That is a form of gender dysphoria. And so I think that we can point at that and we can say, yeah, as it turns out, anybody, cis or trans, if their bodies are change against their will, and they're forced to live with that it can very often will cause great psychological distress. And we should acknowledge that, hey, yeah, actually, we've observed all of this across a whole group of people. Maybe bodily autonomy is really fucking important to humans generally, and maybe we should consider that in what we consider important surgeries, right?
Okay. So the thing is, though, I don't disagree with anything you've said. What you've said there is basically pretty factually correct. I still take issue with using...
Damn! Gender abolitionist now. Woo!
No. The problem there is, you kind of have to get to some point where, are we just saying any change someone needs that could reduce any form of mental discomfort, dysphoria, anything for every person of any situation should just be fully covered by the state?
I mean...
Because how do you run that economic policy by people. That's the problem.
I mean, I think that barring
you run up against a wall of just an absolute everything or nothing abolition. Like that's the problem. That's not what I'm
I
arguing.
mean, I think we can obviously say that there are probably edge cases where, you know.
But what is that edge?
Well, I don't know, but I mean, I think that's a separate discussion. Like the edge is a different question. I think that we can say
not because
no, hold on. You gotta let me
line?
finish. I think that we can, like, not only can we afford, but it would be good for the world if we had the bar way higher than it is now. And I think that all trans people, non-binary, deer, whatever type you want to go into, could be completely covered without it even being a noticeable dent in the finances of any of our countries that we're talking about here. US, UK, Australia medical system would never be burdened, no matter how much. Even if every trans person got every surgery that they wanted, it would be negligible. It would be marginal, literally, when we're talking about the scale. So I think the economic argument is silly. I think you just point out, hey, this is pretty important. We should allow for this to happen and have a reasonable path for people to be able to get what they need. And it's been done here in my state. In my
utopian.
What's that? No, not even a little.
No, you don't.
Oregon and Washington are two.
You don't think to just the random middle-aged swing voter in, I don't know, Utah, that's a pushable and convincible.
No, I think it's totally
policy?
capable. I mean, first of all, I don't think you're going to actually be arguing that to those people very often. But no, I think you can.
That's the point
I think you can make the argument very easily. You just have to be confident and have a spine. I would be more than happy to make this argument, and in fact, I have. I've talked to my family back home about this, and also it's already worked. But also, it's already worked. They've already gotten it through in Oregon. I just had an interview with one of my viewers from Oregon who's super involved there. Oregon covers, without question, anybody making $35,000 or less. No questions asked. All trans surgeries, anyone that you can imagine, laser, hair replacement, all of that stuff, all those gender affirming things are all completely covered by the state from a top down level. You have to provide these things. Insurance companies operating in the state have to cover these things. And it's not,
that's awesome.
but it's not utopian. That's the thing. It's only utopian if you convince yourself that it's impossible. If you start from the position this is impossible, then of course
you're assuming for some reason that trans med people don't think that's good. We do. The problem is, how's that going in Florida?
Well, Florida has hold on a second. The struggle in Florida is completely different, and part of the reason that the struggle is different in Florida is because Florida is structured from decades upon decades of building executive power in the office of the governor. And the struggle in Florida is completely different. But newsflash, you're not gonna lobby fucking Ron DeSantis, who just went out of his way to don't say gay and to explicitly fire and replace everyone on the board.
Okay, I'm not talking to Ron DeSantis. I'm not trying to convince Ron DeSantis.
The question in Ron DeSantis in Florida, is a lot closer to that anarchist corner than you perhaps would like to talk about, because I think you have to get way more serious if you're talking about
running down the exact political issues in Florida is a completely different topic. I gave it as a random example of a state doing badly, and you know that. Mm-hmm. The point I'm bringing up there is I'm not trying to argue to Ron DeSantis. I'm trying to argue to a swing voter, and at the end of the day, I have to go, what do I think is going to be an easier argument and more convincing for the current state of trans healthcare at the moment is that some trans people have mental health conditions that require government-backed financial and medical support after diagnosation.
I gotta give you a news flash here. I gotta check you here, okay? Neither of them. That is not. Neither of these is going to be how you talk to somebody in Florida about this. The way that you talk to people in Florida to convince them is you go, man, that guy Ron DeSantis, you know how you let's say that they're a swing voter, okay? hey, Rhonda, you're a centrist. You care about, you know, the government being checked. This guy, Ron DeSantis, is going fucking crazy up here. This motherfucker just fired the entire medical board because he's so angry about trans people. Trans people are like 1%. He's completely overriding the government because and taking your tax money and wasting it on a war against trans people. Are you okay with that? Are you okay with him using his weird freakish obsession to cost you money? They had to fire all these experienced people and hire a bunch of new ones, and you'd burn your tax dollars. That's how you make an argument in Florida. You don't you're never going to make an argument with a Florida swing voter about whether or not you know, the AGPs should be considered on the healthcare plans. It's just, that's ridiculous. It's grass touching level. I know, but you know what I'm getting at, right? Like, you're never going to be making that type of argument. Trying to slice the difference between a they, them, or a she, her. You point. It's a totally different battle, and you have to, you know, it's a
I would. The problem is you keep running to very, very, very specific arguments, and which I agree with you. Yes, you're gonna make a better chance arguing more like libertarian policy with a random, I don't know, soybean farmer in Florida. I don't know what they farm in Florida, sorry. But the point
Florida?
there is you keep ignoring, it's probably oranges. It's probably racist oranges, let's be honest.
Oranges, sugar cane in some areas. You get some corn on the northern part. Yeah. Lots of oranges.
The problem there is we're still ignoring, I just said soybean because you guys, so chaps asking about soybeans. You guys are the #1 producer of soybeans in the world, so I assumed I'd grow them there. Yeah, you're the most soy country in the world. Get wrecked. Sorry.
Listen,
the point that
there's soy in fact and there's soy in spirit, and I would say that the Australians are soy in spirit, but honestly, nah. You know, your country actually has some chops. You guys are like, your country is famous for like the YouTubers that just like paddle out on a piece of wood and then like touch a whale's tail randomly, and they're like, whoa, this is fucking crazy, there's a whale's tail and I'm paddling on a piece of rotten wood, wow. Anyway, so
we have to do that for year 12 graduation. It's a whole ceremony, don't worry about it.
Yeah,
no, the problem is, and it just feels like we're ignoring the fact of, and I feel the problem is every single trans med or even like transphobe, I'm going to say people in your chat, I'm not saying you, but especially, and people that are saying my crazy turf eugenicist transmed friends was the one I got told earlier.
I mean, yeah, I'm sorry, you got to own up to it at some point.
I happy to. I'm literally made.
You said you didn't want to sort your friends, but I mean, goddamn, some of your friends are
not
deranged.
Making comment on individual people. I happily own it. I've made depressed queen of the transsexual transmeds my Twitter handle because it's funny. The point there is, we keep feeling. Well, I can laugh at it, so at least I can do that.
If you say so.
Okay, I'm sorry. The point there is, God, we can catty to each other. We're ignoring the public.
Wait, that was catty.
Man,
let's take it to the next level. No, but let's not. Let's go. All right.
Point
so
is,
what's the problem?
It feels like that you're constantly ignoring the argument of what is the public discourse and what is, and not the end goal, because I don't think anyone on my side, I'm going to use my side nebulously, says that's the end goal. But with the current issue and the decline and the reversal and the current declining opinions on trans and mixed and non-binary popular and its support, that
really
it is declining. Because it is right now.
No, that is not accurate. And let me explain a couple of things. So first of all, I'm sorry, this is going to come off a little mean. I cannot think of any other way.
No, I'm being mean. I don't mind people being mean to me.
But your faction are losers, okay? The transmeds represent a hyper minority, and they mostly do what you guys do, which is bitch about other people in group chats. You want to talk about the people who are fucking grappling every single day with the psychopath Nazis, anti-trans Nazis. The right-wing position on trans people right now is universally every trans person is a groomer. I'm not
no, it's not.
No, it absolutely is. No, I'm sorry. No, listen. It absolutely fucking is. If you go, no, I'm sorry. Listen. The right-wing position, I just watched the fucking presidential debates. Vivek Ramaswamy, Ron DeSantis, Donald Trump. Donald Trump earlier this year gave a giant speech about how the trans agenda is mutilating kids. Your average Republican probably doesn't think that, but the messaging on the top level absolutely does.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. If you wanted to say the current populist trend in the political party of the GOP is that, sure, but we're not talking about that. I'm talking about average right-wing people. I feel like
average
have
right-wing,
such a deranged, warping view on what the average conservative thinks.
No.
Like,
you can't pull that with me. You can't pull that with me, and you want to know why? Because I fucking grew up in this shit. Okay. I'm not a lifelong leftist, okay? That's not, I grew up in a Christian cult. My entirety of the childhood was in the deepest red family you can possibly imagine. My entire fucking family that disowned me are all a bunch of Republicans. I know their talking points. I know this shit intimately, okay? The right wing, especially right now, the Trump cult is insane. I know so many people who literally cannot sit down and have a conversation with their family anymore because their family's brains have been fried by Donald Trump. And I mean that.
Oh, yeah.
They're not even, they don't even resemble the people they were a few years ago. The average Republican voter is a very odd, an odd thing to talk about because it depends. If you're talking about the Trump cult,
right now is the state of straight up American politics is a Trump cult. Yes.
Yes, it's
but
a
I'm
Trump
not
cult.
Talking about
and
trumpets.
and also here's the thing. They're a minority. They are a minority. Okay.
Okay, but like, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the average shit random posting internet user. Like,
okay, but I don't care about the random shit posting internet user. That 90% of them fucking watch TikToks and think that that they see a smudgy shape and they go, oh, that's the fairy that was on the mountain. They're like, oh, this video that I saw that said that this radio tower is a giant. They think that's plausible. I don't care about the random shit-stain user.
But they're the ones voting.
They're not.
Leftists aren't voting.
They're not. Nobody votes in America.
Exactly.
I hate to tell you this. Nobody votes in America.
I know your country sucks.
No, they're not. Voting. The people who are voting are people who are politically active. And among the politically active space, you have a majority of people are libs and Democrats, who by and large at this moment in time are super cool with the they-them army that you are so afraid of, okay? They actually, by and large, with a few, I'm being a little bit exaggeratory, but the fearsome they-them army is totally fine with the main bulk of like your average wine mom libs. That's what they get their Disney corporate whatever, and they're like, okay, that's fine. They don't give a shit, especially about people who take your position. In fact, they don't even know what that, it's incomprehensible to them. And then your average Republican who's super politically active is in the Trump cult and is totally in with this groomer shit. And it's a matter right now, in this particular moment, it's a matter of doing everything that you can to activate as many left-leaning and liberal people to vote as possible because we greatly outnumber them. And you don't get that by like being weird and psychotic for no real reason.
Question. So do you get that via dragging one of the largest queer people doing current politics, unifying streamers and leftists to go out and vote right now for some personal comments they made in a private group chat?
That's a weird loaded question. That's a weird loaded question. No, because did you listen to anything I said at the first point?
Yes, I did.
Okay, think about this. Okay, hold on. This is a moment where I'm really trying not to be mean, but take the boot.
Be mean.
Take the boot out of the mouth for a second. Somebody who is.
Hey, do not make fun of my foot fetish.
Oh, I'm kidding. Well, all right, I know something about you now, but
no, I do not. I'm very anti it.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Listen, there's plenty of good foot people out there. Okay. But the boot, by the way, boot licking and foot fetish is very different. Just so you know, but. With regard to this, exactly like I said earlier, the public representative that is supposedly that is claiming to be progressive is asking for something. They are asking in a particular direction. I want your money. I want your volunteer. I want your time. I want your attention. They are asking from the masses, and if they don't respect those masses, or if they are lying to those masses, they're failing in their role. That's their failure. You can't blame people for going, hey, that's fucked up. Maybe you aren't the right person to be leading this. Maybe you're not as effective as you say that you are, which is, by the way, my opinion. So I don't think it's I think that your framing of this like weird cancel culture, oh, by dragging this person, this is a person who already has influence and who's using it in a very stupid, foolish, and embarrassing way. I think that people are within their rights to hold somebody in a position of power to task, especially when that person wants it. You want to get mad at the random people going, hey, why the fuck would you say that insane shit? When instead you should be mad at the person who said that insane shit and alienated the audience that they're pitching to. Talk about a failure. If I was think about it, let's change the entire context for a second. If I was a Christian preacher, right? And I was saying, you know, we're doing this for God, and it was really super important to motivate those people. And it was revealed that I actually, behind the scenes, was like, you know, God's stupid and all of this shit like that. And I was being careless and posting this all over the place. You would be mad at the representative who's trying to motivate those people for losing their position of power, for failing to motivate those people by completely failing to understand who they're talking about. So I don't think that argument holds at all. In fact, I think it's completely flipped the other way. A person who's in a position of power, who purports to care about where this country is going, needs to be responsible and needs to be very careful, and also needs to recognize when you piss off everybody who you're trying to get something from, you either say, oh, fuck these people, I don't want what you have to offer anyway, or you go, oh, shit. Those are the people I'm trying to activate, and I just deactivated them. That's like you're doing apologia for a bad leader. It's like, you know, I don't know. A king charges all of his cavalry into a swamp, and they all die. And so when the time for war comes, no more people will bring their horses because they're like, last time you got all our horsemen killed. Yeah, of course. That's rational. Those people are being rational in not trusting that leader.
Maybe I'm fucked up, and maybe you can just say, Queen of the Transmeds, like, I don't think anything that was said is, this is my personal views, not the views of anyone else there, because I know she apologized and she does feel bad, is as bad or warranted or actually says in any way that Brianna does not care for or do everything they have publicly said they care for and advocate for, because there's a lot of info in that chat, also not leaked, and I can very definitively say I have absolutely no, and I don't want to speak for someone else, and I'm sorry if I make friends mad here if I say anything. I have no info that suggests in any way that anything was said was disingenuous. I'm like,
but this is where I want to challenge you for a second to step out of yourself and your urge to defend your friends, okay? Because that doesn't fly to anybody. Nobody cares. And I don't mean that to be mean, but you have on the main, I don't want to rehash the whole drama, but on the main account of a person who is a part of a very progressive, a heavily branded progressive org, saying, not only saying, oh yeah, I only did that to avoid the headache. I only said I support non-binary people to avoid the headache, and then also directly, unequivocally agreeing with someone saying that non-binary people are hijacking the trans movement. Sorry, but that is going to break trust. That's going to damage trust. That's obviously going to damage trust, especially with, like I said, the they, them army are the main people. These people, the people who are fine, who are the transgender, they're the people they're your fucking foot soldiers right now.
Okay, so this is going to infuriate you in your chat. So my point before about the average Joe and the person voting, don't want to bring them up. Sorry, I don't want to share any opinions I know they've said or chats we've had, but public figures with large audiences like Destiny, Shoe on Head, and counterpoints. Yeah, I'm using spicy examples.
Counterpoints?
I know all.
Listen, let's be honest here. Counterpoints is not a big Not a big streamer, but okay.
He has one of the largest 40k Warhammer followings, and that's a lot of potential people. So that's technically someone with an influence, and people now follow him for that. So
Okay, all right.
and he's a cool dude. Anyway, so
I
the
had
point
an
there
interesting
is,
conversation with him about anarchism and nationalism a couple years ago. It was actually pretty good.
he's a very interesting dude. Don't want to say, but the
Sure.
point is that I know all those three people as much as people on your side, and I hate using that term. I got to say they don't support this, and they don't support trans people, or they're transphobic. I know that basically, and I don't want to say for them, pretty much all of them would say like, oh yeah, I have absolutely no issue with transsexuals or trans people, and honestly most non-binary people, but I think gender abolition and talking tree genders are dumb. Like
okay,
that's their view. They
so,
don't care more than that. They just think this shit's dumb.
Okay, so how do I talk about this? There's a couple of ways to approach this. So, those people don't fucking matter. Some of the, not all of them, I shouldn't say, but Counterpoint's audience. Counterpoints makes content with Lauren Southern. They're never going to vote Democrat. None of them. Not one of them. Okay. His audience can say all they want when they're talking to you in person that they oh, we don't care about the true transsexuals like you. They will vote in a guy who will throw you in a gas chamber. And you have to realize that even if you personally like that his politics ends with you dead. Okay, that's just how it is. I know that people are going to get super triggered and they're going to write me angry emails, but that's just a fact. Counterpoints and the people that he votes for.
Dead, sad face.
I mean, what's that?
I really want to message him. Do you want me dead? Sad
Oh, he'll say no. He'll say no, and then he'll vote for somebody who will kill you. That's what they do. Okay. Now, that's for that community. Okay, but that's for that community. All right, for other communities.
Sad
Wait,
person. I would rather talk to those people and hopefully convince more people to be okay voting for something that supports my interests.
Okay.
And you can call me utopian with that argument, but that's the argument I'm making.
Well, I mean, that's fine. And I understand the desire to try and convince people away from certain positions, but you have to be rational about that. And the rational position, by the way, I have talked with and had very deep conversations with plenty of right-wingers. In my personal life, I have convinced people away from right-wing ideas. It's not easy, okay? If you want to be rational about it, you have to acknowledge that it's not just, you don't just snap your fingers. It's a very hard process to get people out of deeply ingrained abilities, or deeply ingrained beliefs, okay? But that's fine, and that's fine if you want to do that. You just have to be rational about it. You don't just look the other way when they do horrible shit and then hope for the best. That's never going to happen. You're never going to convince them that way. Secondly, to the other people that you mentioned a couple of different people's audiences, and all of these audiences have a different calculation. But it's very interesting because
I was trying to get people who don't like each other to make it more broad.
Sure. But let's talk about Vosh, for example. Who's huge, and his following is super, super active. And
am I still banned on his Discord? I don't know.
Oh,
no, I'm not. Nice.
But his following is super, super active. Like, they are really jazzed about this progressive
Calling
victory
me bad at Dark Souls, it was rude. No, I'm kidding.
But Vosh and his audience, and Brianna Wu's general audience, is full of trans and non-binary people who really care about the subjects at hand. So while you were saying there, oh, well, you know, some of these people like Connor's audience don't care about it. Well, that's great. Progressive victory, Connor's audience will never have an overlap with progressive victory. It will never happen. It's just not, they don't even care. That's delusional. They're right. He's a right winger. He's an open right winger. They're not going to go work with progressive victory. Now, some of Destiny's audience might. Vosh's audience definitely will. In fact, Vosh's audience is the most likely, and that audience is super full of non-binary people.
Some of Destiny's audience.
Yeah, some.
Destiny literally organized the largest streamer forward, like, canvassing thing anywhere on the internet ever seen, and he's currently working with Progressive Victory. I'm also giving Vosh a support there because I know he's doing a lot of good stuff, and it's nice to see Vosh actually putting his money where his mouth is and supporting those causes more and actually trying to get people out.
I understand. I hear the statement about the first streamer, the biggest and first streamer supported left foot sack race door knocking operation. Guinness Book World Record for most toenails collected while knocking doors. No, I'm joking a little bit. I do think that it's great, and I think that he knocked a lot of doors, and that's awesome. But you also have to keep it in scope. And when it comes to Destiny's audience is big, and Destiny's audience is polarized. There is some of his audience, well, yes and no, but sure. Some of Destiny's audience will get involved. A lot of Vosh's audience will get involved in the organization that Vosh has been stumping for the last year, and they have, and I know a lot who are. Hell, I even worked with it to some degree, which is kind of wild because I don't usually do that kind of thing. That's not, I mean, not that I'm against it, but I don't usually do like a lot of, like, I'm not really into the door knocking thing, but I'm not against it either. I participated with Progressive Victory getting people to go do phone banking and door knocking. Not that much, but I did something. I'm just saying that all of this was like a big side, sort of a big tangent from the point that you had said was that, oh, well, you know, some members of Counterpoint's audience and some of Destiny's audience aren't going to care, but Progressive Victory is not pitching at Counterpoint's audience. They're pitching at some of Destiny's audience and basically all of Vosh's audience and basically all of Brianna Wu's audience, which is full of non-binary people and people who have non-binary friends and who care about those issues. So a person who wants to lead that coalition has to respect that coalition. And if not, that coalition is not going to trust that person. This is why I told you have to step out of yourself and your desire to defend people. Like,
yeah, but here's the issue. I don't need to convince your Vosh's followers at all to support trans people. Like, I don't need to convince any of them. They do.
Yeah, but you do have to convince them to do something about it. That's what we've all talked about that. With this,
well, yeah,
you've acknowledged, and we can just look at the stats. The biggest problem is motivation. It's not if everybody voted, there wouldn't even be a Republican Party. But the problem is that people don't, and that means even people in our audiences, in my audience, in Vosh's audience, these politically active audiences need to be activated and convinced. And especially for a fairly new and fresh organization like Progressive Victory, if you have somebody making a fucking goddamn fool of themselves in a way that directly seeds justified distrust and anger in an audience that you're trying to activate, you are not going to get what you want. You are not going to activate those people, and you're going to end up with your fucking hands in your pockets. It's that simple.
But what policies or anything have they actually done that makes you distrust they want to move and push for that progressive goal, which is what for some reason you now think they're doing?
Wait, hold on a second. I'm sorry. Can you ask that again?
Sorry, I probably phrased that completely wrong. So, what have they publicly said they fight against or they are not supporting though?
Wait, that's not I mean, that's the core problem, is that one of the main people that we were talking about right now, in this particular issue we've gotten onto, is talking about specifically the Brianna Wu thing. Somebody who is a vocal part of the leadership of that and is organizing this has now said, oh, well, what I say publicly, I don't actually agree with. And that's actually a pretty major thing, because if you're, because trust is insanely important in politics.
True, I agree with that.
Insanely important.
What did they say privately that shows they can't be trusted on these issues?
Saying that I believe that that pronouns have gone too far, that the trans movement is being hijacked by NBs who want to use it to their own cynical end. That makes all of the people who are pro NB, not just non-binary people themselves, but all of their allies go, well, fuck this then. I'm not giving my money to an organization where the leader.
You don't think most transsexuals feel that non-binaries are slightly overwhelming and consuming?
No, I don't. I really don't. And this is another moment where I just have to say, you and your circle need to touch grass, because no, I do not believe that, and I don't believe that you could find any evidence to support that idea.
Well, then, like, what are we doing then? Because at the end of the day, all I want to do is butt heads with far-right people, conservatives, and people who hate trans people.
Then do that.
That's what I'm doing.
Then do that and realize, wake up for a moment, and this again, I'm gonna go back to where we were earlier, from the mom role person to the mom role person. You gotta wake up and pull your head out of the whatever your depressed Blanchard, whatever the thing that you call yourself. You have to pull your head out of that for a minute because it's destructive. It is obscuring your ability to actually recognize your own allies. That you're getting mad at like an imaginary affected they fab person in your head. When in reality, all of the NB people, like myself and my audience, are fucking fighting so fucking hard every single day, and you're allowing a imaginary enemy or a caricature to not just, and again, I'm talking to you now because you were the mom of the group and the founder of the group, but it's now the result of your actions, a sort of domino fall, has now actually led to a position where your group enabled a huge embarrassment for a group that you supposedly want to succeed. If you want to fight right-wingers, you should fight right-wingers. You should start loving your allies a little bit. I'm not saying you have to personally hug every single non-binary person, but this like weird fixation on the idea that like your resentment towards non-binary people for genuinely imagined problems is
not imagined though.
It is. I'm sorry, it is. There is no conspiracy. There is none of this shit. You haven't even, like, in this conversation, at every juncture, you've admitted that you were basically operating off of a caricature of my beliefs. You were reacting to caricatures. And not only that, but you're letting your...
Literally not even reacted to any of your beliefs, though, in this conversation. That's not anything we... So the problem is there.
We can go
and
into
you can't
that.
tell me... You can't tell me that I haven't, or there isn't an experience of many people, especially transsexual people, on public platforms having not just what they think and believed warped by the opinions of a large amount of gender abolitionists and non-binary peoples towards what most cis people think of them, and also then having those people disregard and undermine their lived experiences and their opinions and thoughts around their mental health.
That all is very, very vague. And I don't know exactly what you're talking about.
But
and I don't know, I don't know what you're talking about. And if you have a specific example or at least, or something like it, maybe we can talk about that. But I don't know, like, again, it kind of feels like a touch grass moment, because here's the thing. Wait, here's the thing. Hold on. Wait. Twitter is insane, okay?
Yeah,
it's horrible horrible for everyone. Everyone, especially right now, by the way, the website has been completely since in the last like 8 months, it's been bought by a moronic freak who has completely ruined the previously barely functional algorithm to allow to make it so that you have to like see the posts of idiots who've paid for a blue check. Some like 30 follower Andy who's like the brightest thought that they've ever thought was to like use toenail clippers correctly, and now you have to see their opinion at all times regardless of who you follow. Like, that is horrible. It's the worst website ever. You're obviously going to have a miserable time on it. I tell my followers to get the fuck off that stupid website constantly because it makes you miserable. But I don't know what you're like when you say this shit about like, oh, you know, the non-binaries are they're making me feel bad and all this shit. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. And
I don't even know how to start with this if like you literally just think it's a go outside and touch grass moment when so maybe this is just the different worlds we live in, but I just feel like these are incredibly straightforward statements that every single reasonable person would not disagree with. And just let me finish on. Okay. One, that there are people who use the term transsexual, outdated or not, who feel the sense that they are a binary medical trans person who have had their experiences in some way either diminished or their form of dysphoria and the issues they live in their life insulted or made to feel insignificant by specifically gender abolitionists online or in social platforms. Two,
wait, let me address them one by one.
So much. Let me okay, fine.
But we both talked a lot. I mean, I know that I tend to talk a lot, but also you came on my show to talk to me, so I mean. Well,
and that's what it's your show, so I'm letting you speak.
With that first one, that's a very, again, it's very broad. Like, I don't know what offends you or makes you feel minimized or whatever. I've seen people like Blair White claim that like non-binary people just minding their own fucking business is minimizing to her experience. Blair White has an entire channel churning content out like that, where anything that a non-binary person does, she takes offense with because it makes her look bad. And that I cannot, that's insanity. So like,
I don't
how
want to
can
speak
I?
on behalf of my friends, but I genuinely would say not a single person I relate to, or that your chat or anyone considers a transmed, or anyone I consider friendly, is a fan of or supports the opinions of Blair White. You're not going to find defense for her here. So I'm not sure.
wasn't. I wasn't saying that your chat would defend Blair White. What I'm saying is that people can,
chat.
or whatever.
Yeah, I know.
It's
It's
chat.
just, that sounds funny.
What I'm trying to say is that like people weaponize, can weaponize or can draw the boundaries of offense so large, or that like there's no way to even know that you're engaging with it. Like for example, if and I'm not gonna name names, but let's say that there's somebody who sees, for example, my partner Doe use its pronouns and never bothers to even ask why Doe would do that, but just says, this makes me look bad. Now, all of a sudden, Doe's existence, regardless of the reasoning or thoughts or anything like that, it has somehow become an affront to this other person. And I'm supposed to feel bad that that person is so mucked up in their own head that they're threatened by the existence of someone that doesn't match them. This is the problem I have with this, this like claim of like, oh, the transsexuals have been minimalized or whatever. Like, I don't know anything like that. And again, I have a huge amount of trans, non-binary, all over the gender spectrum friends in the real world. I live in fucking Seattle, and I'm fairly well connected in this area.
Seattle's not a real place. Don't be silly.
Oh, it is. No, but it's a magical place, that's for sure. But people don't. Nobody's like this. I don't know anybody who's like that. In fact, everybody I know is like they spend all their time supporting one another and trying to find a way to make sure everybody has their hormones and shit. Like, I don't know anybody who does any of this fucking transsexual shit. Maybe you find some weirdo on Twitter who's like, oh, the term transsexual is bad or whatever, but I don't know anybody like that. I don't know anybody who actually does that. And I can't help but feel like it's, again, that it's a, like, you're letting I don't know. You're letting a small portion, or maybe even a caricature of a small portion, guide your politics in a way that leads you to deranged conclusions.
I just, like, it's just such a weird thing because it feels like we're talking past each other and also both talking about straw men that seem to exist in our own lives that cannot be, because that's like, I don't know how, because I know so many people who literally just blanketly defend that. And yeah, look, I'm not a fan of it programs, but I'll use them if I'll use them because someone asks. Like, even though I'm not a fan, I think it's kind of stupid and it does look socially bad, but I will use them for someone if they ask, because I don't gotta go around mispronouncing and so on.
Well,
Problem there is, we keep coming back to, is it's the public opinion and the public discourse that kind of becomes infuriating being in this position, because you feel like you can't have your own opinion on anything. You're attacked for this that you're said, and then you're just told you're crazy and imagine it. When I literally we have large public figures like Philosophy Tube tweeting out that gender dysphoria isn't real.
Oh, I covered that. I mean, that's not exactly a perfect characterization of the position, and I did a whole video on that. Why, if people actually tried to engage with the argument in good faith, the wording wasn't perfect, but that the argument actually completely makes sense and doesn't invalidate fucking anybody. People are mostly mad about this like imagined optics thing, which is, it's imaginary. It is. I hate to say it, but like.
But you're also, you're coming back to almost the utopian thing I said of, yeah, in a perfect way, everyone's needs and policies would be perfectly covered. But we live in a world where we need to talk to fucking dumb Joe, I don't know, Norman, who lives in South Carolina, who decided to randomly vote for Republicans because he thought Trump was funny.
But you don't win against those people by being cowardly. You don't win by trying to wait. Hold on. Wait. Listen. You don't win by taking a position going, ooh, what are they gonna think? Ooh, what is this? No, you win by being strong in your opinion and convincing them of it. And you don't do that by like constantly being like, oh, this, oh man, what if I, it's people, oh, the furry that's just happy to support their rights is, oh, they're bad for us. We need to silence them. It's an inversion. It's like, by obsessing over like needing to quiet the parts that you feel are like bad or whatever, you become weaker. If you just said, no, actually, the furry kid making a trans pride thing is super based. Why the fuck are you conservatives obsessed with like a college kid
And
just making
you know
some
what?
art?
In a perfect world,
It's not about a perfect world.
No,
These
shut up
people,
for a
wait, okay. Go
No,
ahead.
just let me say this point. You are definitely talking the majority of the conversation. In a perfect world, I would agree with that, and I'd love to support that. The problem is, we're talking about a less than 1% of the population, and we're talking about a 1% that's getting in worse and worse positions. So you have to talk to the cis. You have to talk to the right wing. You have to convince the Republican racist who thinks this is all a bit silly that these rights matter. And maybe we just can never see eye to eye because to me, you feel like a utopian gender abolitionist, anti-status anarchist about this. And I want to try and do my politics with the people I have to fight with. And
okay,
you know
okay.
what? We can both want the same goal, but it feels like we have just completely different means. And you know what? I can even say, and I'll happily say, I come across as the boot-looking, cis-line towing coward, and you want trans people to be as loud and public and proud as they can be.
No,
I don't think
want
that's
us
an
to have.
effective
I
strategy.
want us to have confidence in what we are, and when we're right, we should be confident when we're right. It is right that you should be able to use your pronouns, that you should be able to have access to healthcare. That is correct. We do not need to be weak in that position. We can say that with strength and with solidarity. If we say it together, we win, and we will win, and we'll convince them too. Because you don't convince people by rolling over. That doesn't work. They take advantage of you. They stab you in the belly while your belly's up. And I was going to use an example because when you said about the idiots thing, to the majority of people that you're talking about, you are an idiots. You may as well be. They see she, her. These people, they have been trained to engage with pronouns in bio and just to thought terminatingly make fun of pronouns in bio.
I never use my pronouns ever.
What?
I intentionally never state pronouns generally, so that's
Isn't
why.
that, but okay. If you have a personal preference for that, that's fine. But if you're doing it to try and appease those people, you've already lost. If
then I've lost.
So it's doomer. It's just doomer in the end. So then you can understand why of course I'm going to argue with the opposite of your give up and die position. Of course I'm going to say, no, let's be strong together. There is nothing wrong with being they, them. There is nothing wrong with being idiots. There is nothing wrong with being she, her. There is nothing wrong with being bun self. None of these people have done anything wrong. They're good people. They have a right to present as they want to. And so do you. Let's stand together and fucking win. And when you say you got to win over these people, it's true to some degree. Well, it's only partially true. You don't actually have to win over all of these people. You don't have to win over every fucking bum, hick, weird, freak, racist. You don't actually have to do that. A lot of them can just go in the dustbin of history and get washed away by people with more of their thinking caps on, making the world a better place. You don't have to win every single one. You can win the ones who are actually able to think. If you spend all your time trying to convince somebody who is convinced that every gay person is a groomer, that like if you're spending all your energy on that, you're wasting your own time. And especially if it comes at the cost of you sacrificing everything else, or sacrificing your ability to like get along with people, or your ability to like see non-binary people as like anything other than like this, like, I don't know, conspiratorial fear group that you're kind of like afraid of, as they're going to take over shit, but they're not. There's just like, I don't know. I feel like we've kind of gone to a lot of different places, but at the same time, it's like you don't have to win over every single piece of shit bigot. You don't. We outnumber them. Not trans people, but the people who support trans people. And the more confident and strong that trans people are in our right to be liberated and our right to stand together, we're going to be stronger. We're going to communicate a stronger message which appeals to people, especially in America. America's the home of the free. You're telling me that a freedom argument from people who want to live the way they want to won't work? Of course it works.
And then how do you tell them the government needs to pay for the medicine?
It depends on where you are. If you tell them, you want to tell them the government pays for the medicine, here's an easy way. Just like when you go to the hospital because you shot yourself in the foot or you cut your finger off in the woodcutter, I got to go to the hospital when I'm having a mental health crisis, or I got to go to the hospital when I have a issue where my body isn't working the way I want it to. When you go to the hospital because you've been having migraines for a week, that you have the right to do that. Just like I got the right to go to the hospital and take care of this gynecomastia that's driving me crazy. If you have the right to go to the hospital to get that benign tumor that makes you look in a way that you don't like taking care of, but isn't necessarily dangerous to your health, I have the right to go to the hospital and get the benign tumors on my chest taken off so that my body looks the way that I want it to. Fucking good old American freedom.
Freedom. I think it just comes down to this issue we keep bumping heads in here is from the end goal of what we all want for people in general, not even just specifically this. I think we'd all agree. We want a better world. The problem is, I just think we utterly conflict on what we think the right movement and political advocacy for how we move forward with that is.
Well,
and you know what? And I will give you props. Your position does come across as the prouder and braver one. And you know what? I'm happy to be the bootlicker.
No, don't be happy. Listen,
because
if you want to listen. If you want to be a bootlicker to somebody who fucking loves you, okay? Be a bootlicker to somebody who really wants you to have a good time licking that boot, okay? Don't lick the boot of somebody who wants you dead, okay? I'm serious. I'm being serious here. If you really want to lick the boot, find yourself a fucking they-them general who will fucking choke you and call you whatever you want, okay? Find that. Don't go looking for the boot from the person who actually wants to crush your throat. They'll kill you.
But they don't, though. That's the problem. That's what I mean.
They do want to. Okay, listen. I'm sorry.
I feel like leftists have this completely warped view on
have you
centrists and right-wing people.
No. I'm not talking about the centrists. I'm talking about the people who are in the Trump cult and who are stockpiling arms and who do.
I'm not trying to convince the Trumpers.
Okay, but you're all over the place now because you say. You've been all over the place as to who we're trying to convince. If we're talking about fucking centrists, your everyday fucking griller, you want to know what your griller responds to? A good vibe. That's what your centrist grill pillars respond to, is a good vibe. If they come over to my stream and they see me going, my fucking non-binary bros, my non-binary thems, my non-binary whatever, we're fucking hanging out, we're having a good time, we're playing video games. You don't hate my people. Don't hate my people. That's the vibe they're going to respond to, not this depressed Blanchardian crap.
For me, the statement I'm going to say,
okay.
If I went and polled a bunch of just, I don't know, 50-year-olds getting coffee in a cafe, what makes them more likely to support the government funding medical care for trans people, a gay furry orgy, or just this transsexual woman trying to live her fucking life and go by the day-to-day?
The truth is, I hate to tell you this, but there's not that much of a difference for people who are anti-trans. And if you don't believe me...
You're wrong, though.
I'm not. I'm not wrong. And I'll tell you this: if you don't believe,
that's what I mean. It feels like
listen.
Cross.
If you don't believe me, then my homework for you is go spend some time just looking, just as an observer. Not too long, because it will hurt your mental health. But go spend some time looking at what they say about fucking Dylan Mulvaney. Okay, Dylan Mulvaney is the most fucking blando, safe trans person you can possibly imagine, and they are insane about her. Okay, they're fucking deranged. They say that she's a groomer pedophile. They fucking flipped out for 2 months straight because she got her face on a fucking novelty beer can. I'm not kidding you. In a lot of these people, the people you're talking about, not the centrists. The centrists don't fucking give a shit. The right-wing people, the people that you kind of invoke at different times, but the right-wing people, they are in a cult that sees you are a furry to them in their mind. You will never convince them to support your worldview. They're safe. The candidates are Donald Trump, who just did a speech earlier this year promising that he will stop gender ideology from mutilating kids and adults, that he'll ban gender affirming care. And then you have Ron DeSantis, who did the same exact thing. And then you have Vivek Ramaswamy, who every single speech talks about how he needs to end access to gender ideology. All of them, all of the people that your right-wing people are going to vote for, all have the same end, which is they want you to die alongside the furry. They see you as the same. And it's unfortunate, but it's true. The centrists, they respond to strength of togetherness. They respond to friendship. They respond to respect. A centrist looks into a group chat like mine and sees people supporting each other and goes, damn, it seems like these fucking people all love each other. Like they're a band of people sticking together. Of course they respond to that well. Why do you think fucking Vosh has been so successful? Man's grown like crazy and brought in tons of centristy types because that's the vibe he cultivates. He cultivates a vibe of people who back each other up, where it's cool to be whatever you are. And a lot of people get into those environments and then they realize, oh, maybe I'm not, as cis as I thought. Maybe I'm a little different too. And that's cool and beautiful, and they're supported in that.
This annoys me because it does sound defeatist. I just don't think you're correct. Like, I don't know how else to put it like that way. Every interaction and all of my lived experiences, I want you to be right. I genuinely do. I just don't think you are.
Yeah. Well,
that's the problem, and it feels depressing because, like, in a real way, and we both agree, we do kind of.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, the problem is that, yeah, I just don't think that helps. Like when I have random strangers ask if I'm about random shit they see on TikTok about non-binary and gender abolitional people, and I have to deal with that in my day-to-day life.
Okay. So wait, I want to engage with this like really one-on-one, and maybe, I don't know, maybe we can make some progress on this. So give me such an example and I'll see if I can respond to it and maybe we can make some progress. So your friend comes to you and says, what about a non-binary person?
So it's not even that, I don't know what the exact, it's the opinion that gets granted by most people that being trans is more and more just a choice.
Okay, so...
And not something, it removes the seriousness of it.
Well,
do you not,
but I don't
get that vibe?
No, I don't get that vibe at all. I mean, I understand people, I can understand people like using that in a bad way. Like being like, that's just, you're just choosing that. But I don't devalue choice to the same degree that you and the right do. I think choice is important, especially here in America, the land of the free. Choice is what our entire country is built on. Your ability to choose how you live is our fundamental right, all the way to the fucking Constitution, baby. But straight up though, I don't think that I don't think that like somebody says, oh well, it's just a choice. I'm like, yeah, well, so is a million things. Lots of things are choices. I mean, I don't agree that it's a choice like some things. I mean, there are people who make the argument that that becoming homeless is a choice because you didn't work so hard, and that's just stupid. I would just call them stupid. I would say that's fucking dumb. That's not how it works. And if somebody said, oh, well, isn't it just a choice? You could go, yeah, the apparently it's just a choice to like how you're being true to yourself is just a choice. Yeah, I guess it is. It's a choice between lying to yourself and everybody else, which is miserable, and a choice to live honestly. there's ways to deal with that. Like, you just got to stop. You have to kind of kill the part of you that instinctively cringes because of like the injected transphobia. Like, I don't know. Like, I think that the choice thing is like silly. And I understand like why there's like this desire to say, oh no, it's like, it's more important than a choice. But there are all kinds of choices in life. People choose to have children. People choose to do all like it's just a bad framing, and you have to be strong and reject the framing and say, what are you fucking talking about? This person is being honest with themselves. They're being true with who they are. And what's your problem with that? Why do you have a problem with somebody being honest with who they are? Don't you do shit that's not perfectly 100% whatever man or woman all the time? You know, I don't know. Like, I don't know, maybe you like strawberry ice cream and it's pink and the manly flavor would be to eat coffee ice cream or something. I don't know.
But I'm not asking the government to financially support my purchasing of strawberry ice cream. That's the difference.
Well, but what the example, you've pivoted to a complete different example now. You were talking about a friend coming, you were talking about a friend coming to you and saying, look at this cringe non-binary person on TikTok.
Let's focus down on that one.
Okay.
I work, I'm not going to actually say where I work, why would I do that? But I know a lot of people very involved in politics in regards to where I work.
Sure.
A lot of political people, civil servants, politicians, etc., etc. And if the narrative I'm seeing become more and more common about it all being a choice, it's much more individual decisions, individual liberties. It's not a medical condition. It's just some people are happier this way. Some people prefer that, which, like we've both agreed, is a beautiful end goal to get to. If the narrative for the average 40-year-old civil servant, I'm using 40, I need to choose a different age, I'm just randomly trying to pick middle-aged people, is that it's becoming more and more less of a serious thing, because they had never even heard about this 4 years ago. They just thought fucking, almost said Tesla, were just people who lived there, were just freaks on the internet and nothing else, and they find out, oh, it's becoming, they find out, no, it's just a thing that the kids are doing, and it's all a fad on TikTok, and it's not.
Oh, well, I mean, then you just engage very simply by saying it's not, this isn't like a fad thing. That's ridiculous. This is people existing how they want to exist and being honest with their existence. What's your problem with that? And then if they respond by going, well, it's kind of just a choice or whatever. And you go, no, it's not that simple. If you don't let people live how they want to live, it can be really painful. And in fact, we've studied this. Trans people who aren't allowed to live the way they want to suffer. And then you say, hey, bro, let me give you an example of this. What if tomorrow you woke up and you had fucking huge tits and all your friends were looking at you weird? Yeah, I know, but they're not going to feel that way, right? If it's a 40-year-old guy at a coffee shop, you said you had big, you developed tits tomorrow. Wouldn't you go to the doctor and say, hey, can I get this taken care of? And they might joke and go, I wish I had a rack. And then you go, oh, maybe you're trans. And then they go, ah, ha, ha, and they laugh it off. But you go, no, seriously, wouldn't you go to the doctor and ask them to help you with that? And they will go, yeah, sure. And you go, well, that's just what trans people are doing. And then they go, oh, well, I never thought about it that way. And then maybe next time before they say something stupid and cringe, they just go, maybe I should be a little more thoughtful. A lot of people parrot what they hear. And right-wing media in Australia and the United States, and Australia's got right-wing media pretty bad, is pumping out deranged propaganda, thought-terminating cliches. And if you care about, you've said repeatedly in this conversation, you care about reaching those people, well, you gotta engage with that struggle, and you gotta come up with the arguments that don't just let, like, the position you've been taking is I gotta find a way to make sure that this person kills me, and kills me in the slowest and least painful or whatever way. And instead, it's got to be, no, if I want to challenge this, I got to recognize, okay, these people are being fed narratives, and I have to deny them with confidence. And people will go, like, it's crazy. Have you, I don't know, maybe you've never had this experience, but have you ever, like, hung out in like a I don't know if you went to college but like if you ever if you went to college, you ever hung out in like a dorm, and then and you're hanging out with like a big group of people, a really diverse group of people, and then someone says something offensive, and then and then somebody like corrects them basically, not like horribly, but just like, hey, that's not cool, man. And then they never ever do it again. That's the same thing. A lot of the people that you're talking about, the like grillers who are like mildly right wing because they watch Fox News or whatever the equivalent is over there, they say these things because they've heard them, and then if they get challenged on them, they never say them again. And it's actually fairly easy to just sort of like grab that and grab it like you're a catcher in a baseball game, and grab it and go, no, that's not really how it is. And, you know, saying it like that is kind of rude, you know, and hurtful. Why would you want to be hurtful, you know? And a lot of people will respond to that.
We can micromanage the overall narrative of all trans and non-binary people to, like, I just don't think that works. It is an overarching social narrative that is existing and further developing, and yes, it is being pushed a lot by right-wing media, but it's giving more and more ammo the further we also push it to the abolitionist side. It's becoming less and less.
It actually gives them
issue
less
to
and less
some
ammo.
people.
And the reason why is because they sound more and more desperate and insane. Because when you say no,
Wait, hang on, you don't think to the average liberal that the 16-year-old who wants to have a mastectomy and believes they are a frog gender doesn't sound insane to them?
I mean, I'm sure that they would probably not understand that, but to me, in most cases, they would be engaging with a heavily strawmanned version of that person. And for me, I'm not afraid to engage with that. If I was sitting and talking to some 40-year-old and they said, I mean, hell, I had this experience recently explaining my partner's its pronouns to my normie family, and they were totally chill with it. I just said, hey, this is how, don't worry too much
And
if you
lucky
mess up
though.
or whatever.
So what do you do?
Yeah,
for
but it was a long
it's
a long process.
Yeah, but what do you
Okay.
do for someone where, for me, and my parents, they say it's a fad. They think this will go away.
Oh, well, I mean, sometimes you can't win them over. Like,
No, you
an
can't,
example.
but the
No, hold on. I'll get personal for a
Well, I've
second
been
here.
making progress, but the problem is
Sure.
because all their information was informed by they lived in Britain, so fucking
Right.
British media cycle. So yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but that's a tragedy is what that is. And there isn't always an answer. You can't win everybody over. When I came out, my dad forcibly outed me to my entire family, and shortly after that, most of my family has never spoken to me in the last like 14 years. The vast majority of my family.
Oh, I have
basically never spoke to me again. There's nothing I can do about that. There is no way that I could win those people over, especially somebody like my dad, who's just a dyed-in-the-wool bigot, and he is a lost cause. Now, when it comes to the rest of my family, yeah, but I mean, but I'm just saying that sometimes that's the case, and sometimes knowing the ones that can be talked to and the ones that can't is really key. Choosing your battles is very important. And a couple minutes ago, we were talking about individual examples of you talking to your friends versus the broader narrative. In my opinion, we should fight very hard against a media entity, conglomerate, that is constantly pushing bad faith narratives and also looking for victims. Like you mentioned, a frog gender person who wants a double mastectomy or whatever. That's one person on the entire planet, and I bet if you talk to them, they'd be a really nice person and super chill. But the fact that we have a media empire that is aiming to find victims to turn into for no reason innocent people, to turn them into mockeries, we shouldn't join them in that. We should renounce them for that, and we should fight them until they are ground into dust, because that's disgusting. They're our enemies, and we do have enemies. Someone who an organization that aims to turn any person who doesn't look normal to them into a pawn in their political agenda that ultimately ends in death. And it does. We're not America and Australia and the UK are not like free of history. We know where a lot of this goes. We know where some of the most extreme activists who are pushing for this stuff, like Michael Knowles and stuff like that, we know where they want to go. They want the Hitlerian route. We've seen genocides all throughout history. These are real things. We push back against that. You fight really hard. And, yeah.
Don't think the way to convince most people is to push the social narrative and then just do nothing but confirm with the loudest and most extreme abolitionist and weird takes on gender. I think,
but I don't do that. If you watch my videos on them, it's actually crazy. My videos where I talk about neopronouns, my videos where I talk about non-binary stuff, they're like heavily well received. I get tons of new viewers on these videos, and they're people who go, wow, literally, I never thought about it that way. This makes a lot of sense to me now. As it turns out, you go a long way by not just like reflexively discarding people that you feel like it's a difficult issue. No, sometimes tackling them head on and explaining them enlightens people, and you earn a new ally.
Sometimes, yeah, and then sometimes also agreeing that the 16-year-old frog gender is cringe will make a centrist stop and actually think legit medical issues are important, though. I don't think there is a definitive.
I don't think so. No, I really don't. I don't think that. I think that encourages them. I think that encourages them to look and go, well, who's associated with the frog gender people? And then I don't know. I don't think a person who's looking to laugh at a frog gender person is going to be won over on a healthcare issue. I don't think that's somebody like. I don't think that's how it works.
Really?
No, I really don't. I don't think that. And also, it's wrong. That's the worst part. It's wrong to throw the frog gender person under the bus. The frog gender person hasn't done anything wrong. You're just throwing them under the bus out of fear that your centrist friend will judge you. And I have a feeling that centrist friends would respect you more if you said, hey, that frog gender person didn't hurt anybody. Sure, maybe it's a little cringe, but come on. They're not doing anything wrong. They have a right to be who they want to be, just like you. You're telling me in the world where we have fucking people who put Star Wars Grogu shit all over the back of their car, in the world of Disney adults, in the world of fucking Turbo Sonic mega fans, you're gonna tell me that that anybody has the right to judge somebody who's like frog gender? Come on, everybody's cringe. It's silly.
Everyone is cringe.
Don't live in fear.
The problem is, once again, you're bringing up living in fear, and I genuinely do not feel like it's fear in any way to feel that having medical needs both be supported by the government and the majority voting population probably has to have some ability to define what it is. And more than just a complete infinite choice. Because, and yeah, like maybe this is a absolute core disagreement, and maybe this is something we can both reflect on, that people who like define themselves as transsexual, or your group would say transmed,
no, I don't do
coexist.
That. I don't do that, by the way.
Literally called me transmed today. And
well, you are, yeah, but you are a transmed. You've self-identified as transmed, and I don't believe. Yeah, but I don't believe those are the same thing. I know fucking IRL transsexuals who would look at the transmed shit and go, what the fuck is this stupid shit?
Yeah, plenty of them who are hyper.
Yeah, but you are a transmed, so you can't get mad at me calling you that. Like, you and lots of people in your group are. You're not just transsexuals. You're also transmeds, and there's a difference.
I'm not mad at you calling me that. The point there is, I just feel that there exists this schism, especially of some people, especially in I've very noticed it's very common in heterosexual binary trans people, of people who just do not feel unified, endorsed, or represented from an abolition point of view, and they find a large amount of calm, respect, and even a better self of being in being able to define both as a medical condition their state of being. And if that's an issue that is completely unable to coexist without being labeled as a fucking like transphobic transmet, feel like we need to stop and reassess where the fuck we're at, that we can't even have the point of defining it not be that.
I think that to some of those people, I think it's a them problem. It's they legitimately feel threatened by people who don't engage with gender in the same way that they do. In the exact same way that cishet people will feel threatened by the existence of gay people. You know how there's like a lot of cis guys who like are disgusted and scared of gay people for no real reason, even though they're we would call them like insecure in their sexuality or whatever. I think that there are some people who are in the group that you've described who it is a them problem, that they need to they need to really engage with their fear and go, oh my God, why am I being so weird about these people? And then with regard to other things, with regard to the medical thing, nobody on the planet has ever, I don't know anybody, and I hang out with a lot of different people. Maybe I've seen like a handful somewhere of like people who are like, if you ever say it's a medical condition, you're doing this. The problem that most people have is having it projected onto them, that saying that like, oh, well, the only way, and I'm not gonna lie, like, there's a lot of sentiment like this. And I think if you're honest, that you'll say that even in the groups that you're running in, the people that have been talked about, that this is a thing that like, it's not just, this is the way I experience it, but this is the way it has to be experienced. And I do think that that's a real thing on the medical side, that there's this idea that like,
I would agree.
I mean, actually in the, I can go directly to this. Like, I can give an example of this directly from the leaked things about that we were talking about before. I know, but like, seriously, like, it's, where is it here? Let me find the,
I'm not signed because I'm not going to defend it or comment on it. I'm just more, God, it is. I'm trying to find the last 72 hours of my life and all the fallout of this have been kind of awful. I imagine it's been awful. And I mean, I'm not trying to make it more awful. Hold on, let me see if I can find what I was thinking of, the example that I was thinking. Conversation's been decently pleasant, so I appreciate it. Yeah, well, you know, I always surprise people. I guess I don't have this one saved, but it was a section where I think it was Brianna Wu who was saying like, Benny said, oh, like I found out through advertisements or whatever, like it started getting me questioning. I just can't imagine that. Like, did any of you do this? And there was this incredulity towards somebody else's trans experience that was, in addition, and everything else in context, seemed incredibly invalidating. And so I think it's very common in transmed circles to not just say like, I understand my transness as a medical thing, but to also go, and anybody else who doesn't is actually kind of a trender. I mean, hell, the term trender is really fucking popular in these circles. And do you see where that is somewhat different? I don't believe that, I really genuinely don't. And I think that if you hang out and talk among people in my community, there's a lot of gender abolitionists here. You're not going to find anybody who's going to hold it against somebody for their personal understanding of their transness being, you know, fairly tied to medical things. I mean, goddamn, like again, I've been on hormones for. Yeah. But okay, so the problem is also you're assuming that the term trans are like some people in that group and my friends, some definitely are full anti non-binary, only binary trans, and I push against that because that's not how I believe. Okay. And there are many people who don't believe that. I have multiple. Here's my token black friend. I have multiple non-binary friends, and I've also fought against them. But the point there is, I have no issue with any of that. But can you not? And I will throw the term trender out as a joke sometimes, but I try to avoid ever accusing or calling someone that. But can you not also see? Cruel one. It is, and that's why I try to never directly call someone that. I've definitely probably done it privately. Not going to defend or deny that, but never would I do that publicly about someone, or try not to. The point there is, can you not see for someone who, in a way, the level of being able to define themselves and their transness as a mental illness, and that almost being a comfort, to then see someone who says, you don't need any medicine, I'm trans because they say they are, I'm not socially transitioning in any way, and that they are this exact same type of person with the same experience, and they're going to use that term that you have to use because of your mental illness as the same thing? Like, I mean, it just, what you've explained there, just, again, that sounds like an insecurity problem. First of all, maybe, yeah, hang on. I mean, yeah, totally. But yes, but that's a you problem. You shouldn't project that on other people and make enemies out of people who aren't hurting you.
you're only hurting yourself and also becoming
except-
toxic. Clearly, with the
I don't
trendership.
think you can say you're not just hurting. They're not hurting you because it's co-oping, and then
But it's
making
not
something
co-oping.
that's
They're not co-oping.
so making something that requires government intervention and medical need that needs to be
But they're not
legislated to be voted on by a cis
They're
majority
not co-oping
is
you. They're
becoming
fighting
a
for
nothing
you.
term.
They agree with you.
not.
Yes, they do. I'm
Most of
sorry.
them don't even vote.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but you're dead wrong about that. If somebody cares enough to fucking talk about this shit on their public persona, you know goddamn that they're not only going to be voting in favor of things that would help you, they're not only going to, I mean, the people that the caricature that you've summoned up of like of a person who is trans but doesn't socially transition. First of all, I've never met anybody who calls themselves trans but doesn't socially transition at all. I've never encountered that. Like, I've never once, not even a little bit. I don't even think that type of person exists. Most people I think that you're talking about are like non-binary people that maybe don't deviate as much from their initial, their initial presentation. But that's different. And also, those people, like I said, they're always voting super progressive. They are more likely to be like dogpile somebody for being transphobic. Not somebody like you, a Republican. They're likely to go, these people are fucking disgusting. Those people are your friends. They're your allies. You just don't see them like that because of insecurity. But they are. If somebody cares enough about gender to make a TikTok where they go, you don't have to have dysphoria to be trans. We all should push for trans rights. They're fucking fighting for you. They're going to vote for people with your best interests in mind, and you can't get over their affect because you're threatened by it.
But they're not voting though. It's like, look at the numbers of voter turnouts. They're not.
They
And the
are.
problem is the people who
They
are voting
statistically
are
are.
most-
There might be
Okay,
some.
statistically,
There might be some who are like, I'm trans and I don't believe in voting. But come on, if you're posting on the internet,
come on.
no,
the
if you
amount
no,
of
I'm
communist
sorry.
terrorists who say that you come.
No, hold on a second. On here,
It's a
I can
trans
pull.
communist
On
terrorist.
here, I can super pull rank on you, and the way that I can pull rank on you is that I'm a fucking full dyed-in-the-wool ass leftist. Okay, you said it yourself. I'm more on the extreme side. I hang out with these motherfuckers. Okay, and let me tell you, the amount of people who actually don't vote and who don't give a shit on the left side of things is like really small. That group of people is not actually that big. There's a handful of them that are super loud on Twitter, but in the real world, that's simply not true. These motherfuckers can't stop themselves from voting. They get super worked up about it and they call it fucking stupid and then they do it. You want to know what's fucking funny? Look, I could really ruin Doe's reputation right now. Doe has voted in the last, 3 elections. I know, right? Anti-electoralist Doe. But anyway.
Good.
But yeah,
can
but
see
I'm just
people who
saying,
don't
but I'm
vote.
not even, Doe isn't even like that, isn't even that type of anti-electoralist. Doe does not disagree with voting.
Hell, I'd argue not voting is transphobic. Technically, you could make that argument.
Sure. But what I'm saying is that on a pure analysis level, like this idea that this person is not fighting for you, even if, let's even pretend that they don't vote. Even still, they're engaged in the culture war and reaching people and pushing people to consider that position more, and a lot of those people will end up voting. A lot of people.
And you don't think I'm doing that? And people I know are trying to do that with more extreme people that your group doesn't reach out to?
I'm gonna be completely honest, and this is again where I have to call back to some of the stuff we talked about earlier.
Sure.
I think your people are siloed off, miserable. You alienate other people. You're mean a lot of the time. And I'm not saying our conversation here has been great, but I don't know how representative this is of the greater thing and the other such things that are said. I think that you are fixated on making non-binary people feel bad and alienating them. And also, just gonna say, on a pure fucking numbers level, your group chat just caused a massive fucking PR detonation. And let me tell you, on just Twitter alone, the Brianna Wu leaks from your GC where everybody was being fucking shitty and weird about this shit and talking about non-binary conspiracies, that did some major numbers. That reached very far. I have a huge network of people, and they all saw it, and they all think it's fucking shitty, and they're not going to listen to you.
So why is the largest, most viewed repost of it Keffel's trying to say that it doesn't matter as much, and then
I don't
people
think
like
it
even
is
Destiny retweeting that,
know.
and then
But
people like
does
Shu on
that
Head,
does the
like,
single
I
one?
messaged Shu, and like stuff like this, and all this interacting, like
Shu, oh,
surely like you could even make the argument that most of those communities all just went, you know what, this is either bad or I don't care. And for most people, like literally most people who don't know much about trans stuff saw it and just went, yep, girls are catty. And that was it. That was the chain of thought, and it was like, yeah, there's definitely misogyny on this conversation.
We're getting back. We're looping back a little bit.
But
And you're
why is
missing,
it only
you're,
people
you're,
like
you're
you
trying.
and Sunday trying to drag them and these people through the mud?
I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Let's rewind here for 1 second.
She's not.
Excuse me,
Sorry,
hold on, wait,
she's not on the left. She was
hold
not on the left, but neither am I. I would not consider myself a
Hold on a
leftist.
second. We're getting. Let's not get off on Shu. I could talk about a lot about Shu, but I haven't talked about this shit at all until today, and I think I had a very fair reason to talk about it, given that you motherfuckers were talking about me and my partner directly. So I think I have every single right.
Comment.
Additionally, don't care. You and your group, your children, have been, let's just say, a little obsessive with regard to my partner. Okay, let's be 100% real. Some of them worse than others. There's one in this chat right now who's a fucking psychopath and really needs to be reined in.
She's my little autistic goblin.
It doesn't, yeah, but then take care of her. Because it's self-harm and it's not healthy.
She's doing
But
a lot
anyway,
better on social media.
let's with that aside, two things. One, fucking President Sunday is on his own thing. He got the leaks, whatever. As for me, I made my statement about it today. I explained my reasons. I explained the reasons
comments
why.
on your thoughts on the leaks?
What, I did a
do you
whole
think
segment
leaking-
on it. I did a whole
Do you think
segment on
leaking
it.
Group chat is good?
What?
Do you think leaking group chats is good and that this deserves to be talked about publicly?
I think leaking a group chat of someone, I think leaking group chats is not good.
Sorry,
like as a basic action, but it has contextual correctness. And I think in this particular case, it very, very blatantly revealed that Brianna Wu wasn't being honest and also was engaging in highly hypocritical behavior. And also, given that I have had a lot of personal interaction with Brianna Wu, including a lot of interpersonal conversation, one-on-one, a whole conversation, yeah, I feel like that's pretty, it's pretty bothersome. So I think I have a right to speak on it. And I think you're kind of being a little bit silly to say that I can't talk on it. I didn't fucking even talk about it on social media.
I didn't say you can't talk about it.
Well, I mean, you implied that I was doing something.
Well,
That you
there.
characterized it as me dragging her when my segment on it was very fair and extremely measured, and I just said exactly what I think is true.
But does this
But
not
also-
go back to what I was saying before
Okay.
of why is it most either centrist or big or reaction style content dramas and all those kind of didn't care about it and off-played it and said this is fine and even made jokes about it, but it's only the extreme leftists
It's
I
not
see
just
who are
the
trying to
extreme.
drag.
That's where you're wrong. It's not
Who
the
else?
It's not just the extreme left.
What
it's
else?
The entirety of the online trans community knows about this, and I'm not kidding you. Again, I have been online and trans and connected in trans communities online of many, many different types for a very long time, okay? I have seen this being talked about all the fuck over the place. I'm talking basically the entire like barring communities that are completely disconnected from politics, the entire online trans community is aware of this occurrence and pissed off about it. A lot of them are. Now there are some who aren't. There are some subcommunities who don't really care, but there are a lot who do. You, as a result of your perspective, have misjudged just how far this reached. And also, I'll explain this again. I talked about this already, and I feel like my point was strong, but I'll repeat it again. First of all, this is the group that Brianna Wu and the Progressive Victory is allegedly trying to get active. They want to get the gays and the progressive gays, the progressive trans people, the progressive non-binary people involved in this action, of which, and not just those individuals, but the people who care about those individuals. And those people have been hugely negatively impacted by this. Now, whether it will be, the damage is hard to calculate, but regardless, it's been aware, and those people are not reacting well to it. And it's a lot of people. And on top,
Is it a lot of people?
Yes, it is a lot of people, and specifically, it's a lot of people who are in the demographic who would be most likely to get involved with progressive victory. So that's the thing that you keep missing. You say, well, I could say, you want to know who doesn't give a shit about this? Nobody was talking about this on Russian minor YouTube. And it's like, yeah, obviously, because it's not relevant to them. But Progressive Victory is a group that is directly trying to interface with the online trans community, the online progressive community, to which these issues are important. And they're pissed off about it. And so that's the one thing.
It seems only be a subsection of the left-wing trans community that cares about it.
And secondly, we return back to the argument about leaders. Leaders are supposed to lead. And you can't be mad for people rationally reacting to a leader's bad behavior. Sorry, that's just not how it goes. There is this is the responsibility of being a leader, the responsibility of being a public figure, a number of different things. And this was all done on the main account of an executive director.
I just want to question this, because you brought up main account many times today. Would it have been a different fact if it was a private one?
Oh, absolutely, it would have been different.
Interesting. Okay.
It still would have been, well, but let me explain why. It would have been different, but it would have had a less powerful negative impact, because nobody would have known who it was. It still would have been bad, and it still would have been on a personal level. It would say something about the people involved and their honesty, but it wouldn't have had the negative effect of echoing outwards. That has resulted of this, the demoralizing effect. Now, on a pure moral level, it would have been identical. Being a hypocrite is a bad thing to do morally, but on a impact level, on a consequential level, obviously, being in a group chat like that and behaving like that on your main account is absolutely going to have a worse impact, and like almost hilariously so, on your perceived professionality and your the ability for people to believe in that person as a leader. So yeah.
I just don't think anyone except for microcosm of the far left trans community is going to care about this in literally 24 hours, and I kind of just don't care about what the trans community thinks online.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, that sounds like cope to me. That sounds like mad
potentially.
cope. That sounds like super mad cope, like being like, oh, I don't think that anybody but the trans community is going to care. The trans community who was being directly pitched at and now is pissed off because the pitches that were designed for them were fault. And also, I don't give a shit anyway. I don't care about the trans community anyway. So, okay, you're coping. Mad copium. Huff, huff, huff.
Huff, huff.
Yep, huff, huff, huff. Get a couple more huffs. Come on. Be better than
I have
that.
an asthma condition.
You seem smart. You seem really smart, honestly. I mean, you seem smart, but
in a real dumb way. It's a talent.
I don't know if I'd say a dumb way. More like you seem smart in a defeatist and fearful way, where like you're trying to calculate the way to I don't know. You're trying to calculate the way to make sure that the I don't know, death camp guard doesn't beat you to death. And that sometimes involves selling other people out so that they are more favorable to you.
I am the most clever prison camp abusers of the system. No, look, joke aside, I think maybe it's interesting because I'm thinking through what you said about the fact that it's public and then this hurts the image. There's definitely a political argument to be made there. We'll see down the line if it does actually have a bigger impact. If it is such a big issue and your issue is more people not standing by it and should take massive issue with it, what in your mind should be the response from other progressive left-wing streamers, say Vosh or Destiny's community?
Should be?
Yeah.
I mean, in my opinion, there's only one answer for these communities, which is to redouble their advocacy for non-binary people, to redouble their opposition to that type of behavior, and to say no, we don't actually stand for that. And that would show that that the organization the organization and the community can be stronger than the influence of a bad leader.
Aren't they doing that actively though, via working for it right now?
Well, yeah, I mean, in some ways, but that's not really how it works when we're talking about an issue like this. Like, you can't just coast by. If you want to fix, if your reputation gets damaged,
if your goal is more for being politically advocate and doing more good work, then you absolutely can, because they're literally doing that. They're not condemning it, and they're just moving forward and then just going with it, and then actually doing the work for the political advocacy group.
I don't know.
You can take issue with that, but surely that would.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm a little confused. You kind of lost me there. So you're saying that the correct thing to do would be for communities to look the other way when there's a giant PR disaster. I don't.
Hang on.
The community
you're putting
a lot of the people that are mad about this are the people you're talking about right now. Like, this hasn't been popular in Vosh's community, for example. I follow a lot of Voshites. There's a lot of people who don't think this is cool.
I have a very mixed, weird reputation with the Voshites, so I'm not sure what they think of me at the moment. Some love me, some despise me. Fascinating. The point that I'm making is, though, if you want to, like I said, if your issue is the statements that were made, which, like, personally, for me, but I don't really have an issue with them.
Well, we know that. We know what your group chat's like.
Okay, so if your issue is, I don't like this, and I think this is bad, and this person shouldn't be doing this, and if my goal, both our goals, are from the sound of it, are political advocacy and pushing for trans rights being improved and a larger amount of social support, what good is done via outright saying, this is bad, but we should still support this group, and if they're doing work that does support it, then that seems to be a positive.
Oh, I mean, I think that the only way that you get the good outcome is to be able to call out the bad behavior. Otherwise, it just festers and the organization will twist.
So, would you say Keffel's response is the correct take?
No, I think Keffels did it wrong. In fact, I think it would have been better if Keffel said nothing. I think the correct answer would have been to say, that's not appropriate. I don't think this is okay. And certainly that's not this type of statement is not the type of stuff that my community will stand for.
Can I ask what's your core issue with the statement?
Which one?
Let's say if I said it. Okay, let's say if let's remove Brianna. Let's say if I said it. Saying that Benny was dressing like a transvestite.
You are calling a trans person a man.
No, we're saying you're dressing like a transvestite.
Don't bullshit. That's what you're doing.
Okay.
You're doing the silencer meme, but anybody with a brain knows what you're saying. Don't fucking lie.
Let's say I say this trans person looks like a man in this photo.
Yeah, you're being transphobic. You're being explicitly, undeniably transphobic. It's shitty. It's poor behavior. And okay, there you have it. If you don't care about that, if you don't care about being transphobic to somebody, then that just shows that you have different values. If you don't give a shit about being a transphobe,
it just goes to the level of I said this person looks bad and I'm being mean in this way.
It's not that. You are dehumanizing someone specifically based on their trans identity. Do you not hear yourself right now? Remember how I said that your faction and your network of your type of people that you're talking about here are totally alienating? Most people, when they go, hey, is it a cool thing to, like, on the left and the liberals?
No, I'm not saying is it cool. It's mean. It's catty. I'm not debating
It's not just mean or catty. You know what you're doing. You are acting out of prejudice and hate, and you're doing so specifically to otherize somebody who belongs to the same group as you when you should know better. And then, of course, it gets even worse when you go to the...
I'm pretty sure Benny's blocked me on everything now, but I was about to say, if Benny wants to hate on me and say I look fat in a photo or I have man-looking wrists or anything, I'm gonna accept it as a stab back. But, like,
you know that Benny's not gonna do that.
Oh, I think Benny's deranged, but... You
can think that, but you're the one looking bad right now. And that's the real tragic
But,
thing, because there's
here's
genuine
the thing.
there's genuine reasons. There's a lot of genuine reasons to criticize
my
Benny,
issue
but you
is I
guys
don't
are the
think-
ones. You just can't get out of it. You can't
come
see
on,
what it
we
looks
made-
like.
Well, no,
you
we
can't see
mainly
what you
call
look like.
we mainly call her deranged tanky. That's the main thing I hate on. But that time, yeah, we took a pot shot at their
hot take. Being transphobic is fucking shitty, and you shouldn't do it even to people you don't like. It's just a shitty thing to do. It's bad.
Hot
It's
take.
hurtful.
I don't think the level of transphobic matters to the average voter.
Well, we're not talking about the average voter, are we? We've been through this
Yes,
like
we
15
were.
times.
That was the-
no,
but
we're
no, that
looping
kind
again.
of
We're
was-
looping again.
we are
We're not-
looping,
We're not
but that
talking
is
about
kind
the
of what
average
we're talking
voter.
about.
No, the average voter. The average voter doesn't even know who fucking Brianna Wu is.
True.
The average voter has never heard of fucking progressive victory and never will. You are not talking about the average voter. You pivot back to this now because it's inconvenient, because you couldn't grapple with the other things that I said, which is the fact
President
that
Sunday, do not talk shit about me in chat without responding to my messages. Sorry, I just wanted to call him out there. I'm still mad at him. Sorry to interrupt there. Apologies.
Again, I've been through this. We're looping a little bit. Because I already said, like I said, the group that Brianna Wu has been pitching herself to, that she's trying to market herself to, and when she, I mean, even admittedly in your own chat, I'm a public figure and it wasn't worth the headache, so I had to say this thing, which is fucking duplicitous as two-faced as shit. But the fact that she's doing that demonstrates that's who she's pitching to. That's the person that she's trying to win over, and she just fucked herself over with that demographic. It's really simple for anybody outside of your group to see this. It's not hard for people to understand, damn, that's kind of shitty. This is bad. That's a bad look. It's terrible, and it's going to have a serious issue.
Which seems to be what the average normie with a politically involved community thinks of it. Like, literally look at Shu, Destiny, even Mosh. Most of Vosh's chat that I saw kind of felt nothing better about it. You may have changed since, but to most of those people whose their political follower is being involved in this and actually wants to do real politics. You're cope pivoting. The fact of the matter is that Progressive Victory is a fairly small organization that is currently trying to build its presence and get people to get involved via trust, and that trust has been damaged. That's a serious thing. The only way I'm doing the world a favor, I'm doing Progressive Victory and even Brianna Wu a favor by being a measured but harsh critic, which means I'm giving people the opportunity to actually improve by not fucking sticking my head in the sand and pretending it didn't happen. If you do that, you build resentment and you build hate. Those people who are hurt by that thing, or who feel like this is distrustful, they will just simply go, fuck this shit. Fuck these people. These people don't have my interests at heart. I'm not going to help. I'm not going to tell my friends to help. They do.
So
I literally just can't understand. Maybe I'm weird. Maybe I cannot understand that one transphobic comment to someone as a joke to friends generally means someone does not care about having a progressive victory and actually trying to gain actual politics and an improvement for, like, we've had talks and we seem like we unify on most of what we think would be good for people and most trans people, both medically, socially, going forward.
Okay.
Do you
Gallagher.
think
Okay, Gallagher.
Yeah.
You are suffering from a severe myopia right now, like a severe perspective issue. You don't care about that, and maybe some people wouldn't even care, besides saying you're a piece of shit, as yourself, a small follower, non-public figure rando on the internet. That's fine, but that's not who Brianna Wu is. That's not who Brianna Wu is, and that's not who Brianna Wu has presented herself to other people as. I don't think you really get the fact that Brianna Wu has made extensive... I mean, fuck, I even have a tweet here of her raging about Bernie bros, sexism, and papering over sexism and transphobia in the Bernie movement, which is exactly what you're arguing and what she is arguing to do by trying to paper over this. It's hypocritical. People don't like it. It looks bad. It's distrustful. It's duplicitous. These are all things that regular people care about, especially on people who are trying to become a leader in a movement or claiming that they deserve to be a leader, okay? And anybody who can step out of their perspective would realize that this is duplicitous, that representing yourself as a paragon, representing yourself as a leader of a progressive movement, and then being a piece of shit in a very specific way that goes counteract to what you've preached in private is a conflict that damages trust. You see what I mean?
I don't want to make a statement for Brianna. I consider her a friend, but I'll say this. I consume, she can correct me. I would assume, and everything I've known in every single chat we've ever had, I would not in any way say I've ever seen anything from her that counteracts or goes against what I know she wants to achieve politically, progressively, for both the country, the world, and trans people. She's far more left-wing than me. Like, she's a big progressive and leftist. Has far stronger left-wing votes than me. And I've never once seen anything which would counter that. Not a single thing.
Yeah. I don't know how to tell
if
you
you're-
that.
if
I
your
don't know how
thoughts
to.
for
I don't know how to
someone's
tell you
political
this. I don't know how to tell you this, but again, you know, you vociferously defending her is probably doing more damage to her PR at the moment, given your Twitter presence and your group chat presence.
I said I'm going to regret this, and I...
Listen, you
If it
shouldn't
does, I
regret
apologize.
this. You genuinely
I do.
shouldn't regret this. You shouldn't. We had a genuine and deep conversation, and you shouldn't regret this. And if your friends make you feel bad about talking to me, that should tell you something about your friends. Yeah. I don't want to go back through the whole Brianna Wu thing again because that's honestly ancillary to everything else we've been talking about, and I feel like we've like looped on it like 4 times. But what I will say, what time is it? Fuck, it's getting late. It's almost 1 o'clock where I'm at. Okay.
You should go to bed.
Yeah, listen.
You want a burger and you should just go hang with your partner. That sounds much more beneficial than this.
Well, I don't know. Right now, I still have almost 500 people watching me, and a lot of people seem to be having a good time engaging with this, and I've definitely been getting the donations. So, I feel like this has been an educational topic. So I feel like there's like 10 pluses in the correct direction, at least for me.
I'd just be very curious to see the opinion of someone who isn't both of us in these very unique positions.
Well, I mean, I think you can do that fairly easily, right? Like, I mean, if you get out of your bubble and you're willing to engage and talk with other people, I mean, I don't know how possible that is for you, given reputation and whatnot, but if you were able to, I think you would be realistic. I think realistically, you would be able to see that there's a lot of people who are rightfully frustrated about this type of stuff. Downplaying it. What's that?
Can you see why people on my side are also frustrated, though?
Oh yeah, it's super easy to tell why people on your side are frustrated at it because you think that the shitty shit was based. Basically, you're bad people. That's why you think it's good. It's that simple. And I'm not saying you specifically. I just mean, I don't know. I don't think you're like a rotten, evil person. I've actually quite enjoyed this conversation. I mean, God, we've been talking forever. But I mean, like, yeah, not giving a shit and just looking the other way when somebody does something like that, it's pretty shitty. And your chat is full of it. Your chat is like teeming with it. It's like a giant toilet and you're all splashing around in it. And you go, what? You guys can't understand what's going on in here? And everybody goes, yeah, no, you're swimming in shit. But I don't know why you're doing it.
I think everyone has the right to, in private, be a bit of a shit person if it helps them express themselves, and I don't think we should place that. Maybe that's a hot take. I don't like. Yeah, I'm not saying, but no one's making this for this is a public opinion that someone's going to give to it. Maybe I am a bad person, but I think everyone has in some way a private side that they talk about to certain people, and
that's true, but that's not what happened here. And it's incorrect. It is a flat lie to
There's
represent
the angry messages.
What's that? Yeah,
No,
of course some people are going to get frustrated at you after this. But but whatever. That's kind of a shitty, but you need to understand a 20+ person group chat, first of all, isn't private. Okay? That's not what private means. A 20+.
Yeah, it was too big. Agreed.
But hold on. No, I don't. It's not just a matter of too. I mean, too big is a thing. A 20-person group chat is the same as hanging out in a bar, on a small bar, but declaring your messages and declaring your conversation in such a way that every person in the bar can hear and see them. So that's not private. In any rational sense that isn't social media, that would be public. So that's the first thing. And secondly, this was not being engaged with on a private manner. This was being engaged with a public-facing PR account. Brianna Wu's account on Twitter is being used for political PR. Nothing about this was private. Private is when you're having a conversation on the phone with your friend in the backyard and you're goofing around and you say a joke that's a little edgy, but you know that your friend is okay with it, and the context means it's just you two and you're having a funny joke and whatever. And then it goes nowhere and nobody gets hurt by it because both your friends are in on it. You know, it's a joke where, you know, you make fun of each other's autistic hyperfixations when you're hanging out and drinking beers with you and your partners. You know, 3 people. That's private. 20-person group chat on public being engaged with by the executive director of Rebellion PAC's main account that they use to promote their political stuff is not private. And you just need to stop coping about that. And you would sound so much more, people would respect you so much more if you stopped coping about it. And like, just trying to lie to people, because that's not what it was. And everybody knows it wasn't.
I can definitely bite the bullet and say, yeah, maybe Brianna shouldn't do that on that account. But I also think she has the right to be a real human and just speak out whatever's on their mind.
No one has said that Brianna doesn't have the right to be a real human. Not one
I
person.
think their actual political work speaks for a lot, and I support them in that. And I've once again stated, I am speaking for me. I do not speak for them. And I hope them the best in everything they're doing. And this is only a representation of me, but I have never seen anything but progressive and dedicated work and for the interests of the left movement, democratics, growth, and trans people from them. So,
all right.
I don't know.
Well,
don't know what else to say at that point.
Yeah,
I've learned definitely a lot about. I definitely feel almost slightly stronger. The abolition versus assimilation feeling is almost reinforced to an anarchism versus statism debate, and I think there's a very interesting philosophical and political deeper discussion in PhD someone probably should write on that at some point.
I kind of feel like I do feel like the way that you're trying to invoke that is to try and like thought terminate. Like you'd be like, oh, this is just anarchism. But in truth, when I laid out the things that I said, you actually largely found them compelling and interesting, or at least you engage with them a lot. So I don't know.
And I said I think it utopian. I wouldn't put it down as dismissive.
Well, I don't know. It works in a lot of places, and I think we should continue to make it work in a lot of places, and that we should fight very hard in the places that are already held by deranged autocratic dictatorships, that we shouldn't play nice with them, that we should be ready to fight against them, to literally do whatever we can to liberate trans people from those places. The red states that have locked themselves into deranged positions, no amount of appeasement, medicalist appeasement, is going to get them to change their minds. You have to recognize that those trans people who are living there need help either escaping or need help fighting back in incredibly aggressive ways, which will not just, a medicalist argument is not going to account for. A liberationist argument is the only way that you can say, oh, wait a second, there is a governor who actually believes that I shouldn't exist, and they don't even care whether it's medical or mental or not. They don't give a shit. They just don't think trans people should exist, and they think that all trans people are, converting their kids. We need to fight back against this hard, and fighting back against that hard does not look like just having arguments on the internet. It looks a lot more like Jewish resistance against Nazi Germany.
Once again, it does feel like I'm just the sad liberal to your audience, and this is my position. At the end of the day, both me, you, and Brianna are going to be there I'm not, because I don't live there. We're all going to be at the polling booth and all voting Democrat to try and push for the left-wing politics. Well, I'm center-left. Whatever. The politics we think are going to do the most help for, well, like me and you, trans people, and all the people around that for both political goals. We're all going to be there voting Democrat together. The difference all of us see is how we get the people behind us also there to vote Democrat. And we have different ways, and we have different beliefs, and we have core logic on how we want to be perceived and engage with it. I actually gained a bit of respect for you in this call, but I still think we have just utterly different goals. I hope it's mutual.
I think it was,
I don't hate you.
I don't know. I don't think I know you well enough from this conversation to like or hate you. I enjoyed this conversation, and I don't know. Like I feel
I'll be first to admit, I have friends who definitely hate you and have a weird grudge against you.
Some of them are really fucking crazy. Like really fucking crazy.
Oh yeah. No, hang on. All my friends will know this. they're a bunch of psychotic, spite-fueled, crazy goblins, some of them, but I love them because they're problematic, complex people. And you know what? Maybe I'm a weird person. I can make friends with those people. I can also make friends with even further left people, and I think that's interesting.
Okay, and now I'm gonna make my closing statement here, which
I
is
thought you only made one. Go.
no way. Good try though. But oh, you want to challenge me? I'll go real long now. I'll keep you here all night. My plea to you is to change your fucking heart and seriously think about the way that the way that you engage with and think about people who are different than you, specifically non-binary people, is in serious need of some grass touching. And also, if you love these people, these gremlins and goblins, whatever you want to call them, whatever whatever xenogender you give to your group of people, seriously, don't enable them in behaviors that will come back to, and I don't mean haunt them like it's going to damage their careers. I mean mentally damage them. This fucking Blanchard flavored or Blanchard adjacent or sometimes outright Blanchard self-hatey, weird, paranoid about all other types of trans people shit is so fucking unhealthy. It is so fucking unhealthy. It will mentally destroy you. I've watched it destroy so many fucking beautiful trans people who've lost their minds to this fucking shit. And if you really care about them, take your role as the mom seriously and discourage this fucking heinous behavior and challenge them to think better and harder about this type of stuff, because it's not healthy. It's not healthy at all, and it's not good. And also realize that you have a lot of fucking allies. If you can get out of the preconceptions for a moment, you've got a they-them army already fighting that would be happy to fight alongside you if you weren't such a fucking asshole. Not you specifically, but the group, okay? Realize that and think about that really deeply. And I think it will really benefit you. And you'll find yourself happier and feeling safer and feeling like you actually have a chance. Because there are wins happening right now. And these stats that you bring up about, oh, trans people's favorability is falling, they mean nothing. These polls mean next to nothing. And I mean that. They're ephemera. The way that the question, a small change in wording of the question can completely change the result, and you can't know what that actually means. We're having tons of wins. Even here in the psychopath United States, we're having states that are making a stand and saying, no, we're putting trans rights explicitly in our constitutions. And that is being pushed by the they-them army that you're convinced is trying to hijack the movement to make things worse for you. If you lived in Oregon right now, you could get any surgery you fucking want, no fucking questions asked, no stupid fucking letters or psychoanalysis bullshit. You want to change your body, get your FFS, get your electrolysis, you could have it done because of the fucking they-them army that pushed for gender liberation, not for you being under a different slave master. Remember that.
That's
okay?
great if I lived in Oregon.
That's great. I'm just saying.
I live in a country where no surgery is covered, and
well, hopefully that fucking changes.
And politicians I've spoken to think being trans is a choice. So why would the government pay for it?
That sounds like a much deeper issue than just trans people. If they think
it is.
Yeah, so you're not going to win by rolling over. You win by going, that's fucking crazy, man. People have all kinds of medical needs, and you're so stingy that you want to try and deny it because because of something you don't understand. How small-minded. Be strong. Stand. There's a bunch. I know for a fact I know a fuckload of Australian they-thems that are fighting right now to fight against the exact thing that you're talking about. And I don't know. I guess you think they're hijacking the movement. Whatever. That's my ending statement, okay? Listen. It was actually a surprisingly interesting conversation. I've actually quite enjoyed the conversation, even though there's been a lot of stuff, obviously. We've disagreed a lot.
It's been quite rambly, and I don't think we came to an agreement, but it was definitely interesting.
I don't know that ever happens in these types of conversations. But
we're not trying to agree. We're trying to speak to the audience.
I have a feeling that everything that I said to you tonight is going to bounce around in your head for a long time. That's all I'm going to say.
I hope to some degree, okay, and I just want to end on saying I hope to some degree you've gained a little bit more understanding for some of the issues and some of the reasons that some people prefer to still use the term transsexual. and things that you'd consider transphobic is just part of a self-coping mechanism.
Oh, but I already knew that.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be mean to you, and I'm really not
I'm
trying
not
to come
saying-
across
I'm not
like a
saying you
sore
individually do it.
conversationalist, but like that's
I'm not saying
like
you
I've engaged,
individually
I've
do it,
met,
the audience does.
yeah, I've talked, like I've had this type of conversation before, and I don't find it compelling. I don't find it compelling to say that like, yeah, like my coping mechanism is hurting other people, and I'm gonna keep enabling that. No, you go, wait, this is an unhealthy coping mechanism. But yeah, but I will say what I have gained is I've definitely learned a lot more about you, and I'll be honest, I have slightly more hope than I did before with regard to you and your group of people. I didn't expect that. But,
on Twitter, so I'm sure we'll bounce around each other's worlds at some point.
well, hopefully next time it'll be very different. That would
Damn
be
right, next time I'm bringing Gummy. Bye.
Yeah, all right. You go ahead and let's wrap this now, and I gotta say goodnight to my stream, but
Do it.
maybe we will talk again in the future. Bye for now.
Easy. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Damn. What a strange night, right? What do we think? Chat, tell me. There's a lot of you still here. Tell me, what the fuck, what did you think about that? What did you think about that debate/conversation? Very strange, but interesting. Made me think about some of my own insecurities. It was good to trust. I think it was good to trust your instincts. Yeah, I still got it. I still got it for the random. This was weird. This felt like an old stream. I haven't done this. I haven't done a thing like this in forever. A fucking multi-hour debate. I'm gonna post a debate to my channel? What the fuck? It was interesting. Chariot says, I think it was revealing of the mind of a person whose morals flow from their desire to navigate social spaces. Personally, you did well keeping your temper. Well, I didn't get super mad. There were the parts that I think made probably some people mad just came off as a little copy to me. Yeah. But it doesn't make, maybe I just can't get mad in that way anymore. Like, I don't know. I don't know. It just doesn't get under my skin in the same way anymore. Nanachi3 says, you were crazy calm and chill during that. I don't know how you do it. I guess it's my special talent. It's my special power. It's my stand. Wait, did President Sunday get banned? Wait, how did he get banned? Wait, what happened? Who muted for sassing Gayfish? What the fuck? Okay, well. Oh. Alright, well, listen. Okay. Okay, alright. President Sunday just DM'd me and said, because I was a fucking idiot and couldn't control myself. Alright. Gayfesh, you were in your right. You gave warnings and everything, and technically it's within the rules. If you want to unban President Sunday, I'll leave it up to you, okay? I'm putting it in your hands, okay? It's only a 10-minute mute. Oh, what is everybody whining about? What are you fucking whining about for a 10-minute mute? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god, you fucking bitches. You fucking thin-skinned bitches. Oh, you said he got, people said he got banned. Oh my god. You fucking, oh my god. Here I was going like, you can decide whether the perma sticks or not, Gayfesh. Giving an insane perma decision onto one of my mods who's been here since the very beginning, and it turns out it was just a 10-minute mute, and Gayfesh is just the most merciful in the world. God damn it. Oh my god. I have the best mod team in the entire planet, by the way. Just so you all know, I'm not kidding you. I actually have a god tier mod team, okay? No joke. Blessing. Yeah, mod team 6, straight up. The fucking Diamond Dogs, no joke. All S++. Boop, 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 boop. Oh yes, you are, Silent. This one's wild. Oh, come on. Gammy sent me a friend request. Gammy, what? On Discord. Why? Why? What is this? This is the weirdest fucking, this is the weirdest shit, okay? Why are you like this? After all of that, what the fuck? That's not O.K. Gallagher. No. That is not bridge building. There is Gammy has some fucking woodwork to be doing. A lot of it. Like a crazy amount. Like the most woodwork that I can possibly imagine. When Gammy behaves like, when Gammy issues an apology on tier, like 6 or 7 tiers above that which President Sunday issued to me, then maybe we'll talk, okay? Oh my god. I can't, this is the weirdest shit, okay? One of the most deranged haters that I've ever experienced in the history of my time online. I'm talking years of tweeting at me fucking insane shit. You want to know the first run-in? I remember it. No, this is so bad. I remember it. The first run-in I ever had with Gammy was Gammy accusing me of being a genocide denier because Gammy watched a TikTok that was a completely dishonestly edited TikTok made by, what was his name? What was the guy? The Milo Yiannopoulos. Demonic Mother. That guy. Fuck, why can't I remember his old name? The guy who used to make crazy edits of me that made it sound like I said, J-Derv! 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 J-Derv, the guy who ended up he ended up going viral on Twitter being like a weird fake incel. And Gammy saw one of J-Derv's TikToks and concluded that it must be true, not even noticing like the jump cuts, like it was like the most blatant, like it was like that, the Homer Simpson, sweet can, I needed her sweet can, and it like he's jerking all over the place when they're trying to make him look like a piece of shit. And anyway, Gammy ran with that and was like, oh my god, you're a genocide denier. And I've had her on mute for like years since then. But occasionally, I would get, you know how Twitter, when somebody replies to somebody that's muted, you'll get a notification for it. So I just know there's been like hundreds of times where somebody else replied to it. So I don't know how many other deranged things have been said. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Strange, strange world. This is the weirdest shit, okay? Listen, I'm gonna be 100%, it's super late right now. It's 1:16 a.m. on a fucking 9.5 hour stream. What the fuck? What is wrong with me? You fuckers. I said that I was tired and was gonna keep a short stream. Fuck. Danny, don't break yourself. Don't kill yourself or anything like that, but let's get this, we got 2 really good sections that have got to go out when we can. The first section on the drama and this debate. These are both fucking gonna be very interesting for the non-live viewers. But also, let me just fucking say, okay? Being a streamer is the weirdest shit ever. All of you sitting out there watching in chat, you're probably like, oh wow, being a streamer seems interesting. You can't even imagine. Being a streamer is like getting dropped into like fucking Planescape Torment or some shit. It's like getting dropped into Wonderland. None of it makes sense, and it's the weirdest fucking shit I've ever seen in my entire life. None of this makes sense. It's incredibly confusing, okay? Fuck. It's like getting dropped off the Fortnite battle bus. Yeah, it is. Real quick. I need to read the donos, okay? Let me read the donos real quick. Because there's been a lot of really generous people. And I'm not done yet. Lefty McLefterson with the incredibly generous $20. Well, that was a bit painful. Here's a palate cleanser. It's rather stupid, but also very funny. Tourette's guy! Tourette's guy! Jandrix with the $15. Demon Mama for the praxis tonight. Working overtime on tonight's stream. Thank you very much, Jandrix. Bizadoo with the $5 tier 1 subs. Chatterinos, Mama deserves some support after this. The patience of a saint in the body of a demon. Imps rise. Fuck these MB hating true scum. They're not all, well, not all of them are NB hating true scum. Some of them are just NB disliking transmedicalists. You be careful with your words there, okay? Sanji with the $5. Non-binary support. They open my mind to be more accepting of myself for things where I deviate from the norm of the binary. Very liberating. Trans rights are human rights and healthcare is a human right. Fucking true, Sanji. Thank you for supporting the stream. Chara-chan with the tier 1 gifted sub. Good point. Thank you. Naomi Chance with the $5. In the immortal words of President Sunday, this is gonna suck so bad. True. Lotta Apples gifted with the tier 2 gifted sub. Thank you so very much. Full Metal Socialist with the tier 1 sub. I usually just lurk, but I wanted to thank you. Your content really helped me come out as trans the last couple years, and I wanted to pay it back. Holy shit. Thank you very much. And all fucking trans thriving energy to you. Thank you so much. Jandrix with the tier 1 sub, and Jandrix with the unbelievably generous $30. I'm a she, they, MB femme, and I just want to say thank you for giving this topic your time tonight. Sending love to Doe and Demon Mama. Sending that love straight back. Thank you for supporting the show. Chara-chan with the gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Oklahoma with the tier 1 sub. Here's to laughing and having a good time. We did laugh, and we did have a good time. Matthew McConaughey with the $20 says, use this money to buy Yoda snacks. I did, and I did last time too. We got her 4 bags of treats with the $20 you gave last time, which is awesome. Winby with the $5, keep being cool, mama. Will do. Insomnia Noir with the $10 to fight the dipshit virus. Fighting very well. Thank you, Insomnia Noir. Chara-chan with the tier 1 sub. I felt like gifting a random imp a sub. You're awesome, and thank you. Chara-chan with the tier 1 sub. Trans rights, I'll fight for trans rights to my last breath, as well as trans healthcare. Also, Demon Mama is a queen. Yeah, thank you very much, appreciate that. Hemorrhoid King with the $10 cumulatively, resist to cream the troglodytes in YouTube chat. Never mind, they're deranged. Get them! I did. Schloop with the $5 for the mushroom photos. I will take a look at these. I can't, you know what? Fuck it. Let's look at the mushroom photos real quick. Let's do it. Mushroom photo time, real quick. Mushroom photos. Wait, oh no, my buttons broke. Ooh. Chimkin. Ringless honey mushroom. Edible. Beautiful. Ooh. Old man of the woods. Apparently edible. Wow. Those gills are crazy. Or the little holes in the bottom. I don't know if those are gills, because gills are the long ones. But whatever those are. Awesome. What the? Wintergreen. That's an herb. That's a beautiful herb. Wild spinach. Yummy green. Oh my god! Amanita abrupta. Poisonous. Huge mushroom. Amanita caesarea. Edible and yummy. They look like eggs! Fairy ink caps. So small. Fairies growing together. Beautiful. Mullein. Oh, I love these. This is the lamb ear. Piscicide, edible and smokable. Doggy! That's so cute! What the fuck? That's so cute! Oh my god! That's so cute! Thank you for sending these. These have been adorable. Thank you so much, Schloop. Uncle Gumbald with the tier 1 gifted sub. Sucky Jammies DJ, it's the 80s DJ. Do a lot of coke and vote for Ronald Reagan DJ. Don't vote for Ronald Reagan. Beezadoo with the gifted 5 tier 1 subs. Paying my gifted forward from Heavy Gretel. Hug wide to the coziest chatterinos. Heavy Gretel gifted, thank you for the gifted sub as well. Little Morphine Annie for the gifted tier 1 sub. And that is, we're caught up on the live stream donos. Let me see about the YouTube donos. Oh my god, we have so many. You guys have been amazing. Thank you so much. Punkin Spunk, welcome to being a YouTube imp. Thank you so much. Birdbrain, much love, mama. Hope you're good. Still shocked about the RGR Doe conversation. Doe is an angel. True. Ignar Husky says, oh wait, I already read that one. Okay, so we're all caught up. Damn. You guys have been amazingly generous to me tonight. Thank you so fucking much. Seriously, you guys have no fucking idea. You make it possible for me to have a nice living. You make it possible for me to keep working hard. You make it possible for me to keep entertaining you and making you laugh and also making you think a little bit. I have the best community on the fucking planet, and it's awesome. It's genuinely incredible, all right? Genuinely amazing. Yeah, isn't it wild, cultist? Absolutely deranged. All right, let me see if I missed anything in chat while I was reading all that. True, Karasu Kafka. Your points in chat have been really good. That's a really, really fucking good point, Karasu. All right. Okay, I have to wrap now because my back is hurting. We have a lot to think about. I will be streaming again. Not tomorrow. Probably on Tuesday. Soon. I have an appointment on Monday, so I probably won't be able to do it on Monday, but probably Tuesday. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for supporting me. Keep your eyes out on the videos, join the Discord, etc., etc., all the good stuff. Thank you for supporting me, and also, remember, Do not fucking die. I need every single one of you. Whether you're they, them, he, her, she, I mean, he, him, he, her too. You know what? Fuck it. Any, all, she, her, she, him, Zeezer, what, bun self, all of you. I need you to stick in this fucking fight, and we need to outlast and beat the shit out of the people who fucking hate us, okay? We win together, all right? All right? Do not fucking die, and I'll see you all very, very, very soon, okay? Good night.